Hope that you, your family, and your communities continue to be safe and well. I want to express my continued appreciation for your participation in these meetings. The work that you're doing as a task force is critical element in this project. And on behalf of FDOT and the entire state, I want to say thank you for your continued commitment. Let me start by saying that recognizing that October is National Community Planning Month. And I want to thank you for coming together to make a difference in our communities through the task force process. As you know, this is our final task force meeting. Looking back for to the first meeting, well over a year ago, it's amazing to see how much important work that this task force has accomplished through your dedication to the process. Like previous meeting, this task force is streaming live on the Florida channel. In addition, we also have provided 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public within the study area. The first one is at Marston Baptist Church in Levy County and the Dixie County Adult Education Center in Old Town. Our agenda today is a little different from prior meetings. After introductions and roll call, we will have an opportunity to receive public comments. As always, public input is an important part of our process. We will hear from all members of the public who registered to speak by 5 p.m. yesterday and who completed a speaker card at the remote locations, and would like to address the task force today. We are joined this morning by FDOT Secretary, Mr. Kevin Tebow. Thank you for coming, sir. The Secretary will be listening on public comment and then participating in our discussion. A little later this morning, we will hear about the public comments received thus far. And we will continue with our public engagement efforts. We have a community open house scheduled for Thursday, October 22nd in Madison County at the Madison Church of God. Similar to last month, the community open house will be conducted in a hybrid format with materials available online for members of the public who prefer to attend virtually. You will hear more about the upcoming community house from our production lead, Ryan Asmus. I want to thank you for reviewing the draft report and submitting your thoughtful amendments. And in preparing for today's meetings, compiled all proposed amendments received as of Thursday, October 15th. These were posted for your review on Saturday. Our goal was to keep following the consensus building process today. We're going to focus with comments from the task force members who do not agree with the language in the report or proposed language in the proposed amendments. Remember that the standard is that members are able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the final report. These categories are not all inclusive. At the conclusion of our meeting today, our goal is to submit a final report. We will be asking that the task force, once we resolve all amendments and comments. Greg Vaughn will review each amendment with the task force today, and we will have time for discussion on each item. If you have any comments or concerns, please feel free to raise your hand in today's discussion. After discussing all of the amendments, we'll finalize the task force report. The schedule today is to run from now to about 12:30, where we take a lunch break and resume about 1:30. And we anticipate ending by 5 p.m. today. I know that the Southwest went a little bit later than that yesterday, but was great work that they did. And I want to thank you in advance for your participation in what will be possibly a long day. The goal is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what you may need. I'll now hand it over to our facilitator, Mr. Greg Vaughn, to review a few housekeeping items before we begin public comment. Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to go ahead and just kind of start out by covering several topics today. We'll discuss the public comment period, the logistics of the meeting, today's agenda and objectives, as well as a brief sunshine reminder. The public comment period will begin today shortly here in just a few minutes. As Mr. Chairman just said, at around 9:15 a.m. We will receive comments virtually and then subsequently from our 2 physical public viewing locations. Requests to provide comments virtually received by 5 p.m. yesterday will be addressed during the public comment period in the order in which they were received, and a request to provide comments at one of the public viewing locations can be made by completing a speaker card on site at the registration area. This meeting is being recorded and will be available with other materials on the MCOR's website. Task force members will remain muted for the presentations. And once we get into the task force member discussions, we will shift to a more interactive format. Similar to previous virtual meetings, our discussions today will be more like an in-person meeting. Instead of putting up your tent card to indicate that you have a question or would like to make a comment, you can use the raise your hand feature, or by turning on your webcam for those members who prefer to participate that way in today's meeting. We would also ask that you remain self-muted when not speaking in order to reduce the background noise. Task force members choosing to participate in the meeting without a webcam will use the raise hand feature, same as past meetings. Task force members who chose to use your webcam during today's presentation and meeting will need to turn on your webcam to indicate your desire to speak. So same as before, please wait for facilitators to acknowledge you before speaking. And those using webcams, please be sure to turn off your webcam when you are not speaking. I generally will recognize people in the order that they raise their hands to or appear via the webcam. Although, as we have done in previous meetings, we may manage the flow of items at times to allow task force members who have not had an opportunity to speak yet to be able to provide comment, or to wrap up one thread of conversation before we shift and move on to the next. If you have self-muted, I'll just remind you, please be sure to unmute before speaking. Also, a quick reminder, as we do every meeting, please do not put the webinar on hold or transfer or take another call, because if you do, we will hear your hold music. And one last note, we have adjusted your username for task force members. So just as a reminder, please don't make any changes there. It helps us as we actually go through and are able to monitor things to kind of keep track of everyone and mute and unmute in a faster response. The objectives for today are to receive public comments, as Chairman just said at the beginning. We're also going to receive a summary of public comments on the draft task force report. We'll discuss revisions to the draft task force report, and then we'll finalize the task force report. A quick recap of today's agenda. I'll run through a refresher on the government in sunshine. Then we'll take roll call. Public comments will then be received from those who have registered to speak virtually, as well as those wishing to speak at our 2 public viewing locations. After public comments, FDOT Secretary Kevin Tebow will address the task force and share a few remarks. We'll then have a presentation from Ryan Asmus, FDOT Production Lead, providing a summary of public comments received on the draft task force report, as well as plans for our final community open house that's coming later this week. That will be followed by a short break at 10:45, and at 11 a.m. we'll begin our discussion regarding proposed amendments to the by task force members on the task force report, and these discussions will take us up to our lunch break. The next slide shows the afternoon agenda and schedule, and after lunch we'll return at 1:30 p.m. to continue reviewing and discussing the remaining proposed amendments to the task force report. After our 3:15 break, we'll return at 3:30 to begin reviewing and commenting on the final task force report. And then the plan is around 5 o'clock, we'll be receiving closing remarks from Chairman Evans, Will Watts, and Wei Wei Shin. Today we have a short video reminder of the government in the sunshine requirements.
Florida's Sunshine Law. Florida's government in the Sunshine Law provides a right of access to governmental proceedings at both the state and local levels. In the absence of a statutory exemption, It applies to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same board to discuss some matter which will foreseeably come before that board for action. Scope of the Sunshine Law. Board members may not engage in private discussions with each other about board business, either in person or by telephone, email, texting, or any other type of electronic communication such as Facebook or blogging. While an individual board member is not prohibited from discussing board business with staff or non-board members, these individuals may not be used as a liaison to communicate information between board members. For example, a board member cannot ask staff to poll other board members to determine their views on a board issue. The Sunshine Law applies to advisory boards created pursuant to law or ordinance or otherwise established by public agencies or officials. Staff meetings are not normally subject to the Sunshine Law. However, staff committees may be subject to the Sunshine Law if they are deemed to be part of the decision-making process, as opposed to traditional staff functions like fact-finding or information gathering. Board meetings. While boards may adopt reasonable rules and policies to ensure orderly conduct of meetings, the Sunshine Law does not allow boards to ban non-disruptive videotaping, tape recording, or photography at public meetings. Public Records Law. Florida's Public Records Act, Chapter 119, Florida Statutes, provides a right of access to records of state and local governments, as well as private entities acting on their behalf. If materials fall within the definition of a public record, it must be disclosed to the public unless there is a statutory exemption. The term public records means all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, films, sound recordings, data processing software, or other material, regardless of the physical form, characteristics, or means of transmission. This includes electronic communication like text messaging and emails, made or received pursuant to law or ordinance, or in connection with the transaction of official business, by an agency, including a private entity action on behalf of a public agency, which are used to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge. Providing public records. Public records cannot be withheld at the request of the sender. A requester is not required to show a legitimate or non-commercial interest as a condition of access. A request cannot be denied because it is overbroad. Unless authorized by another statute, an agency may not require that public records requests be in writing or require the requester to identify himself or herself.
All right, and just I would like to just remind all the members of the task force that the Government of the Sunshine or Government in the Sunshine Law does apply to this task force and will continue to be applicable until November 15, 2020, this year, when the task force report is due to the governor and the legislature. David Flynn from the Office of the Attorney General is online with us today and can answer any questions regarding the Sunshine Law as it relates to the task force. All right. Give me just a second here. All task force members were given unique links to sign in as task force members logged in today, and we noted attendance. I'll now read through the names and organizations and note who is present and who is not in attendance. If you are a substitute and we didn't recognize your attendance today, please send an email to Ryan Asmus. And so if you give me just a second, I'll grab that list and we'll go through that here in just a second. Okay, so we'll start going through the list here of attendees. Again, thank you for everyone for being here today for Task Force Meeting 9. Representing the Florida Department of Transportation, Mr. Greg Evans is in attendance today. Representing the Florida Department of Transportation, Jason Peters is also in attendance today. Representing the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Mr. Chris Wynn is in attendance today. Representing the Florida Public Service Commission, Mark Futrell is with us at the meeting today. Representing the Enterprise Florida, Eric Anderson is in attendance today. Representing the Hernando Citrus Metropolitan Planning Organization, Commissioner Jeff Kennard is present with us today. Representing the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council, Scott Coons is with us today. Representing Audubon, Florida is Charles Lee, who is in attendance today. Representing Defenders of Wildlife, Mr. Kent Wimmer is with us today at the meeting. Representing Citrus County Commission, Commissioner Scott Carnahan is present today. Representing the Lafayette County Commission is Commissioner Anthony Adams, and he is present today. Representing CareerSource Florida is Diane Head, and she is present today. Representing the Florida Department of Health is Paul Myers, and he is also present today. Representing Dixie County Commission is Commissioner Mark Hatch, who is present at the meeting today. Also present today representing the Nature Conservancy is Janet Bowman. Also present today representing Taylor County Commission is Commissioner Pam Fiegel. Chris Lee, representing the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, was not able to be with us today. Representing Lyle Sigler, representing Lyle Sigler is Lyle Sigler. Representing the Northwest Florida Water Management District is Lyle Sigler, and he is present on the meeting today. Sherilyn Pickles, who represents Madison County Commission, was not able to be with us today. Initial substitute for Michelle Hopkins from the Southwest Florida Water Management District is Dave Kramer, who is with us. My understanding is that Michelle will be able to join us later, but had a conflict this morning. Representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, and he's present today. Representing the Florida Chamber of Commerce is Christopher Emanuel, but he did have a conflict and notified us that he would not be able to be with us today. As well as Commissioner Todd Gray of the Gilchrist County Commission also had a conflict and was not able to be with us today. Representing the Florida Trucking Association is Ken Armstrong, who is present today. Representing the Florida Department of Education is Mary Cross, and she is also present today. Representing the Florida Rural Water Association is Randy Wilkerson, who is online and at the meeting today. Representing the Florida Internet and Television Association is Chris Bailey, who is present today. Representing the Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency is Commissioner Christian Dozier, who is also present today. Substitute for Commissioner Matt Brooks from Levy County is Lincoln Cannon, and Commissioner Brooks may be able to join us later today, but right now Lincoln Cannon is a substitute representing Commissioner Brooks for Levy County. Representing the Florida Economic Development Council is Susan Ramsey, and she is present today. Representing the Florida Farm Bureau Federation is Charles Shin, who is also present. Representing the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is Chris Stahl, who is present today. Representing the Florida Gateway College is Dr. Lawrence Barrett, who is present today. Substituting for Brian McManus is Mr. James Stansberry with the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, and he is also present today. And I was just notified that Chris Lee will be joining us today. He's having some difficulty joining. Again, he's with the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, but he is having some technical difficulties, but he is planning on attending. Representing the North Florida Community College is John Groskoff, and he is present today. Representing the Appalachia Regional Planning Council is Chris Rito, and he is also present. Representing 1,000 Friends of Florida is Thomas Hawkins, who is also present at the meeting today. Also present today is Commissioner Betsy Barfield, representing the Jefferson County Commission. Representing the Suwannee River Water Management District is Ashley Stefanik, and she is present today at the meeting. Representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services is Peggy Hanrahan, and she is also present at the meeting. And last but not least, representing Volunteer Florida is Audrey Kidwell, and she is present at the meeting today. So if we missed anyone, if we did not call your name as a present and in attendance, if you would just please email Ryan Asmus with that information. That would be great. Thank you. We will now go into the public comment period, and the comment period will be similar to the last few task force meetings, as we have will be accepting public comments from those who are attending virtually, as well as those who are in attendance at our public viewing locations, which today are in Levy and Dixie counties, and that's the order that we will go. We will start first in Levy County and then move to Dixie County. Requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 5 p.m. yesterday or via speaker cards at the public viewing locations will be addressed during the public comment period. Comments will be made in the order of the request, when the request was received, pardon me. If you do not respond when you are called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to actually speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide comment within your allotted time of 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then another tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock that's on the screen and listen for those tones. If you have more information to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing for further consideration. You can send your comments anytime to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Only one person at a time will be unmuted, and if you have self-muted, please be sure to unmute your line before speaking. After completion of the virtual public comments, we will subsequently move to our public viewing locations. Our first 3 speakers virtually today are Tracy Seal, Vivian Young, and Jim Tatum. So Tracy Seal from Tallahassee, you are our first speaker today.
Tracy, you are unmuted. Tracy Seal, you are self-muted on your end.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thanks for taking my public comments today. I'd like to ask that the task force include in its report very strong public support for a no-build option. I'd also like to please ask you to require preliminary determination of transportation need and financial feasibility, and reevaluate the timeline to accommodate those studies. And if need and feasibility are found, then please require the following: evaluate corridors without regard to predetermined counting. Require protection of habitat and rural landscape in small communities from sprawl. Please purchase easements at interchanges to ensure rural landscape and provide environmental protection for those lands. Please require measures to protect against light and noise pollution along the corridor. And again, our rural communities need to be protected from sprawl. Economic development in rural Florida should benefit residents and not outside interests, and that's where we're concerned about the sprawl. We live in a rural community because it's rural, because it's quiet, because it's undeveloped, and we'd like to retain that character. Economic development in rural counties can best be served by providing broadband access so that people can work from home and continue to work from home beyond the COVID pandemic. Broadband access should not be tied to a road project. I appreciate your allowing me to speak, and that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Seal, for your comment. Up next is Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Good morning. This is Vivian Young. I'm Communications Director for 1000 Friends of Florida. We appreciate all the work you've put into this process for more than a year now and would like to submit our final comments. As you know, 1000 Friends has submitted numerous recommendations regarding guiding principles, PD&E directions, and the task force reports. On October 8th, 1000 Friends of Florida submitted a letter to DOT outlining fundamental concerns that need to be addressed in the task force report to secure 1000 Friends support. The first relates to transportation need and financial feasibility of the project. Hundreds of millions of taxpayer and turnpike user dollars from across Florida will be spent on this project. We have consistently requested that a preliminary determination of transportation need and financial feasibility consistent with Florida statutes be determined prior to the PD&E process. We learned at Monday's meeting that FDOT has agreed to this and is including it in the Southwest Central Florida Corridor Task Force report. We thank FDOT and sincerely hope this provision will be included in each of the 2 remaining task force reports. Our next 2 fundamental concerns relate to curtailing sprawl. If the determination of need and feasibility is made, then key lands at interchanges should be acquired or protected prior to the start of construction. This includes 1, key environmentally sensitive lands within a 10-mile radius of the interchange, and 2, other interchange lands within a 5-mile radius, unless those lands are currently served by municipal water and sewer or are designated for future development as an industrial center. There has been quite a bit of discussion about whether this acquisition and/or protection should be a state or local responsibility. We'd like to make something clear. These interchanges are being built at the state's initiative and with a massive infusion of state taxpayer dollars through MCORs. Further, these roads will have significant impact on resources of state significance, including the vulnerable Floridan aquifer, which provides drinking water to millions of Florida. Therefore, it is the state's responsibility to require responsible sprawl aversion measures such as the above outlined land protection to ensure that state dollars for interchanges do not destroy state resources such as drinking water. At the same time, it is incumbent on local governments to do their utmost in their comprehensive plans to further prevent sprawl. This not only protects natural resources, but protects the economies of the many rural communities throughout this corridor that deserve and need protection and economic revitalization. On behalf of 1000 Friends of Florida, we thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Up next, Lindsay Cross from St. Petersburg, Florida. Lindsay, you are unmuted.
Great. Good morning. Thank you. This is Lindsay Cross with Florida Conservation Voters. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the task force members, DOT staff, and consultants for your work and commitment during this process. I know that all of you have reviewed the draft task force report, and today you will be asked to sign on to it, either because you support it or you merely agree not to oppose. I propose that you think of yourself like a jury member today. If there is a shadow of a doubt, as a jury member, you would be required to make a not guilty verdict. In this case, it would mean not signing on to the report. Think of your legislative duty as task force members, specifically that states that each task force shall evaluate the need for and the economic and environmental impacts of, hurricane evacuation impacts of, and land use impacts of the related corridor. The first part of your charge is to evaluate the need. DOT has failed to provide this documentation. Analysis by outside entities like Cornell Consulting repeatedly show that the roads aren't needed. If you feel that you haven't been able to complete this charge and cannot verify that the roads are needed, do not sign on to the final report. DOT has also failed to provide a robust economic analysis. Independent organizations like Florida Tax Watch have strong concerns about the cost and economic viability of these roads. One report suggests that the price tag for the total roads could exceed $25 billion. If you feel that our valuable taxpayer dollars should be better spent in providing the backlog of infrastructure needed, especially during an extremely difficult budget time, do not sign on to the final report. You've heard about hurricane evacuation, but also that our state hasn't updated its statewide evacuation plan in more than 10 years. If you feel that the state should first have a defensible study regarding hurricane evacuation that is consistent with the state's emergency management department, do not sign on to the report. You've heard from the public during task force meetings and through a cursory review by DOT. Over the past months, dozens of volunteers spent hundreds of hours reviewing nearly 10,000 public comments. Not surprisingly, 93% or 9,232 comments were against the building of these roads. If you feel that it's important to respect the concerns of the public and that our government should serve its people, do not sign on to the final report. If you've read DOT's description of no build, you know that DOT will not invest in land acquisition, broadband, or utility support without building new roads. If you think it's disingenuous to hold rural communities hostage this way and that we should be investing in the improvement of life for all Floridians without strings attached, do not sign on to the report. This is your opportunity to stand up for what is right, to examine the facts and make a decision that will impact our state forever. If you have any doubts, do not sign on to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cross, for your comment. Up next is Jimmy Carroll from Ocala, Florida. Jimmy, you are unmuted.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, having been involved in transportation for many years, I found this process to be rather weird and perhaps unproductive overall, particularly considering that FDOT could have done more analysis on the various needs that could have been presented and answered quite a few questions that have to be answered down the road. And regarding I-75, I think the crux of whether this goes forward or not is whether or not the directions of I-75, north, east, south, and west would determine if the corridor is actually needed. In other words, if everything's going north and east off of 75 at I-10, then this corridor really would not contribute to reducing traffic on I-75. But from my view, with many years in the transportation industry, I found it not as useful as it could have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Up next is Kim Wheeler from Williston, Florida. Kim, you are unmuted. Kim Wheeler from Williston, Florida, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we sure can. Go ahead.
Okay. I was one of the comment counters for the many people who are against the toll roads. I was open-minded. I've talked to many people. What we found, as you've already heard, 93% of the nearly 10,000 comments submitted are against the toll roads and the MCORS process itself. I hope all of you had a chance to actually read the comments. I wish I could share them all with you. They are passionate, reasoned, well-researched, and sometimes very angry. The people who are against the roads talk about protecting our water and our wild places, habitats for panthers, black bears, and numerous birds. They talk about protecting our farms, our ranches, our small towns, our rural way of life. They are against the toll roads because of the cost, an incredible cost. And they're more concerned now with the revenue shortfall caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Many people discussed our economy and the tourists who come here because of our nature, our environment. Our environment here is our economy. People spoke about the springs, rivers, and parks. People wrote about the need to repair the roads we have and to consider other means of transportation. As someone living in a rural county with poor broadband access, we do not need a toll road. Do not hold us hostage to a toll road for broadband. People pointed out that these roads have not been vetted for need, financial feasibility, or environmental impact. They were not considered a priority by the State Department of Transportation. They were legislated. I don't understand why, and I don't think many other people do. They were signed into law and put you all in a very difficult situation with the fast track timeframe. I agree with the no build letter that was signed by 110 groups and sent on October 13th. Reject the final report. The process was fatally flawed, and the outcome of this task force, I think, is invalid. Please listen to Lindsay Cross. Treat it like a jury. For now, this report, it provides zero clarity and leaves the door open for FDOT to support construction of new toll roads. Reject the final report. Reject this MCORS process, and please stand up for the Florida that we love and we want to protect for future generations. Please, we want starlight, not headlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wheeler, for your comment. Up next is Amy Datz from Tallahassee, Florida. Amy, you are unmuted.
I have been a professional environmental scientist for over 40 years. I'm an activist, not a lobbyist or consultant. At all three corridor task force meetings, they spent a good amount of time discussing the financial feasibility of these three corridors. The truth of the matter is that no transportation system, highway, bus, train, ferry, or bicycle trail in the world is self-sufficient or makes any profit. Funds improve and maintain I-4, 95, 10, and 75. Not to mention the millions of state, city, and county roads that lead to your home where you work, shop, and your kids go to school. These are not toll roads. How are these roads funded? Through the federal and state highway trust funds. When you buy gas, Florida puts $1 into the federal highway trust fund, they get back 75 cents. If Wyoming puts $1 tax in, they get $5 back. Why? Because commerce must be transported from America's east to west coast, so all Americans have to pay for it. Wyoming doesn't have the 131 million visitors and 22 million residents that Florida has. The visitors pay into our trust funds through their purchase of gas and tolls. We receive the money back on our based on our 22 million residents. Through the visitors and residents' payment of tolls and gas tax, they subsidize our interstate, state, and local roads. In fact, with the improvement of the fleet, with better miles per gallon vehicles, there's less money going into the highway trust funds. Electric vehicles put a very small amount in the trust funds. These funds are collapsing. The handicapped citizen takes a dial-a-ride bus to get to the doctor. The citizen pays $4 to $5 per ride. It costs the transportation agency about $30 for that trip. Transportation is not a for-profit industry. It's a service to the public that has a cost. Secretary Thibault discussed how highway trust funds and toll roads are different funding sources. Because of the collapsing trust funds to pay for all and any new roads, there will have to be toll roads. If you don't want to pay the tolls, then take the slower, less safe local roads. Statistically, you're more likely to get into a fatal accident on 2- and 4-lane roads than you are on limited access roads like the one we're discussing today. When you go on vacation, you want to spend your precious limited time at your destination and as little time as possible traveling there. Visitors will be happy to pay more to get there faster. The freight and surface industries will also be happy to pay a toll to get to their destination faster. Time is money. Staging areas for them must be incorporated into these corridors. To maximize efficiency of travel, please do not dump traffic on I-4 or I-75 to connect this corridor to 2 other corridor segments. Make the southwestern corridor contiguous with this corridor with an exit on I-4. Make vehicle charging stations solar powered and portable to accommodate the future needs and emergency. Thank you, and good morning, Secretary Thibault. Hope you're well.
Thank you, Mrs. Datz. Up next is Neil Fleckenstein from Tallahassee, Florida. Neil, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Neil Fleckenstein with Tall Timbers Research Station and Land Conservancy. First, like others before me, I really want to sincerely thank the task force members for their commitment to this effort. I know it was a very long process, and I think they did an excellent job representing their various interests. I also want to thank DOT staff for their hard work throughout the long process. And finally, the consultants as well. Again, a very difficult and challenging process. There are several amendments that I'd like to highlight that we think strengthen the final report and protect important interests in the study area. And these include the following. First, we support the amendment proposing that the upcoming alternative corridor evaluation and the PD&E should evaluate routes within the study area that terminate at I-10 without regard to any predetermined county. Identifying in advance where the corridor will go before any economic or environmental feasibility analysis undermines robust efforts to conduct a thorough evaluation of the transportation need for the toll road. We think this is a vital addition to the final report. We also support the amendment provided by a couple of task force members that the legislature reevaluate the deadlines established in Florida statutes, chapter 338.2278, for the beginning of construction and final completion of the proposed toll road. Given the challenges of COVID, the complexities of the project, an abridged timeline simply isn't adequate to ensure that the environment, community interests, and tax dollars would be protected throughout project planning, design, and ultimately construction. So we ask that the task force recommend the legislature reevaluate the deadlines established in that Florida statute chapter. We also support the recommendation noting that the task force did not reach a conclusion determining the need for a completely new greenfield corridor through the study area to achieve the stated statutory purpose, nor did the task force reach a conclusion that there is a need for expansion of existing highways or facilities throughout the study area. Finally, we agree that with the recommendation that the task force report should recognize that the majority of the comments submitted throughout the various forms expressed opposition or concern about the proposed corridor. We just think that reflects the reality of the enormous public comment on this important project. And finally, we would just like to thank you once again for the opportunity to comment and for the public engagement opportunities that you presented. And again, thank task force members and DOT for their hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fleckenstein. Up next is Ted Smith from Ocala, Florida. Ted, you are unmuted.
All right, thank you very much. Ted Smith, I'm a retired architect. FDOT's sketch interstate plan summary report of 2010 concluded that the widening of some remaining four-lane portions of I-75 to 6 lanes, plus the improvements of ancillary roads and the eventual widening of I-75 to 8 lanes would help, but would not solve some of its basic traffic and evacuation problems. I am particularly concerned about the recurring massive congestion that takes place on I-75 as a result of accidents, hurricanes, and other emergency situations with no alternative routes available. I believe there is a need for a West Coast alternative to I-75 in lieu of or ahead of any plans to widen I-75 to 8 lanes. Just imagine that the massive I-75 construction project would be like, with endless lines of cars stuck on the torn up I-75 during an evacuation just ahead of a deadly hurricane with no way out. Florida needs a balanced, long-term solution consisting of 3 major north-south highways, I-75, I-95, and a world-class 21st century West Coast corridor, perhaps called the Nature Coast Parkway. Much better to spend the time and money to surgically implant a well-thought-out ribbon of hope to enhance our scenic West Coast paradise than to wait until pressing needs demand immediate action, forcing the FDOT to plow through Florida's precious environment for expediency without the necessary collaboration and thoughtful design work needed to do it right. If done right, a parkway snaking up the West Coast and then through Georgia west of Atlanta has so many advantages, including the reduction of bottlenecks, smoothing out the overall pattern of north-south traffic across our state, improving the West Coast infrastructure and economy, and providing a new, highly sophisticated highway system coordinated with local communities to complement, enhance, protect, and preserve Florida's West Coast and its beautiful environment and wildlife for the foreseeable future. Suncoast corridor is by far the most important of 3 corridors being considered, and perhaps with COVID-19 breathing down our necks, the other 2 should be shelved for now, but the Suncoast corridor is too important to shelve. It shouldn't be rushed either, but very deliberately and carefully planned to complement I-75, I-95 while preserving the West Coast's unique character, environment, and wildlife. FDOT and the task force appear to be doing a good job, and the Oakland task force meetings have been refreshing and helpful. If this project does get a green light, I do hope the task force will continue to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your comment. Up next, Matthew Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Matthew, you are unmuted.
Yeah, good morning, task force members and Secretary Thibault and the public. This is Matthew Schwartz. I'm with South Florida Wildlands Association. And although we have spent the majority of our time on this project working on or working against the Southwest Florida Connector and its impacts on the Florida panther and the other wildlife in the area, all three legs of MCORS have the same set of problems: slicing up and fragmenting wildlife habitat, degrading conservation lands, inducing sprawl, paving over wetlands and aquifer recharge areas, decreasing water for springs, creating new sources of polluted runoff, destroying agricultural areas, and spending massive amounts of public money on a project that has never been deemed necessary by any state or federal agency. Nor has it ever received, even conceptually, any type of environmental review. John Rublik, a transportation biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service who looked at this project, referred to it as, quote, a disaster for the panther as it goes through and would open up for more development, some of the best and last remaining habitat for the panther, as well as other fish and wildlife resources and the environment. So that statement applies equally to the Florida black bears, eastern indigo snakes, gopher tortoises, and dozens of other species listed under the Endangered Species Act or state listed under Florida's Imperiled Species Program in the central and northern portions of MCORS. Yesterday, Secretary Thibault addressed the task force and talked about Florida's staggering rate of population growth. And he made that future growth the main rationale for building MCORS. That's true, that growth is happening. But what has been the result of all that growth? I recently got to spend extended time in the area east of Tampa Bay. It's absolutely shocking to see how quickly all of the formerly rural lands between Tampa and Orlando are filling in with residential communities and malls. And if we go to the east side of Orlando, the same thing is happening. And that will accelerate greatly once that sector plan for the Deseret Ranch, the largest sector plan Florida has ever seen, gets implemented. The Secretary is arguing that people are coming, we have to be ready for them. But in reality, we're rolling out the red carpet for developers to build the subdivisions, which invites and facilitates the skyrocketing growth and sprawl that we're seeing. We're treating Florida land like the New England cod fishermen treated the cod, as an inexhaustible resource. It's not. The cod disappeared, and Florida's wildlife are disappearing as well. And we're degrading our springs, streams, lakes, and estuaries in the process through massive diversion of water for the public supply, as well as drainage of natural wetlands. We're also increasing urban runoff and a whole set of other problems. Scientists are unanimous in saying sea level rise is coming. We're going to be losing more land. We're going to be losing more freshwater resources. And if we won't move them, I'm running out of time. No build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for your comment. Up next, Stacy Gallagher from Gainesville, Florida. Stacy, you're unmuted.
Morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Stacy Gallagher, and I'm representing the Sea Turtle Conservancy, the oldest sea turtle conservation group in the world. Our organization has deep roots with some famous Floridians, Dr. Archie Carr and Marjorie Carr, who dedicated their lives to the protection of wildlife. Their legacy continues today and is why I'm here offering public comment today. Sea Turtle Conservancy conducts in-water research on juvenile turtles along the coastal waters of the Nature Coast. These fragile waters are globally important developmental habitat for green, loggerhead, and Kemp's Ridley sea turtles that will eventually join important sea turtle populations when they mature. If this project moves forward, the area's juvenile turtles will face degraded water quality and disease, seagrass die-offs, and other impacts from overdevelopment. We're asking FDOT to reject the final report and reject MCORS. 93% of the public comments were against this plan, and we ask you to listen to the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Eugene Kelly from Brooksville, Florida. Eugene, you are unmuted.
Good morning. Gene Kelly. I'm speaking on behalf of the Florida Native Plant Society. We were heartened by a lot of the findings and recommendations in the task force's report, especially the emphasis that you placed on co-location. And we also appreciated your concession that you really couldn't come to a finding of a need for or economic feasibility for the proposed road. Essentially saying that those things need to be conducted prior to PD&E phase beginning. To put it a bit differently, you're suggesting that the cart should be put behind the horse where it's always belonged. We would submit that your inability to determine a need for the road and the absence of any groundswell of declarations from the people who live in the study area that they need or want it, quite the opposite, in fact, amounts to a pretty clear declaration that at the very least there isn't an urgent need for it. So while the Florida Native Plant Society strongly supports a simple no-build position, we'd like to suggest the task force add an additional recommendation to the report, a recommendation that the legislature put the brakes on this process and timing outlined by the enabling legislation. You've spent 15 months now studying the need for this road and finding none. It's absurd that actual construction would begin in a scant 24, 26 months from now, barely 2 years. You and we know that's unrealistic and irresponsible. So please include in your report a recommendation that the legislature adopt new or amended legislation that would remove a required date for the start of construction and other milestones that just are unrealistic and reckless. We thank you for your commitment to serve on this task force and for your consideration of all our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Up next is Allison Date from Tampa, Florida. Allison, you are unmuted.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm emotional about what I've heard already. And basically, I'd like you to reject the final report. And because of all the reasons that have already been mentioned, and I'm sure a lot of you have already, it seems like a lot of you agree with that, which is wonderful, because I'm concerned about this whole legislative process that's happening in this country in general. And this is a good representative of that. Please listen to the people, and think about our planet. We have so limited amount of environment left on this planet. And we're so lucky to have what is left down the middle of Florida, the corridor. And please, please protect it. Not just for us now, but for future generations. Once you put a road through any place, I grew up in Central America. You put a road through, trees get cut down, it disappears. We don't need that. What a joy it would be to make that a place where people would come and see the wildlife, see what it's meant to be like in Florida. So I reject the final report. I think it's fatally flawed. The outcome is not valid, and it provides zero clarity, leaves the door open for more toll roads. So I'm asking you to please reject this and listen to the people and put the planet and people above prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Roderick Jude from Coral Gables, Florida. Roderick, you are unmuted.
Yeah, hi. I want to adopt in total Matthew Schwartz's comments that were excellent. But I think the important thing here is we need to move away from this poor public policy that we're working towards here and reject the final report. Process was fatally flawed and the outcome is not valid, provides zero clarity, and leaves the door open for FDOT to support construction of new toll roads. So my message to you all is reject the final report, reject MCORS, and remember that 93% of the public says, please do the right thing. That's it.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. Up next is Randall Wolf from Bronson, Florida. Randall, you are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I have to say that a lot of folks that have been on this call this morning have said things a lot more eloquently than I probably can, and again, I agree with them as far as going forward with this. I was also part of the teams that were reviewing the public comments, and saw among hundreds of them that I personally processed the fact that there was almost nobody that was in favor of this. And I guess the reason why I feel passionate about it is I have grown up in Florida. I grew up in South Florida. As a child, I used to play on the sand hills that became I-95 right through the middle of West Palm Beach. I think many folks are old enough to remember that Dixie Highway, the US 1 corridor, used to be a pretty vibrant area. A lot of businesses, a lot of small hotels, a lot of charm, really, in Florida. And I think that's still throughout the state. There's still some of that charm left, but it's gradually getting paved over. In that particular case, as I recall, within less than 10 years, that whole corridor in West Palm Beach was literally, a crime and crack ridden. After I-95 came in, it drove business away from those areas, as I think this would do, particularly in North Florida through the along US 19 and the cities that are becoming very vibrant again, and areas like Crystal River. They're just beautiful, and not, there's not too much sprawl there, but I could go on and on with lots of examples like that. I drive for a living, and so I go through a lot of this sprawl on a regular basis. Just recently, some areas just above Tampa, and it's just, it's one person called it Generica. It's got all your usual suspects as far as retailers and malls and restaurants, and it's pure sprawl, pure traffic, and it's all brand new. It's literally, this stuff looks like it's been built 2 years ago. So again, just like to say, if I understand there's been a lot of effort in this. I completely, when I do tune into the meetings, I'm able to see that people really worked hard on this, and I'm hoping that everyone will make the right decision based on what the public wants, and vote on this for this to go forward. Thank you for taking my call, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Up next is Nick Patel from Lake City, Florida. Nick, you are unmuted. You are self-muted on your end. If you will unmute. Nick Patel from Lake City, Florida. If you'll unmute on your end, you can speak. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Nick Patel from Columbia County. I watched and listened many task force meetings. I have 25 years of experience in tourism industry. Let me begin by saying you cannot let one county drive the decision-making process at the cost of other counties. For those who argue, Suwannee, Columbia, Alachua, and Marion County will do just fine when the new toll road opens in 2030. Your thinking is flawed based on an assumption that there will be no growth in these counties for the next 10 years. Increase in traffic on I-75 will be followed by growth in the next 10 years in these counties. New hotels, retail, gas stations, logistics, restaurants, fast food, and sit down will open. And then suddenly in 2030, at least 25 to 30% of traffic will vanish overnight. This will impact a lot of businesses, resulting in significant unemployment and a loss of tax revenue for these counties. You cannot let this happen without some sort of mitigation. If you disagree with my assertion, then you should demand a study which shows otherwise. This is an ill-conceived project which is practically not needed. There is no traffic congestion on Highway 19 and 98. Why waste taxpayers' money in such a way? Be smart and think what is right, because your decision will impact millions to whom you would have to answer in future. There's a lot of unknown here. Let me briefly give you an example. What if the northern terminus takes place closer to Monticello? Madison County will be in deep trouble. Likewise, if it happens in Madison County, Jefferson County will see no effect. This is bad either way you look at. All the less populated counties, you will face the reality of devastating effect to all local businesses. And let me remind you, toll road will not always bring prosperity. One example is Florida Turnpike south of Orlando to your Richford Pierce, hundreds of miles with pretty much no or little growth. If you do not have a population base to support it, it will not happen. Respected task force members, the better option is expanding existing roadway systems and not allow few to benefit at the expense of a lot of counties. If you have any doubt, you should object till you're 100% satisfied. Elected officials of these counties have also written letters to the chairman and to every one of you expressing the deep concern of drastic economic impact if this project moves forward without economic mitigations. Members of the task force, it is not about environmental mitigations all the time, though it is extremely important. It is about livelihood of a lot of people residing in these 4 counties. Therefore, economic mitigation must be added to this report. You cannot let so many people and businesses suffer when the new road opens. Do not ignore this very important thing. If you cannot be addressed
Thank you, Mr.
today,
Patel.
you must try.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Your time is up. Up next is Michael Perry from Beverly Hills, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
How about now?
Good to go.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Perry. I'm the president of the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association. My comment is self-serving as a president of this organization. The current plan calls for a terminus at SR 98, SR 589. The result of that, and this terminus was never in the original plan. I'm not fully aware, but it does sound an awful lot like we don't have money to go any further, but we have enough money to build a interchange here. We advocate extending this, not putting that terminus in here, and using the money that would be spent on the interchange along with additional funding and continue on to the red line terminus that was in the original proposal. I know that's quite different from many of the other people who have talked today, and I applaud their comments, but I'm charged with looking at my community. Any way we look at it, the current planned terminus will increase a significant amount of traffic through our equestrian properties here. And it feels an awful lot to me like it's going to be a terminus for a very, very long time, based on some of the opposition I'm hearing in the funding levels and our current situation with COVID. Now, I've provided a letter to our county commission, which I hope will be read into the record. If not, I'd be happy to provide it to this body if I'm just given a proper address to send it to. I have a few other representatives that'll be speaking later, so I don't want to take up any more of your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and I look forward to seeing what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Perry. Up next is Christian Wagley from Pensacola, Florida. Christian, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, task force members and members of the public. Again, Christian Wagley. I work for Healthy Gulf. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to the Gulf of Mexico and the waterways and communities along its shores. And we engage with our members and supporters in all 5 Gulf states, including here in Florida. So we strongly believe that the only viable recommendation for this task force is no build. In support of that, I want to restate some of the facts that have come to light as part of the task force meetings. First of all, the task force was created and operated outside of the normal process for determining the need for and proper siting of highways in Florida. And this has led to a widespread distrust of the process by the public at large. There's also been no reliable traffic data presented that would justify the need for the Suncoast connector or any of the proposed roads. And I think you've heard some testimony to that as well today. There are also serious concerns about the financial viability of the Suncoast connector and all of the proposed roads, as building new roads is really the most expensive option of all for handling the state's future transportation demands. It's now widely recognized nationally that communities cannot get out of roadway congestion by building more roads, as new roads only invite more congestion. The people of the rural communities these roads would traverse are overwhelmingly opposed to them, as are the residents throughout the state, as evidenced by the public comments you've received. The Suncoast connector and all of the proposed roads bisect some of the very best remains of Florida's wild and open spaces. These rural lands are desperately needed for wildlife habitat, public recreation, preservation of our rural heritage, and the protection of the many waterways that flow down to the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, the state legislatures recognize the significance of the waters downstream of the Suncoast connector corridor with the creation of the Nature Coast Aquatic Reserve and the Big Bend Aquatic Reserve, which is the largest aquatic reserve in the state. We can't protect these areas without protecting the waterways that feed them. On behalf of Healthy Gulf and our members and supporters, we ask that the task force members to present no build as the only viable option and to reject any final report that leaves the door open to the construction of the Suncoast connector and any of the proposed roads. We greatly appreciate the work of those task force members who have asked questions and pushed for answers on the viability of these proposed roads and the questionable process they were given. The people of Florida deserve no less. Our members and supporters are very engaged in opposition to these proposed roads, and we pledge to keep them informed on this issue through the remainder of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wagley, for your comment. Up next is Kat Holland from Wellington, Florida. Kat, you are unmuted.
Hey, thank you for this opportunity. 2 years ago, I went to Tallahassee to discuss this proposal with legislators. I brought up a moratorium on housing, and while some legislators never thought of the idea, it was also thought of as a useless attempt, much the way I feel about what I call the 3 toll roads to nowhere. Like others, I focused on the impact of these toll roads to the environment and wildlands. I still feel the same. I've conferred with individuals and teams of activists, those representing many organizations, and a few business persons who wish to remain anonymous. We all know that these roads encourage urban sprawl and the encroachment into rural areas and the Everglades, a real world treasure that should be treated as such, because all that we have left of the glades and wild lands throughout our great state is now being discussed and projected as needed for the toll roads. Sure, I get it. The visionary anticipating the masses coming to visit and deciding to stay presented statistically yesterday, citing our ever-increasing population, the massive congestion on our roadways. People are wanting to flee the congestion and overcrowding of these cities and traffic, and the solution pretends to be more roads. I'd like to make a point of how additional roads in counties such as Dade and Broward have only increased the sprawl and death rates on our highways. The congestion is a result of drivers who don't know the laws and rules of the road. Those tourists and folks who haven't read the manual and feel justified to drive in any lane as long as they obey the speed limit. Overhead signs state slow traffic, keep right on I-95 reflect part of the law that people who don't read the sign manual or don't fully understand the language misunderstand. The actual law in 48 states requires that people stay to the right except for passing. This phrase simplifies and implies indirectly that once a vehicle passes slower traffic passing on the left, they should immediately get back in the right lane and continue leapfrogging as needed, leaving left lanes open for emergencies and traffic officials or to avoid those entering the highways, turnpikes, and interstate roads. Observe drivers in the central lane or far left lanes, sometimes within feet of each other. These drivers appear to me seemingly afraid of the right lane and clearly feel justified in their dangerous decisions to hog those left lanes because they're passing other cars, even though those vehicles may be miles up the road. By law, they should be getting back into the right lane after seeing the autos they pass centered in full view of their rearview mirrors. That's safe driving. That's courtesy. It's too easy to get a driver's license in Florida too. My cousin paid to watch a video that merely assessed skills with a brief drive and multiple choice questions, which answers were given by the moderator. There's no doubt in my mind we need driver's ed to be mandatory for every driver coming into our state and in our schools. Educating drivers has a huge potential for revenue, building our economy, alleviating traffic and safe roadways, which is the reason and motivation for those 3 toll roads to nowhere, right? I offer this idea as a viable alternative to the proposed toll roads to nowhere, and thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Now I'll turn it over to the chair to go to our physical viewing locations.
All right, if it's okay with Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and we'll continue to facilitate that. So we're going to start with as was commented earlier, we do have 2 public viewing locations, and so in Levy and Dixie counties. And so we're going to start in Levy County in Morriston and Florida. And so we'll go to them now and see if there are any folks who would like to make public comments there. Ron?
Okay, hi, good morning, Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hey, thank you so much. Greg, we have one member of the public who has registered to speak this morning. This is Mr. Pete Cuchero of Citrus County. Mr. Cuchero, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll be able to see your the countdown clock on the screen in front of you.
Thanks, sir. My name is Pete Cuchero, for the record. You heard earlier from the president of the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association. We've certainly heard the pros and the cons from all the different speakers that have come before me virtually. I would say that we're well past that. We're in the mitigation stage in terms of Suncoast has made its way from Hernando in the construction stage into Citrus County. We've been working with and talking to our county commissioners with the expectation now that we can hopefully move it as fast as we can. We'd like to see it skip what Mr. Perry spoke to earlier, which would have been the planned terminus at State Road 486. That would be 589 to 46. We'd prefer to see it go as quickly as it could all the way to Red Level, which is State Road 19 in the vicinity of the North Bristol River area. We think it's in everybody's best interest to do that. Pine Ridge, as Mike pointed out, is an equestrian community. Actually, it's one of only 4 equestrian and golf communities in the nation. It has 10,000 acres, 5,000 properties, 3,100 people, 165 miles of road, and that has 35 miles worth of horse trails intertwined. Should the terminus, as is planned now and originally unintended, as we've learned, if it goes right there to 46, the traffic that would flow through Pine Ridge from northern arteries, be it 41 or 200 or 19, all that traffic that has previously gone to 98 to get onto 589 South or 589 North to 98 and up through the Citrus County area, all of that is going to be funneling through Pine Ridge, creating both a safety concern as well as a quality of life and peace and tranquility concern inside Pine Ridge. A lot of the people that are there are retirees. They came from points around the country. They moved to Florida. And by the way, to all of the other different citizens I've heard about not wanting MCORS, please consider that there are 1,000 people a day moving to Florida. We have to plan now so that the congestion won't occur in the years that are behind us. I would say that we have left it up to our commissioners who are part of this task force. They're going to be reading a letter into the record that was prepared by President Mike Perry. And thank you very much for your time, and I wish you well on this endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, Greg, that concludes all of the people that have registered to speak here in Levy County. We want to thank Mr. Cuchero for joining us here this morning. We look forward to the continued discussion of the task force, and back to you.
All right, thanks, Ron. We appreciate that. We now want to transition over to our second public viewing location for Task Force Meeting 9. That's going to be at the Dixie County Adult Education Building in Old Town, Florida, in Dixie County. And so, David, do we have any public commenters there?
Good morning, Greg, from Old Town and task force members. We have no one registered to speak at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you, David, for that. We appreciate that. And then again, those locations are going to be available and open all day today during the task force meeting for public who wants to come by and view the webinar. So this concludes the public comment segment of this meeting. Thank you to all the members of the public for taking their time and speaking about this very important topic. Public involvement is vital to the MCORS process. And although we are nearing the completion of the task force phase, public engagement will continue to be a key aspect as the Suncoast corridor advances into the next phase of project development. I'd also like to remind everyone that throughout the MCORS project and our process, engagement from the public has been a priority of the department, will continue to be. Throughout the next phases of the program, the department will continue to collect public input through email, through the Florida MCORS website, traditional mail, and at community open houses, including virtual community open houses. Speaking of that, our next community open house and our final community open house of the task force phase will be this Thursday in Madison County at the Madison Church of God. This community open house will also be available online at floridamcors.com for members of the public who would prefer to attend virtually. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Evans to introduce FDOT Secretary Kevin Tebow.
All right, Greg, thank you, sir. And again, we want to say thank you to Secretary Tebow for joining us today, and especially for joining us with the public comment period, which is a vital component of the process that we're working for. And Mr. Secretary, I can tell you this task force group is a great group of people to work with. We've almost become family over the last year or so, and we've developed some strong bonds, and we appreciate this opportunity with the task force. And sir, I think that it'd be wonderful if you could spend a few minutes with our public that's remained joining with us and with this task force, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. And thanks, obviously, for your leadership on this task force. And again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address your group here and to the public that's also listening online and virtually as well. Good morning, task force members and the members of the public. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts during a public comment period. As many of you saw, I was actively writing down a couple of your comments along the way. When we started this process last August, no one could have predicted what would happen during the next several months. The last part of your work has been conducted in a virtual hybrid mode, and you have not missed a beat. You listened to each other respectfully and have actively engaged with my team. We have greatly appreciated your flexibility as we have accommodated changing meeting plans and your commitment to keeping our state safe throughout this process. I know this has been a tough assignment for all of you, but we must and still can plan for Florida's future. Prior to the implementation of the interstate highway system here in the state in the early 1960s, the main transportation routes of Florida included facilities like US 98, US 27, US 19, US 41, US 17, and as you mentioned, Randall, earlier, US 1. These routes provided regional connectivity as well as getting visitors to what attracted them to Florida: its sun, its beaches, and its unique ecosystem. But when Governor Ferris Bryant cut the ribbon in Gainesville to open I-75 in July of 1964, it truly started a change in how we move people and goods internally and externally. Today, that same Interstate 75 corridor is one of the state's busiest corridors, moving tens of thousands of people each year, with close to 1/3 of the traffic comprised of trucks. So MCORS was created to proactively plan for the state's continued growth, not only in the transportation element of infrastructure, It truly focused all of us to properly develop the guidebook and how we prepare for what is ahead. And the program has created extra steps in the planning process, generating the opportunity for engagement of stakeholders so we can all develop a foundation of planning principles for an infrastructure program, and this approach could be a model for others to follow. The goal of the task forces has been to build consensus along the way, and I know staff has worked tirelessly to engage each of you to develop high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions that will be the foundation of the planning and PD&E phases for each proposed corridor under this program. I want to thank the efforts and expertise of the many subject matter experts who have volunteered their time on numerous panels and making themselves available to you as needed for engaging conversations and clarifications on topics like broadband, utility expansion, wildlife conservation, and economic development. We have all learned a lot from these folks. Further, we have made lasting partnerships with industry leaders, and I'm sure we will continue to obtain their much needed guidance in the future. I appreciate our friends at the 1,000 Friends of Florida. Vivian, thank you for your comments again. Their engagement and development of the reports is well noted, and the need for fiscal responsibility early in the process, using the enhancements language in the statute to promote and secure key environmentally sensitive lands, and the criticality of land use planning for new interchanges to avoid and minimize environmental impacts has been truly valuable. Thank you, Thomas Hawkins and his leadership team at 1,000 Friends of Florida, and the positive challenges to the task force process and the report language. I also want to thank the Nature Conservancy. They have been a great partner over many years, helping us to protect Florida's valuable natural resources. We have received a lot of communication, and we appreciate their engagement. We know you have concerns with bisecting lands important for recharge areas. We also value the importance of the numerous public and private conservation lands in the study area. Maintaining adequate water quality and quantity is critically important. We also appreciate all the correspondence regarding the cost of MCORs and the state of affairs of Florida over the past few months. I can assure you, without a doubt, MCORs will not skip any steps. Rather, it will add steps as outlined in the task force report, as well as best practices and expanded outreach and engagement learned during the task force phase. Even though there is an aggressive schedule, the schedule does not overrule any law requiring economic and environmental feasibility. We hear you loud and clear. MCORs will not defer existing priorities. I appreciate the tremendous amount of engagement by our environmental group. Charles Lee, we've known each other for quite a while with Audubon, Florida. I'm not sure we have witnessed someone who is more prepared to discuss the various topics that have been the focus during the task force process. Your experience is hard to match. Ken Whitmer, Defenders of Wildlife, you have great focus on your organization's priorities of the wildlife protection. And Ken Armstrong, Florida Trucking Association, we go back as well. We appreciate your perspective, the vision for the future, and attention to the needs of the state as a whole. We also appreciate your organization's focus on highway safety, and we have a great partnership, and I thank you for that. We also thank you during this time of the last several months. We have some very talented and respected representatives from the planning councils on this task force as well. I want to recognize the contributions of Commissioner Kristen Dozier, representing the Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency and Leon County. I know you've been balancing a lot of work to keep Leon County safe during the pandemic and also fulfilling your obligations to this task force, and I truly appreciate your commitment. Commissioner Jeff Kennard, representing Hernando Citrus Metropolitan Planning Organization in Citrus County, Scott Coons, who is the Executive Director of the North Central Regional Planning Council, and Commissioner Ron Kitchen, representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council in Citrus County. All of you have provided tremendous input throughout the process, and I truly appreciate your engagement. I wanted to thank the contributions of Commissioner Scott Carnahan, representing Citrus County, for speaking up passionately for those in his district. Commissioner Matt Brooks, representing Levy County, who was instrumental in making sure we provided all local resolutions and correspondence to task force members. Commissioner Betsy Barfield, representing Jefferson County, who has been a champion of protecting conservation lands and creating terminus of the corridor at Interstate 10, and also for working to be sure that the residents of Jefferson County are informed about this project and for encouraging them to engage with us at task force meetings and community open houses. Commissioner Pam Fiegel, I know you and the rest of Taylor County are getting ready for the Florida Forest Festival this weekend, so I appreciate you taking time to be here with us today. I also want to thank you and your team for providing thoughtful feedback regarding the long-term vision of your county during this process. I also appreciate the engagement of Dixie County Commissioner Mark Hatch and Lafayette County Commissioner Anthony Adams. Both of you gentlemen have used your voices to advocate for the future of your counties and to help us moving through this task force process. Gilchrist County Commissioner Todd Gray has consistently provided helpful insight into your community and has worked to ensure that Gilchrist's values are represented in the guiding principles. And that Madison County Manager Sherilyn Pickles, I want to thank you for serving on this task force and for welcoming us during task force meeting number 4. And we're looking forward to hearing from you and the residents of Madison County at the community open house on Thursday, as you heard Greg mention earlier. Thank you to our community groups and agency partners who are throughout the process offered the task force expertise in various areas, such as Charles Shin with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation, a true voice for agriculture, which is the second largest industry in the study area. Randy Wilkerson, representing the Rural Water Association in small towns, and Chris Emanuel and Diane Head, representing the Florida Chamber of Commerce and Career Source Florida. Thank you for your active participation. And I also want to thank all our colleagues and state agency representatives for your valuable input outlining the importance of infrastructure and workforce development. We acknowledge and are committed to the same principles. Finally, I want to recognize the counties and local municipalities outside the study area not directly represented on this task force that have expressed concerns of local economic impact. As MCORS moves into the planning phase, our engagement will keep expanding. We will make sure to keep engagement as a priority and that everyone knows where we are in the process and what is next. Task force members, today you're in the home stretch as you finalize your recommendations. I have read your first draft report with great interest, and I'm looking forward to receiving your final recommendations and, more significantly, acting upon them. You are making recommendations on how to balance the protection and enhancement of our precious environment while revitalizing our economy and creating jobs. You are making recommendations on how to preserve the unique rural character of much of this study area while at the same time advancing economic diversity and opportunity. You are making recommendations on how to balance statewide needs related to connectivity, both for transportation and for the environment, with community visions and local government priorities. You are making recommendations on what future actions and analyses are needed to establish transportation needs and determine economic and environmental feasibility of proposed projects. You are making recommendations on a future action plan to be carried out by the department and our partners, and the order of future decisions still yet to be made. And throughout all of these issues, you are making recommendations for how we plan and develop corridors for the 21st century, corridors that will be multi-use, multimodal, and planned and developed to support all of the purposes identified in statute, including protecting and enhancing our environment. Today, you will make amendments to your draft recommendations, and your product will improve because of your work. I urge you to continue to listen carefully to each perspective so that you can reach a strong consensus on your final report. My commitment to you is that I will ensure that your guiding principles, your instructions, and your action plans will be followed. I will continue to monitor adherence to your recommendations and to ensure transparency and active public engagement throughout this process. I strongly urge your continued engagement in the decisions yet to be made. Throughout this phase, you have listened to the many thousands of Floridians who have participated in this process. Going forward, I also commit to you that the department will continue its robust engagement program to involve even more of the state's more than 22 million residents, including the 3 million who reside within these study areas. Next month, I'm looking forward to meeting with the students from Cornell University to have a robust discussion so that we may learn together about the transportation planning process and how good policy allows an amazing state like ours to plan for its future. So yesterday, we found out that the first United States Department of Transportation Secretary, Alan Boyd, passed away at the age of 98. He was appointed by President Lyndon Johnson in 1966, but he had a long history with the state of Florida that many people didn't realize. You see, Secretary Boyd was from the small community of McClenny, just west of Jacksonville. Went to high school there. His father worked for the Florida Department of Transportation, and his grandfather was also involved in transportation as well. Secretary Boyd experienced firsthand the continued growth that was occurring throughout Florida, especially when he returned to Florida after World War II upon receiving his law degree and became the first general counsel for the Florida State Turnpike Authority in 1955. Secretary Boyd took his knowledge with him to Washington so that when he became U.S. DOT Secretary, he recognized the need in 1968 to further expand the state's interstate system by extending it southward, I-75 from Tampa to Miami. Planning for the future involves honest and open discussion with all aspects, including protecting what makes Florida unique. Finally, I want to thank the department staff that's been here and been involved since the very beginning. The teams behind the scenes have lived MCORS for this last year and a half, and without their skill, knowledge, and perseverance, this work would not have been possible. Regardless of the recommendations you provide today or the analyses that will be conducted in the weeks and months to come, generations of Floridians will look back at this moment, as they did back in the 60s, as a pivotal time in the state's history, one that you played an active part of. Just think of how you'll be able to share your involvement with your children, grandchildren, and so on. Thank you again for your service. Working together, we are ensuring Florida remains the greatest state in the nation for generations to come. Thank you, Greg.
So, Mr. Secretary, does your schedule allow for you to stick around for just a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
So I'd like to open up the floor to the task force members. Anybody that would like to give a comment or maybe even ask a question of Secretary Tebow, just use your raised hand function, and our facilitator, Mr. Greg Vaughn, will bring you through one by one and share some time with Secretary Tebow. So again, Secretary, thank you for your leadership and guidance and the kind words you've had to say today, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Secretary, it looks like we've got Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, who has his hand raised. So from Citrus County, he's also representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council on our task force. But so Commissioner Kitchen, you are unmuted. You're self-muted on your end, but you can go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. Great to be here today. I thought I'd jump out in front just to make a couple comments based on what the Secretary said and all the commenters so far this morning. One of the things in Citrus County, and as we looked from the Tampa Bay area with the Suncoast corridor moving north, one of the things that we looked at in Citrus County was that this road is needed now or will be in the future with the 20 to 22 million people that live in Florida now and the 120 million or so tourists that come to Florida every year. They may not live in Citrus County or Levy County or whatever, but they need to get through them or around them. And so our position has been from the beginning that let's work to make this road the best that it can possibly be. And our experience so far has been wonderful working with FDOT. They, all of our concerns they've addressed, looked at, and we do believe that we are getting, the best product possible for this road coming through. So I would like to address, and there's going to be, I know I have two other commissioners from our county here, which they may address this as well. But the gentleman from Pine Ridge that spoke, I thought was very telling. He touched on a couple of issues that have been, at front and center in our discussion in our community. For years, we had advocated for the continuation of the parkway to continue through Citrus County. And when it, up to now, it had been planned to terminate at Highway 44, which is in the center of our county. At the time, we didn't know if that was going to be for a year or 10 or 20 years, that would be the terminus. And our feeling was if we had no quick a continuation of the parkway, it would be better for it to end at 486, which is just a bit north, as the gentleman said, where there was originally no terminus or intersection plan, than to have it finish at 44. Our position has always been, if we knew that the continuation would happen rapidly or within a short time frame, it would be much preferred for all of us to have it go to its continued terminus point at red level at Highway 19 and eliminate the intersection at 486. This would save the cost of the intersection and also would take it through this, as I understand it, this route has already been planned extensively, looked into, and the studies have been done. And I must say, of all the controversies and all the discussion that I've heard over the last year, probably the least amount of controversy would be to continue the road currently under construction to straight through and terminate at Highway 19 at red level. I think this would do a lot to, if we're looking for consensus today, if we're looking to say, what can we all agree on? I've even heard people throughout this last year that maybe have not been big advocates of the entire parkway, but had agreed that it made sense to terminate or continue it and terminate it at red level. So I just want to say it has been a great process. I've enjoyed working with everybody. I'll be looking forward to the other comments. And I thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking the time and for appointing me to this committee. I know it's very important to the Tampa Bay area and Citrus County in particular. And I've always looked forward to hearing the comments of our elected officials to our northern counties, which I'll be waiting to hear with great interest today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate you sharing that. Any other task force members have any questions? I know he's got a very busy schedule, so we do appreciate Secretary Thibeault hanging around here. Mr. Secretary, there's a few more folks with their hand raised, also from Citrus County. Is Commissioner Scott Carnahan. Commissioner Carnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking the time today. And one thing I want to comment on is your staff. They have done a tremendous job through this process. I also want to reiterate what my fellow commissioner said. One, we're thankful that you gave us $13 million to finish County Road 491. We would love to see this continue to 19. And we have an intersection at Cardinal Lane. We'll have one at 44, and I believe that we should take this right on up to 19 and eliminate the intersection at County Road or Citrus Avenue, which is 95. That gives us an on-ramp to north of our county, in the middle of our county, in the south of our county. But we would love to see this move on to 19. The studies have been done. It would be great for Citrus County. You know, we are so happy the way DOT has worked with us on the construction of the Suncoast corridor that's happening now. Again, it's moving quickly. We appreciate it. But again, I just want to say thank you for everything that DOT has done for Citrus County, and we really appreciate how you work with us. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Carnahan, and obviously Commissioner Kitchen, same thing. Thank you for the kudos to our team. They do a great job, and really proud of what they've been doing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there you go.
Okay. Charles Lee with Audubon speaking. Can you still hear me? Because it said something about muted again.
Nope, you're there, Charles. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Secretary and others, I do want to comment a bit with regard to Commissioner Kitchen's remarks, and to say that from my perspective, I have looked at this for a long time with regard to the destiny of where Suncoast would go once it reached State Road 44. And became very concerned when several years ago the proposal was made to divert it east to I-75 through some very important conservation lands and through the heart of the important equestrian area in Marion County. And so from my perspective, I've always assumed that the appropriate terminus of Suncoast was at red level on US 19. I don't have any difference with Commissioner Kitchen on that particular point. However, the point I want to emphasize is that simply terminating the Suncoast on US 19 at red level without looking at the future of what happens going north on US 19 is a very deadly proposition for the environment. Because the reality is that as traffic over time is injected on US 19 at red level, there will be a tendency for US 19 north of red level all the way up to the vicinity of Tallahassee to ultimately start to look like what US 19 in Pasco County looks like. And because of the immense environmental resources along US 19, that would be a real travesty. So my point in raising this is that if the cards fall in the direction of taking the Suncoast to US 19 at red level, the next step has got to be a conscientious plan to prevent the gradual evolution of sprawl up US 19 as it moves north through Cross City, Perry, and ultimately into Jefferson County. There needs to be a consideration of the conversion of that highway to limited access to prevent that sprawl. And those are some of the things we are talking about in terms of the guiding principles in this task force in MCORS. But I just wanted to make the point that you have to look at these comprehensive issues. And if in fact the plan is to take Suncoast to US 19 at red level, I believe that we've got to look at mitigating and then providing for the acquisition of environmental lands along the way, as is written in the MCORS legislation, to prevent that sprawl monster from just eating up the Big Bend. So those are my comments, Secretary, and I hope that you and others at DOT, as you've been listening through the past many months of our deliberations, will listen to those points.
Thank you, Charles. No, great points. We made notes of those. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Secretary, we have a few more hands raised. Again, we appreciate everybody's patience. We are trying to get on, we're a little behind on our schedule, so if we could keep our comments concise for the Secretary as we move forward. Ken Armstrong, representing the Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have tried to keep my chin up through this whole time, but the public comment sort of underlines for me what is a disappointing aspect of this process. It feels to me as though the legislature and certainly the Department of Transportation have tried to set up a system, a plan by which we can get past some stereotypes, and I'm afraid that that we haven't gotten past them, which is what the disappointing piece of this is. It sounds to me as though we're just continuing to beat the growth, no growth drum, or the business versus environment drum. Do roads cause people, or do people cause roads? And in the process, we get so far as to come up with fun names like roads to nowhere, which of course these are not. And we've had the debate either explicitly or implicitly. Well, we're going to turn towns into ghost towns by doing this. And then, of course, if it suits, then it's not the turning towns into ghost towns, it's that people will flock here. Well, those are, of course, are two patently contradictory points that are being made. We get the same contradiction with, well, these roads aren't going to support themselves financially, when that's a tool that is being used to support the roads. But then we also get people who are opposing the MCORS corridors, saying, well, 30 to 40% of the traffic on I-75 is going to flood over there, and that's going to damage our county. Well, those are two contradictory issues again. So it's just been real frustrating to me, I think. I believe it is accurate that no one county should determine what's what, as a gentleman, I think, from Columbia County said. I get that Columbia County would like to have as much traffic as possible, but I don't think Columbia's county's interests outweigh the interests of the state of Florida, just as though I don't think any of the counties in this particular study area outweigh the interests of the state of Florida. And I fear that many of the people, particularly representing the environmental community, would be perfectly happy if the road got stopped, even if it meant a less safe, more congested I-75. As you've decided by now, Secretary, there's not a question in here anywhere.
I was waiting, Ken. I'm waiting for it.
I just feel like the department and the legislature set up a process by which we reach the best conclusion. I think Lindsay Cross's point that this should be treated like a jury trial is just completely inaccurate. This has nothing to do about shadow of a doubt. This has to do with trying to make very difficult decisions about what's best for the state of Florida today and 20 years and 50 years into the future. And it suits Lindsay to try to make it a shadow of a doubt situation. But just as the legislature didn't make decisions on should I vote yay or nay on the shadow of a doubt, they made a decision on what's the comparative benefit of this, the comparative benefit, the comparative cost. We should do the same thing. Shadow of a doubt doesn't have anything to do with it. So I'm just disappointed that we've fallen back into, well, they're certainly not cliches, fallen back into issues that I think the legislature and FDOT didn't want us to fall into, and that we need to make the best decisions going forward without getting trapped into contradictory or false positions. What do you think about that, Secretary?
All right, next hand raised there, Greg. No, thanks, Ken. Thanks for your comments, and truly appreciate, like I said earlier, your engagement here during this whole process. And again, thank you to your industry. We talk a lot during the pandemic about those first responders, and clearly the trucking industry played a big part in getting goods to market and medical supplies to our health professionals. So again, thank you to your industry.
All right, Mr. Secretary, we have a couple of more hands raised. I just remind the task force members that we have plenty of time to get into some of our deliberations and discussions amongst ourselves. We're really trying to save this time for questions specifically to Secretary Thibeault. So again, we're running behind on our schedule by a good little bit now. So if we could keep comments concise and strictly to any questions you may have. Like I said, there's more time for this discussion later. I'm going to go to another commissioner from Citrus County, Commissioner Jeff Kennard. Commissioner Kennard.
Good morning, Secretary. Thank you for joining us. I will be concise with my comments. I would agree with my colleagues that terminating the Suncoast Parkway at US Highway 19 at red level checks off an awful lot of boxes. Brings that road to a very logical terminus on the CIS, and that would allow us as well to avoid the interchange at 486 and return to an overpass as it was originally intended. Those are my comments. Thank you again for joining us.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your comments.
All right, so okay, all right. So if we could go ahead, and now we have Janet Bowman from Nature Conservancy. Janet.
Hi, good morning, Secretary. This is Janet Bowman with the Nature Conservancy. I mean, first of all, I want to chime in and just talk about how outstanding your staff and consultants have been in this process and supporting us. And we just really appreciate it. Not only with this process, but we've been on several stakeholder processes, and the FTP, and your staff is just first rate.
Great.
So I wanted to make that comment. And then a second comment is that, I mean, one of the things that we're concerned about is, we really value DOT and your staff and the process and your really thoughtfulness in discussing how you will go about evaluating questions of need, financial feasibility, etc. However, that's balanced against concerns that you don't have enough time given the legislative mandate. And I know we're going to talk about some amendments that address that, but I want to just pose the question, and you don't have to answer it, but it's important for us to know whether you all are willing to entertain asking the legislature for specific changes or supporting specific changes to the process that reinforce the guiding principles and processes that are in the task force reports. That's my question. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Janet. Well, thank you for asking a question. So, really it's up to the task force, right? If the task force has their report and their recommendation for something similar to what you just addressed, that is definitely under their purview to do that. And obviously, as it gets submitted on November 15th to the legislative leadership, they'll take that under advisement, like they're going to take all the other recommendations that are in that report. So we're not here to stifle or try to dissuade any of those type of recommendations if it's the willingness of the group as part of the amendment process to perhaps put that forward. I will tell you this, though. One of the things that we continue to hear, and I mentioned in my opening comments about doing the right evaluation, and let's talk about the economic and environmental feasibility. That in and of itself drives much of the schedule. Our ability to get to that point, regardless of when we do it, whether we do it at the alternative corridor analysis period or whatever the time frame is, we've got to get to that point, and it takes time to get there. That will drive where we go forward. And so if that means that it's because us getting to that point moves us beyond one of those trigger dates that are listed in the statute, it is what it is. It's something that we'll work with and we move forward on. I think the overarching policy statement that was provided in the legislation was to basically, at the maximum extent feasible, get to that point. But there are other things that we need to do before we can get to that point. So we'll continue to follow the guidance that you all provide us as we move forward.
All right, thank you, Secretary Thibeault. We have one more task force member who would like to ask you a question, and that is Commissioner Kristen Dozier, representing the Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for joining us today, and really appreciate your personal comments during your opening. That means a lot, and I think it is fair to say that everyone has worked very hard on this process, and a lot of us have really dug deep and worked closely with your staff and our consultants, and that's great. I do separate the work of FDOT to manage this process from the legislative charge that was passed and signed by the governor. I think you all were asked to take on a monumental task in the last 15 months or so, and you did it professionally and with a lot of sensitivity to hearing from the public and from each individual task force member. I have to say I had a lot of questions up until the summer about what the report would look like given the input that was coming in, and I am glad that it references concerns like Janet just mentioned, or could reference that, but not finding a need. And I think it speaks to FDOT's process, which you just spoke to, that doing the right amount of evaluation, going through that process, your traditional steps could lead us to extend the timeline here. So I actually had a similar question. That would be the one question I would ask you. So I'm glad that Janet jumped in there, and I think our comments in the amendments were very similar on that point. So I simply wanted to say thank you. And lastly, regardless of what happens with the legislature, or if we get changes, as many of us hope we will, the work product, the GIS maps, the, I will call it super regional planning that we have done, not just a few counties, but along this corridor, really points to something that could be helpful for all of us in the future. And I hope that gets kind of embedded in what FDOT does in the future in looking at some of these regional issues, even if I would hope we don't start with something like a toll road first. I think that does skew the conversation, but just let us think about what is best for the region, and FDOT could really guide us through that process. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the conversation today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, well, that is there's no more hands raised, so we can go back to Mr. Chair if you want to. I think we're going to make a slight modification to our agenda.
Thank you, Greg. And again, Secretary Thibeault, thank you for your time with us today. Much appreciated. Thanks for that interaction from the task force and the kind words that were expressed as Secretary on our behalf as supporting this group. We're 45 minutes behind schedule. You guys know how I'm a stickler for time, so let's take a quick 10-minute break rather than 15. And if you will, just remain logged in where you're at, so we don't have any technical issues, and we'll see you at 10 after. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We'll now go to our production lead, Mr. Ryan Asmus, for a public comment summary. This is the 10:15 agenda item. So he's going to need about 20-30 minutes to run through that, and then we'll keep us going and hopefully gain some time back. So Ron, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, good morning, task force members. As you know, for more than 2 weeks, a draft task force report was posted online seeking actionable input from the public. I'll provide a summary of the input received from the public on the Suncoast Corridor draft task report at this time. The draft task report was posted online for public comments from Tuesday, September 29th through Wednesday, October 14th. Members of the public were asked to either fill out the online comment form or download the form and send it to the department. Here are the topics that I'll cover in today's presentation. We'll begin by focusing on the public comments, which were specific to sections of the draft task force report, and also share statistics related to those comments. And then we will turn our attention to the majority of the comments received, which were general in nature and related to the overall project. We will then review the main themes of the general comments and share some overall statistics. For comments specific to the draft task force report, we received 112 comments. All of these comments were submitted online through floridamcors.com. This chart indicates which sections of the draft report received comments. Keep in mind that some of the comments received pertain to more than one section of the report. Comments related to the recommendations and framework and high-level needs sections the report received the bulk of these comments. We'll now look at some of the common topics received from the report-specific comments. Avoidance or protection of natural resources, co-location of the project with existing corridors, consideration of project phasing, corridor need and feasibility, assessment of a no-build option, inclusion of solar charging stations in construction, improvement of emergency responses, enhancement of ecotourism opportunities, inclusion of multimodal accommodations. The remaining public comments received were not related to the report itself, but were overarching comments about the project as a whole. I'll now discuss these comments in greater detail, but here are the 7 main themes from the general comments: corridor need and feasibility, funding, quality of life and economic opportunity, land conservation and preservation, water quality and water resources, wildlife and plants, and other items. 455 general public comments were received during the draft report public review period. This chart provides a breakdown of the comments by theme, with wildlife and plants, land conservation and preservation, and corridor need and feasibility having the most comments. We'll now take a closer look at each of these major themes. Some of the reoccurring comments related to the corridor need and feasibility were a focus on the transportation needs within the study area, addressing the financial feasibility of the project, and co-location of the project within existing transportation corridors. These topics are addressed in the following sections of the task force report: high-level needs, guiding principle number 2, and action plan. Some of the reoccurring comments related to funding were support for acquiring additional conservation lands within the study area, traffic capacity and tolling, and prioritization of local transportation projects. These topics are addressed in the following sections of the task force report: guiding principle number 8 and the action plan. Public comments related to quality of life and economic opportunity included preservation and enhancement of the rural lifestyle within the study area, potential economic impact of the project on local economies, support for multi-use paths, job creation and workforce development, and protection of agricultural lands. These topics are addressed within the task force report in the following sections: high-level needs and guiding principles number 5, 6, 9, and 10. Comments related to land conservation and preservation touched on the reoccurring topics of preservation of agricultural and conservation lands, as well as the importance of expanding the number of conservation lands in the study area. These topics are addressed within the task force report and guiding principle number 8 and the action plan. Regarding the theme of water quality and water resources, reoccurring topics included desire to preserve water resources, avoid environmentally sensitive areas, and enhancement of water quality. These topics are also addressed in the high-level needs and guiding principle number 8. Common topics related to wildlife and plants were related to protection of native species, preservation of natural habitat within the study area, and support for innovative project designs, including the implementation of animal crossings. These topics are also addressed in the following sections of the task force report: high-level needs and guiding principles number 8. Finally, some of the comments that did not fall under the other broad themes we just covered were grouped into categories of other themes. These comments included discussion regarding support for the expansion of broadband in rural areas, discussion of emergency sheltering and evacuation, the inclusion of multimodal accommodations and public safety. These topics are addressed within the task force report in high-level needs and guiding principles 12 and 13. So now I'll hand it back over to our facilitator, Greg Vaughn, to take any questions that you may have.
All right, so if there are any questions in regards to Ryan's presentation, we'll take them now. If you would, just raise your hand. Or if you are participating through the webcam today and through video, just turn on your webcam and we'll call on you. But if we don't have any questions, we'll move on to the next portion of our agenda, the 11 o'clock portion, discussing the revisions to the final draft task force report. So with that being said, I don't see any hands raised in regards to, okay, actually Kent Wimmer has his hand raised. So Kent.
Good morning, this is Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I don't have any specific questions about Ryan's presentation. Thank you very much. But yesterday, the Southwest Central Florida Task Force endured a 14-hour meeting discussing many of the amendments that we're going to be considering today. In order to take advantage of their discussions and so we don't repeat their 14-hour day for discussing the same amendments, I recommend that we consider starting our discussion with those overlapping amendments with the language that the Southwest Central Task Force adopted and DOT approved. I believe this would help us come to agreement more efficiently with the language that DOT has already vetted and create more consistency across the 3 task forces. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Kent. Will?
Hey, Ken, appreciate that. Yeah, we did. Yesterday was a extremely long. Sorry, there's a second mute on my tether here. Thank you, Ken. Yesterday was a very fruitful and productive day, but very, very long. So we are looking at ways to make our time more efficient today. But we do want the task force members to be able to share their thoughts, their preferences, and their priorities. So what we're going to do as we move through the amendments is we will see if the language that was drafted yesterday gets us close enough. And if it doesn't, we'll modify that and help support that resolution. So we're kind of working in parallel as those amendments come up. So yes, we are trying to make it more efficient and try to work toward a resolution quicker. So that baseline of yesterday's report can help, but we also want to make sure all the task force members can speak to their individual concerns today.
That's all I was asking. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Kent. Charles Lee, Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, I just wanted to second the recommendation that Kent Wimmer made. I listened to and spoke to my colleague who serves on that task force and looked at some of the resolution points that the staff drafted, which ultimately gained consensus. There are quite a bunch of the same amendments from several organizations that were offered to the Southwest Task Force as are offered in this task force. And if the staff could simply have the parallel language that led to resolution teed up so that we can jump quickly to that, I think we could move a lot faster. Thank you.
Yeah, Charles, we agree. We just want to make sure as we move through the amendments that they match closely enough, and we've captured all the sentiment, all the concerns, and we'll get that all paired up. It's going to be a working process, but you know, any of the comments that come from staff is myself, Wei, Jason, Watt. So we're huddled up right here trying to get to that resolution very, very quickly.
All right, thanks, Charles. Are there any other questions or any questions specific to Ryan's presentation on the public comments? If not, we will go ahead and move forward into the heart of the meeting today, which is discussion of the amendments in regards to the task force report. So I do not see any more hands. So we will go ahead and start shifting to the 11 o'clock agenda, which is discussion of the revisions to the final draft task force report. We did, as everyone knows, we did ask for staff to, or for task force members to submit edits, proposed edits to the task force report. So now my technical expert co-facilitator Greg Garrett has joined, and what we're going to do is, like I said, this is the bulk of the discussion today is to go through these items. I believe we've kind of got a method to the madness of trying to go through them. I believe also that these should have been sent out and made available to everyone so you could see what the amendments are being proposed for, and we will work through them you know, one by one. We have split them up and organized them such that, and Greg will go into a little bit of this, but to where some were editorial in nature, just, you know, hey, you know, you missed an apostrophe here, or some wording or something other that did not change the content, did not change the intent. And so we have put those into editorial, and that's how they were set up and categorized, that was sent out to the task force. And then there's the overwhelming majority of them. I think we have 41 amendments that are more substantial in nature. So like I said, we'll work through each of those, but so I'll turn it over to Greg, and I'll be manning the ship a little bit, driving as he is working us through this and navigating through everything. So Greg.
Thank you, Greg. Again, just thank you to everyone. Really appreciate all the good feedback we got from the amendments and the amendment process. We enjoyed getting to work with a lot of you on those, and you know, as everyone has said, we got some really great insight and feedback in this, so we're excited to do it. Just some quick housekeeping stuff. You know, as Greg mentioned, we do have the 2 sets of amendments. So we will be going through the editorial ones sort of as a whole, and well, definitely as a whole, and then we will come to the substantial ones as individuals or where they're grouped, group them together. So we're speaking about the same language and areas at the same time. I just want to have a couple of things noted to you. If you can, it'll be helpful to you today, if it is possible for you to do so, to have your package of amendments either open on your computer screen or at your desk printed out or wherever you happen to be. That'll definitely help you follow along. And just a reminder, as you've heard me say through all of our last 3 task force meetings, the guiding principles, the instructions, all that stuff, they are applied and considered as a set. So as we get into discussions about individual ones, you just be mindful that if we've captured it in other guiding principles or language, it's applicable universally. Also, we have, as always, a ton of support here. So, we've got the Gregs, and then we've got support from our central office staff over there. So they're going to be chiming in and helping us a lot with this. And then we have our on-screen note taker, as you see here. We have a backup who's actually going to be editing the report live with us as well. And we also have our subject matter experts available to the task force should there come any questions for that. So yeah, with that, I would like to go ahead and get started. For this very first section, as discussed, we are just going to kind of quickly scroll through. The assumption here is with you all receiving the packets ahead of time that the majority, the editorial comments that you saw listed at the top of your packets are there. So we're just going to kind of scroll through here. If there is a section that we come to where you see that editorial change and you wish to have discussion, if you could raise your hand, and as Greg said, he'll steer the ship for us and let us know. But we're just going to kind of scroll through. When you see the editorial change, again, there are a lot of just either simple words or semicolons, things like that. A couple of things where we've added, task force members have added additional information to study area overview or the naming of resources. So again, we've tried to keep it like that. And then there are some staff edits in here that were, again, just formatting for clarity, transparency, and things to that nature. So I will keep my eye open. Greg will keep his eye open for hand raises here. When we get to the bottom of the document, this will conclude that, and we'll actually go back to the clean document after this for when we talk about our individual amendments, so that we can retain, the line and paid references that you all used for the amendment process. So thank you, Stephanie. I think you're doing a great job on pace here. If we are going too fast at any time, raise your hand real quick or speak up and we can slow down. But yeah, this looks good. You're also going to hear us pause several times today. So when we get into our substantive amendments and start talking, as I mentioned, we're sitting here together, socially distanced, but together so that we can work live on some suggested amendments. But when those amendments come up, we're not going to move on to the next issue while they're working on language or crafting something, because the team that's working on the next language or on that language needs to be able to hear the discussion about the next topic. So we will embrace our awkward pauses today.
Hand raised.
Yes, I see it, Ken. All right, if we could pause real quick. You got him. Ken's unmuted. Go ahead, Ken.
We don't have a copy of what you're showing us right now, right?
That is correct. These are taken from your editorial comments and some of the staff editorial ones. We didn't want to confuse things by sending out a post TF8, pre TF9 editorial document to make things super interesting.
Well, it's not doing any good for you guys to just go down through that page by page. I mean, there's no way we can pick up on whether we're satisfied with the editorial stuff. You might as well just jump ahead or slow way down, one or the other, because this is not doing us any good.
Yeah, so agreed. And that was the note with you having the package as well. You've seen the ones that were marked editorial by staff. So you do have that option as well. Just one second, please. All right. We can also, as Ken, to your point, and Steph, if you could go back to the, well, she's got Ryan talking to her. All right, so Steph, you can go back to the split screen as well. This way, Ken, if you're asking for it, we can bring up those first 10 amendments as well. But again, these were editorial, so when we get to the sum of this, so yeah, Steph, you'll go all the way up to page 1 now, as opposed to starting on page 11. Thank you. So yeah, Ken, if that helps, we can kind of briefly, scroll through those actual amendments in which we labeled as editorial.
I wasn't asking for that.
Okay, all right,
I mean,
cool.
I'm trusting that you only put stuff into editorial that's really editorial. And
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm prepared to skip past the editorial stuff
Sounds
at
good.
this stage, unless you all think that there's some stuff that's listed in editorial that we need to pay attention to, or that you're not satisfied that maybe you captured the purpose of whatever the person was suggesting as editorial. But
Right. No, understood. Agreed. Same
down
page.
through the document, at 10 seconds a page is not helping.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. No, I appreciate your so yeah, actually with that, we actually kind of did get through those. If there is any discussion on the editorial amendments that were combined in the package that was sent to you, so that would have been pages 1 through 10 on the PDF document, or as you know, we scrolled through the screen, go ahead and raise your hand. If there's no comments on that, we're going to move into our first substantive amendment. So I'll pause for a sec. I'm not seeing any hands. All right, I think we're good on formatting, semicolons, and minor wordsmithing. So the first amendments that we're going to address, as I mentioned, we have some that speak to the same language of the report. And in fact, we had a couple that came in, as you can see on the screen now, that were suggestions, but didn't necessarily identify a location. So we're gonna start with those that were not location specific and how they were submitted. And so the first amendments for consideration together are going to be Betsy Barfield 7 and Ken Armstrong 2. They both speak to the discussion of the northern termini. Betsy Barfield submitted her amendment, as you see on screen, suggesting to include the following language: the alternative corridor evaluation and the PD&E should evaluate corridor routes within the study area that terminate at I-10 without regard to any predetermined county. And then Steph, if you can roll down to page 13, we'll go to Ken Armstrong 2. And so Ken, it's again, different suggestion, but similar topic. So Ken had consideration for including somewhere into the task force report the idea that in assisting with congestion relief, hurricane evacuation, and traffic, that the Suncoast doesn't only tie to I-10, but whether it has a potential tie back with I-75 somewhere in South Georgia. So again, you can see how they're different in somewhat in nature, maybe in where they get placed, but they both speak to a similar area of application. So Ken and Betsy, you were up first, so we'll ask if you wanted to share any thoughts or discussion on your amendment, and then Ken will ask you sort of for the same, and then we will go to identifying where and how we can apply these amendments.
All right, Betsy.
Yes.
Commissioner Barfield.
Okay.
All right, you should be, yeah, there you go. You're unmuted.
Thank you. Certainly agree with Ken's comments. He was certainly more articulate than I was in my comments. These comments were submitted to me by Tall Timbers, and they've been with us lockstep along the way. And when I got the paragraph that they had asked me to submit, I reached out to Rosemary Woods at Atkins and went over this suggestion, and she made the comment that this is something that's going to be done anyway. All options are on the table and they will be studied very thoroughly. So I felt comfortable putting this amendment in our draft report.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. And then Ken, if you wanted to, follow up on your discussion of your amendment, and then we'll open it up for discussion to the task force for application or consideration, and also the team here on where we might be able to include that language.
Well, I guess the comment under proposed revision speaks for itself, that I think we should pointedly give FDOT as much flexibility to weigh congestion relief, hurricane evacuation, traffic quantity, and that last one, traffic quantity, definitely ties into toll revenue, as I've said at each of the last couple meetings. If this is just to get traffic onto I-10 easier, you've got one whole different set of ramifications. But if the road has the potential to tie into I-75, it feels to me like that's where you get the greatest a number of ramifications. And so I think we should pointedly give FDOT as much flexibility to weigh the I-10 terminus as possible.
Thank you, Ken. Greg, I see we have a few hands raised, or a hand raised.
Yeah, so we'll go to Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles.
As much as I would generally tend to agree with tall timbers as reflected through Commissioner Barfield's recommendation, I have a pretty strong concern that the specific legislative language in Senate Bill 7068 discussed this corridor as going to Jefferson County. We can't change that. That's what the legislature said. Likewise, with regard to Ken's suggestion, there was nothing, there easily could have been something in the legislation that spoke aspirationally to the concept of a tie back to I-75 in Georgia. However, there was nothing in the legislation to that effect. And I'm concerned that we are getting outside the legal ambit of our charge by not following fairly closely the legislative language. I would note we had a fairly robust discussion down regarding Sumter County in the Turnpike Task Force when a possible alignment consideration emerged, which would have left the Florida Turnpike somewhere down in Lake County, a county that was not even in the task force jurisdiction, and then headed west to the Suncoast, considerably south of Wildwood. And I think that was pretty resoundingly rejected in the discussion by everyone, particularly the representatives from Sumter County, as being outside the legislative charge. So I think the same issue applies here. And again, I understand where both sentiments are coming from, but I think they are sentiments. I mean, it would be useful before we went further in this discussion to hear an opinion one way or the other from the General Counsel of DOT as to whether we can make these changes and still be within the ambit of what Senate Bill 7068 instructed.
All right, thanks, Charles.
Well, Jason, go ahead, Greg.
Commissioner Kristen Dozier with the Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency. You have your hand raised, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Greg. I agree with these changes. I would like to provide, I think we should provide FDOT with some flexibility to look at the terminus. I actually would question whether or not it should or ever would extend all the way over to 75. So I can't get as far as, sorry, I was thinking of distance there. I can't go as far as Ken went with this, but I do think we should have a little more flexibility. To the point Charles just made, this would point to some other amendments that we've got that perhaps the legislation should be changed. The statute should be changed to provide a little more flexibility. Again, I would be hesitant to go as far as 75, but I think giving FDOT and consultants the flexibility to look at an appropriate termini out, would be helpful. Could something like this be embedded if we were to approve one of those other amendments that suggests we change the, recommends that we change some of the statute? Could this be tied in with that? Does that make sense?
Jason?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for all the wonderful comments about the topic that we're discussing. There's a couple of thoughts here, and I think we need to kind of lay them out and address them both, because both of the amendments on the screen kind of focus on different aspects of what we're looking at. The first one being the statute clearly lays out the corridor study area that we're in. I agree with some of the comments that have been made that to extend it outside of the study area that's been laid out is a little concerning, because those people outside of that study area aren't sitting on the task force and haven't had input on it. That being said, as we go through the PD&E and the planning and PD&E process going forward, we're going to look at lots of different alternatives. There is no predetermined outcome for where the terminus would be. I think we're going to suggest some language, and we'll pull it up on the screen here in just a second, that kind of hits both points in both amendments, that lays out what we intend to do, and see if that's helpful for the task force to come to a resolution. So it'll go up in the screen in just a second, and let us work through that. And then as you see it, what we're really just going to say is that the limits of the corridor will end somewhere south of I-10, and that our analysis going through the development process will include all the counties within. So just for thought, give us a second. We'll put it on the gray box and see if we can get to a resolution. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jason.
And Greg, if I could just add real quick, because I meant to do this earlier. So yeah, what we're going to use, as Jason just suggested, to try and facilitate the discussion and how we put language together and propose further discussion on that. As you can see on the left side of your screen, where they're zooming in a little bit right now, where it says this proposed amendment is similar to K. Armstrong 2. When they have that language, we'll replace and put that language there and suggest where it goes in the document. So this way you'll be able to see how it goes, but we're still gonna be able to retain our page and line numbers on the Word document that's on the right. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, no, and that's good. And that thing is kind of, it dovetails really nicely with what I was going to say. So task force members, you will see, if you did print out the amendments that from your fellow task force members, down at the bottom there's a page number, and so the two amendments that we are looking at right now are going to be on page 11 and page 13. And as Greg just said, we'll provide some proposed language in that gray box there to try to address the amendments and address the concerns, and see and then get some feedback from the proposers of those amendments to see if that satisfies their concerns, and then open it up to see if anybody from the task force has any questions or issues. Ken Armstrong, you had your hand raised again. So Ken, did you want to say anything to talk about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Kristen that I don't feel like necessarily the language needs to be put in to accommodate my comment specifically about I-75. I'm not suggesting that we need to propose that this road go to I-75. I'm just proposing that we give FDOT as much flexibility as we can to take all of those items that I mentioned into account. And certainly one of those factors would be the different traffic pattern if this road ever went to 75. I'm happy to wait until we see what this gray section is that just was put up on the screen. Thanks.
Secretary Evans.
Hey, so this is the Greg and Greg show again, but I did want to point out that this process that we're going through, developing some text and inserting it in this area worked very well yesterday with the Southwest Corridor, and we want to try that again. But I want the task force to understand that there may be some brief periods of time where there's silence in the room. So I want Greg Vaughn to know that he doesn't have to fill that entire space up with jokes and whatever he may be wanting to tell. So, but I understand there's a lot of moving parts in the background when you do hear dead space in the conversation. So just bear with us. It's not like we're trying to burn through your time or work this process into wee hours. We want to do it as quickly as possible. Just please understand there may be some dead space in the conversation. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for saying that. And I was actually planning on singing today during those breaks, but I guess I'll hold that till later. Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles, you had your hand raised. You got a comment?
Yes, I simply wanted to second Commissioner Dozer's suggestion that perhaps if we are looking at an alternate point that is somewhat different from what the legislature instructed, that our discussion of this ought to go into that section where we are talking about the need potentially for changes in the legislation. And again, I hate, I hate to be such a stickler for the legal technicality on this, but the legislation is really crisp on this point. And you have to remember that the counties other than Jefferson County, where Jefferson County intersects I-10, the counties other than Jefferson County were not mentioned by the legislature. Those counties were added when the staff of DOT first drew the study area boundary. So again, I think that to have fidelity to what the legislature instructed, that a primary focus has to be on Jefferson County, because it's really, there really was a point A to point B aspect in terms of what is written in the law now. And so that's just my point of view based on what the law is saying, is that it goes to Jefferson County. And I think there probably is good reason, as Commissioner Dozer suggested, and others I think will suggest, to have a recommendation that goes to the legislature from the task force, suggesting there be changes in the legislation on the timing for the PD&E and construction and a number of other things. And this could well be the place that is logically inserted.
Okay, thanks, Charles. There is some, I'd like to direct the task force members' attention to your screen, to the gray box. There has been some proposed language that has been developed to try to address the amendments and the concerns that were raised. So Greg, I don't know if you wanted to touch on that, or.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so as you see in the gray box there, this is the staff here has heard the concerns and considerations shared by the discussion thus far. So they are comfortable, providing language that would address these considerations, but remain, within the boundaries as provided and discussed by the members. So the suggested language on page 11 would be to insert preliminary corridor planning and development limits, corridor planning and development limits of the Suncoast corridor will focus on corridor analysis south of I-10. The full range of alternatives will include all counties in the study area. And so that's the sort of first go at the consideration of addressing these two amendments. As we had suggested, we would go first to Ken and Betsy to see if that addresses their concerns, then obviously open it up for further discussion.
All right, so give me just a second here and we will go to Commissioner Barfield. We'll come to you first. Commissioner Barfield.
Yes, thank you. That language sounds good to me, although I cannot see anything on my screen because of my internet. And if you could just text that language to me so I can read it and digest that as we go along, particularly those that are applied to the comments that I've made, I'd appreciate it. And then circle to Ken, and then if I need to comment on it after reading it, then I'll raise my hand. How's that?
That sounds good. I will try and email that to you if I can.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I guess we're going to go to Ken next, Greg, and then we'll go. I see we got Janet and Charles hands up.
Yeah, so Ken Armstrong.
I'm good with the gray language, with the proviso, which I think is clear, that some of FDOT's criteria in doing their PD&E do involve traffic and maximizing toll revenue and maximizing the use of the corridor and so forth. I think that's adequately in the rest of the document, isn't it? I think if it is, then I'm fine with the gray.
Yes, sir. The document, I think, adequately represents that we're going to follow our I'm going to say, normal policy when it comes to developing alternatives with the additions that are offered by the task force. So this is all kind of an addition to what we normally do. So yes, I think it's already covered.
Okay, I'm good with it.
One other thing I'd like to offer, because there's a lot of discussions about, we've heard from several different task force members about suggestions to the legislature. I'd like to say you have another amendment that comes up at the very end of the document about suggestions to the legislature. So maybe it's suggested that we if you want to add things to that for modifications to the statute language, that may be the more appropriate time, Greg, just as a thought.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Thomas Hawkins, you have your hand raised. Thomas Hawkins, 1,000 Friends of Florida. It shows you're self-muted, Thomas.
I
There you
got
go.
it. I'm talking to myself for 5 seconds. I just had 2 points I wanted to make really quickly. One regarding the amendment on the floor. I support it. And if the folks making it are happy with the staff language, would support the staff language. The second point I want to make, I'd like us to give some thought to how we're going to move beyond an instance like this one where a small number of task forces have stated support for an amendment and at least one task force member has expressed concerns about it. Will we vote? Will we, in that circumstance, does it come in or stay out? And I want to defer because of the time constraints and the unwieldiness of working with so many folks. I want to defer to staff's approach to managing the meeting efficiently, but I also want to be sure that we have some certainty as to how we're going forward that reflects consensus as you define it.
Okay. Yeah, the approach for now will be as you have seen it. Yes, we did hear from an individual, from one individual that had a concern or question about how we could apply the amendments, and then there was further discussion, from other task force members in consideration of that. Our goal would be to hear what all have said, to provide the suggested gray language, and come to a place where, as I would suggest after we hear the hands raised here, say, hey, here's the amendments, here's the plan language that's been put out there. If there's no more considerations or questions about that, then, we'll wrap it up and move on to the next one. So that's the plan for now. Secretary Evans.
So Thomas, thank you. Give us a shot at it, Thomas. We've got a couple amendments that in the introduction here that I think will bring us to a discussion of exactly what's on your mind. So just bear with us a few minutes, just a little while, and let's take a shot at it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Greg. Plural.
That's what we do. All right, Greg, we have a few more hands.
Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles.
Yeah, I'm okay with the language in the gray box, provided that we also address it in a paragraph where we are suggesting to the legislature that there be changes. I think that we need to address it there as well as here. If we're doing both, I'm okay with this language.
Okay, thanks, Charles. All right, Janet Bowman, Nature Conservancy. Janet, you had a comment in regards to this?
Yes, I'm generally okay with the concept that's set forth in the staff proposed amendment, but I am concerned that the second sentence is a little too broad. That I want to be sure that it's clear that it's modifying the corridor analysis south of I-10 part and not the entire, not segments on this southern part of a potential corridor. So for example, if you're, the way I read that, it would potentially apply anywhere to any segment you're looking at. And clearly you're not gonna, if you're looking at segments on the Citrus County end, you're not gonna look at Jefferson County or Madison County. So I'm just concerned it's a little overbroad the way it's drafted.
Janet, if I could add something to that, I think the intent here is to express to the task force that as we go through the alternative analysis development process, we're going to look at the whole study area first, and then start considering where the, I'm going to say, lines on a map have to be drawn for alternative analysis and get a full broad range of alternatives. At that step, when we're just kind of looking at the map and kind of getting a feel for where the projects may or may not be developed, we are looking at the whole study area. Clearly, as those lines get drawn, we're going to narrow it down, and it's not, you know, a single alternative may or may not hit every county or every area of the study area. But really, when you first look at the map, we're just trying to make a point that we're looking at the whole study area to give consideration. And then following the task force's guiding principles, some things will fall out, some things will take priority, some things will take less priority, and we'll go through that process.
No, I understand that, but again, I'm concerned that the particular change that you're making is broader than the two examples or the two proposed amendments that have been proposed. So I'm suggesting it needs to, I would prefer it's narrowed a little bit. And then I also think you need the legislative change recommendation as well.
Okay, thanks, Janet. Let's look at that. Charles Lee, you got your hand raised again, Charles.
You could simply add to this paragraph in the gray box that it relates to the northern terminus of the corridor, that it does not relate to the middle or the southern, but we're talking about the point at which it contacts I-10, the northern terminus.
To that point, with consideration from the task force, we're going to change the sentence and see if we can get closer. And we'll change that second sentence to alternatives to connect to I-10 will include all counties in the study area. That way, to the points that have been made, it's very specific about what this new insertion does. And we'll offer that up for consideration. It'll go on the screen in just a second.
All right, so while that's being worked on,
this is the part where we don't let you sing.
I don't know what you're missing.
One thing I will, to fill the space a little bit, even though Greg Evans said we didn't have to necessarily do that. Thomas, when you had asked earlier about sort of the process, I did miss a couple of aspects to that. So like we said, we're going to work through it, see if we can get to that point where everybody's just, you know, there's no further comments and it's good to go. We will rely on our chair to gauge the temperature of the room, if you will, at times. So, you know, like you're saying, if there is points where it seems, and there's one dissenting and it's not coming to that place, then we will ask our chair to essentially proctor the meeting and say, you know, at this point, I think we've gone as far as we can with this comment. We're going to go in this direction and see what happens. And then we have the option in some cases, you know, like they did yesterday, if you saw the Southwest, where we may have to circle back to additional comments if there's additional need for resolution. So that's the longer plan to your earlier question, Thomas.
All right, I think the gray box has been updated now with the change to that second sentence.
And again, Betsy I know you can't see this, so I'll, you know, if you got my email, Betsy, the first sentence remains the same. The second sentence now reads, alternatives to connect to I-10 will include all counties in the study area. So the entire amendment now would read, preliminary corridor planning and development limits of the Suncoast corridor will focus on corridor analysis south of I-10. Alternatives to connect to I-10 will include all counties in the study area.
So Commissioner Barfield, I'd like to go to you real quick, just to verify and make for sure that what Greg just read is going to satisfy your amendment or your concerns in regards to the terminus at I-10.
Yes, that looks good. But I do have to say, I'm not getting your emails. So if Greg Vaughn can text those, a snapshot of the screen and text that to me, then I could read it. But just listening, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Ken Armstrong, since you were one of the initiators, proposers of that amendment, I know things kind of shifted, changed a little bit, but are you okay with that adjustment there in that language?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Janet Bowman, because of the fact that you raised concerns, does that address your concern?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any further hands. We're going to go ahead and apply the amendment. As I mentioned, Stephanie will show it on the gray box. We have Brian putting it into the document. We'll come back at the end to show the live change in the document. Kristen, I saw your hand went up right at the last second there.
Give me a second.
All right, I think you might be self-muted, Kristen.
I was trying there. Thank you, guys. No, I wasn't sure if you could see my hand was up for a little while, and I was actually taking it down there and letting you move on because Janet, Betsy, Charles, and Thomas all asked the same questions that I was going to ask about how we're going to come to consensus, if we can, on these amendments and vote. I think that was a very important question from Thomas, and I was asking this, or was thinking the same. So I like the language, I support it, and let's just focus on getting Jefferson County broadband before we do anything else, so Betsy and others can read these amendments. I'll leave it there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Real quick before you move on, Steph, we did, and Jason and Will, I'll ask for your head nod on this. Charles had made a request, I guess, that we put like a parenthetical reference at the bottom of this that instructed that maybe we put language at the end as a further request to the bill of the legislature. And so I just, correct, yeah, for later, and that's how they extract, that was how Charles explained it, was to just discuss it later. So I just want to make sure we keep that record or that note. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next amendment. Steph, I'll let you finish typing because I know you're driving the screen for us there.
While we're waiting on that, Ken Armstrong, you had your hand raised again. I don't know if that's from before or if that's something new.
No, I have a comment on whether or not we feel like we need to change the language in the statute. I will wait on it until we get down to that point, but so I certainly don't mind us reminding ourselves that we want to talk about it down there. But to me, it's not a foregone conclusion that we need to ask the legislature to change any language in order to accommodate that. So I'll make the point when we get down there.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
All right. Well, Ken, keep yourself off mute because we're coming right back to you, sir. The next one again was just it looked at perhaps the intro overview section, but was not specific in your amendment on where it goes. But again, as you see here, the revision just suggests the report needs to state that the Suncoast Corridor Report and the Northern Turnpike Extension Report are complementary and interdependent. So again, just looking for that language to be, put as you suggested into intro overview and perhaps also the action plan. So Ken, if anything else you want to elaborate on that, if not, we can begin discussing its incorporation and ask the task force for further thoughts.
Yeah, if you have gray language, I suggest you put it up now. If you don't have gray language, then we can talk in the abstract until you decide to write some.
And just for the benefit of the task force members, so where we are at, it is the amendment up at the top. It says K Armstrong 1. The page number at the bottom is page 12. So that's the amendment that we're looking at right now.
So, I mean, to state my case, I just think we need to specifically state that we believe that those two task forces have interdependent responsibilities and that our reports should be interdependent. It would be dumb for our task force to make some sort of conclusion that is opposite to one of theirs or vice versa, and us not pay attention to that from the beginning.
Okay, Charles Lee, you have your hand raised. Charles?
Yeah, I just wanted to indicate that I concur with Ken.
Sounds good. I actually got the thumbs up here from staff as well. So everybody here is also in agreement that that language will be in there. So I think what I'm seeing here as I'm looking around the room, we're going to go ahead and put it into that. We kind of thought this one might have been like an editorial, so we'll find a way to put it in and bring it back up to show you exactly how it was incorporated later. Janet, I'm sorry, your hand came up as well.
Yeah, I understand the intent of this, but I guess a question for Ken is, I mean, here we are, it's the final report where we're talking about, are there things, and staff, I mean, are there things, I'm not on the Northern Turnpike Task Force, are there things that we should be considering or changing or, you know, thinking about that we haven't? Because here we are, the last task force meeting. So I just pose that question.
Well, to take a first shot at answering that, I would just point out, as you know, there was a lot of discussion. You heard Kent and Charles specifically cross-reference instructions and languages from the Northern Turnpike report, from one task meeting to the next. And then myself and staff here have worked with that. So we, Janet, have tried to be very, very diligent to make sure that where the overlap was necessary and where the consistency was necessary, that we crossed every T and dotted every I in that regard. So I think I feel comfortable saying that I think we've got a great many of it covered, and that's why at this point you're seeing some sort of almost editorial based comment like you saw from Ken here in that regard.
Yeah, and I'd echo what Greg said. Obviously, for those of you who do not know, I think most of you should know by now for sure that there is an overlap physically in our study areas. Citrus and Levy counties are in both of the study areas for Suncoast corridor as well as the Northern Turnpike corridor. And throughout this process, there has been coordination between the efforts of both teams to ensure, whether it be outreach to local elected officials or whatever, there's been coordination so that the left hand does know what the right hand is going, since these are two corridors that are so closely related physically in regards to the M-Course program. So,
yeah, I just want to be sure, and this is that we're talking more, we're talking guiding principles, and we're not talking about any alignment or any proposed project, or we're just talking about guiding principles. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, you've got it exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. Again, it seemed like we had resolution on that. I'm going to move on to our next amendment that we're going to speak to. Stephanie, if you can go to page 15. This is Kristen Dozier, Amendment 2. So we finally we've kind of moved past. So now I'm going to go with page number and line numbers as well for the document so we can see. So it's page 1, lines 6 through 27. Kristen's revision proposed. It says, in reference to the purpose of the program, line 7 and 9, these corridors are part of a broader program. That's line 20 through 21. This section should be amended to include the following. The first dash says the corridor may help address the broader program. However, the regional needs are broader than what we can or should be addressed by FDOT and transportation investment. The second bullet says additional funding, formal partnerships with other agencies, and capacity building for local governments and regional planning councils to develop long-term planning, i.e. land use, infrastructure, economic development, will be necessary to address the full range of goals and objectives of the M-Course program. So Kristen, if you may, give you an opportunity here.
So thank you very much. If I knew that we were going to read verbatim what we wrote in our amendments, I don't know, maybe I would have been a little bit more nervous because now I'm hearing you read it out, and I hope it's clear and something we can work with. The first part of this came up in discussion. Greg Slay, the executive director for our MPO, way others, we met on the 9th. And so I may need some guidance from you all, but really we wanted to focus on the fact that the regional needs are broader than what can or should be addressed by FDOT and transportation investment. This is something we've been talking about throughout the process, that broadband conduit may be great, but I'm gonna, have some fun with my friend here. It's not gonna get broadband all the way to Commissioner Barfield's house. So I felt it pretty strongly that we needed to be clear about these regional needs. All exist. We can address them in multiple different ways, and transportation and this investment may be one way to address part of that, but it cannot address everything. I'll move on to the second part, but was that, for the Gregs, was that clear enough?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. The second part, I think, comes up in several other amendments, and it's something, again, many of us have brought up throughout this process, and that's the capacity building for local governments, regional planning councils. We've got a lot of reference in here to comprehensive plans, to economic development plans and others, and I think there were some actually very specific comments to this point later on that we'll get to. So I'll take direction from you all of, if we have one way to address these, or if we need to bring all these comments together. I added both of these into this amendment because I thought they were important enough to put into the introduction and overview instead of at the end of the document, or maybe in addition to, but I feel pretty strongly they should be up front.
So your thought, Commissioner Dozier, was that there just needs to be some umbrella discussion or higher level discussion in regards to where about the program and the overall needs, as you said, as part of the broader program as is stated in the report, and put a little bit more skin on that. Is that the general thought?
I think that's fair, Greg. I mean, I'm looking at the paragraph line 20 through 27 here, and
Stephanie,
these.
could we get to that on the report?
Yeah, I've got.
Just highlight that where that's at, or just there we go. Okay.
Yeah, it's right under the bullets of the three task force. So I mean, it's right here up front that these corridors are part of a broader program to address the complete statutory purpose of MCORS. Okay, and that includes all of these other aspects: economic development, broadband, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it goes into what I've described as the aspirational goals and those that are direct or indirectly related to transportation investment. So again, I think we need to be clear that that broader program, the corridor may help address those aspects, but these regional needs that are articulated in MCORS statute far exceed the capacity, what transportation investment could or should address. I feel like I'm being a little redundant here. Maybe this was something that you all felt was already addressed, but it just wasn't right up front. And it is something that we talked through a week and a half ago or so.
Okay, I thank you for the clarifications and thoughts on that. And staff is working on something here as we're listening to the feedback. And we have another hand up there, Greg. I think it looks like Charles.
Yeah, Charles Lee. Charles.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm concerned, although I don't think it's Commissioner Dozier's intent. I want to emphasize that. But I'm looking at the way this language will be read by eyes that are not in this room right now. And, 5 years from now. And one of the principles that we have been kind of leaning in on is the concept, and there have been others, 1,000 Friends, I think the Nature Conservancy as well, is that if any of these facilities that are constructed as a result of MCORs are going to brush by some important conservation lands that need to be acquired, that one of the outcomes, which is provided for in Senate Bill 7068, is that the Department of Transportation, as part of the project, and that's wording right out of 7068, will fund the acquisition and protection of those lands. And when I look at Commissioner Dozier's language, I look at something that seems to move kind of away from that and gives an opening for an argument. Oh, well, yes, we're going to coordinate with the environmental agencies about buying land, but it's going to be money out of the Florida Forever Fund that buys the land, not money through the DOT funds. And I think, and I don't think that's Commissioner Dozier's intent, but I think that it's easy to read this language to take you in that direction. And so that's my concern. And my second concern is recalling the language about coordination with other agencies that appears in multiple locations, whether it's broadband or whether it's land acquisition or whether there are a lot of other places in the instructions, and I think even the guiding principles that those kind of things appear. We're adding it again here, I think. So those are my concerns. I'll be interested to see the gray box language that DOT staff comes up with. Again, one of the guideposts that lets us be somewhat positive on the outcome of this task force and MCORs is the concept that this will be a tide that raises all boats. And that we're not just looking at building a road here, but we're looking at money being part of the project to expand the protection of environmental lands. And again, if I were a critic of that objective, I'd look to this paragraph in the future and say, you see, they really didn't want to buy environmental lands with DOT money.
Let me ask a question of Commissioner Dozier. Was your intent, because I know when we get into the guiding principles, there's some specific instructions that talks about, maybe that addresses a little bit more of what Charles was just talking about. Commissioner Dozier, was your intent with this just to be able to at least set the stage to show early on in the introduction that there will be partnerships that will have to be fostered and that will be part of implementation of some of the items that's called out in this task force report?
Thank you for that. First and foremost, I absolutely didn't intend anything as Charles just described, and I would not want to go in that direction. I do think there's a lot of different elements, maybe in the introduction overview, but certainly in the guiding principles that speaks to that. I think I can get a little more specific here, that this really comes back to those broader goals, the program of MCORs, and the environmental piece, what we do with conservation land, other things like that. To me, that's one of those parts of a transportation program that we normally address, and then we've added a lot of robust guidance to that, as we should. I don't think it's typically FDOT's charge to address broadband, water, sewer, energy distribution, autonomous connected vehicles. I mean, I'm reading from the first page of the MCORS website right there. That's really what I'm speaking to here is, and I think that is a good clarification, that the quarter may help address some of those regional needs, but it cannot, nor should, FDOT should not be charged with addressing every one of those needs. We don't have the funding. It's not in your mission. And yes, we speak to partnerships later, but those aspirational goals are more of what I'm talking about here.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
If I may, sorry.
Yes, please.
The
Okay.
second
Keep going.
part is one aspect of, and I think this came up from DOE's comments, DEO, sorry, comments and others, that we need to do some capacity building, and we need to make sure those partnerships with other agencies are clearly articulated in the document, because if we're ever going to touch on any of these aspirational goals, that's how we're going to do it. But just building the capacity of local governments doesn't mean we have the funding for it. That's why these two are tied together. Is that a little bit more clear for you? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, understood.
Yes.
The team here is working on getting that gray language up there so we can see it. So just bear with us.
Charles Lee, you have your hand raised again. I don't know if it's from previous discussion or not.
It's not. Again, when I read Senate Bill 7068, Commissioner Dozier, you are right that a lot of these things are outside of DOT's traditional wheelhouse, but a literal reading of 7068 clearly takes you outside of DOT's traditional wheelhouse. I mean, it was just 2 weeks ago that Senator Galvano was quoted in newspaper articles saying we must proceed with MCORS so that school children will have virtual learning capacity to help them during the period of the pandemic. So it's clear that whether it was a wise thing for the legislature to do or not, again, this may be something that gets addressed down in our paragraphs of requests to the legislature to consider amendments. But whether it was a wise thing to do, if you just look at the statutory language and what it instructs DOT to make parts of this project, parts of these projects, it clearly instructs making things like broadband and water and sewer, as well as land acquisition, parts of these projects. And so I come from the same common sense position, I think, that you do, Commissioner. But we are where we are with what the statutory language says. And I think the statutory language is fairly focused and crisp on the fact that it was trying to push DOT out of its traditional limits to do these other things on the basis that doing them is somehow going to be very important for Florida's future. Personally, I think the whole thing was unrealistic. But that's what the legislation says. And so perhaps what we need to do with these paragraphs, unless a magic set of words we can agree to comes out in the gray box, is to suggest that this be pushed into the area where we're going to say to the legislature, this task force looked at what you said, and with all due respect, we think you overreached. And that a lot of these things are beyond the ambit of DOT. So anyway, let's look at the gray box.
All right, yeah, we got language. So all right, so the proposed language to be added into the introduction overview section states, and thank you, Stephanie, I appreciate you zooming in for me there. A transportation corridor may help address the full set of statutory purposes, but some of these regional needs are broader than what can or should be addressed solely by FDOT and transportation investment. There may be a need for additional funding sources, formal partnerships with other agencies, and capacity building for local governments and regional planning councils to develop long-term plans and coordinate investments for land use, infrastructure, economic development, environmental stewardship, and related topics will be necessary to address the full range of statutory purposes for the M-Course program. It's some very well crafted language. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, are there any comments from?
We'll pause to let you unpack that one there.
All that. Yeah. I would like to go to Commissioner Dozier first, since she was the proposer of the initial amendment regarding this. So I know that this is a little bit of stuff to take in as far as just kind of reading, making sure it addresses everything. But Commissioner Dozier, like I said, I would like to come to you and see if this addresses what your concern was, maybe in regards to this.
I'm gonna echo Greg's language. Well written here. I mean, this is good. I'm just reading it through one more time, and I would love to hear other comments, but I think this absolutely captures the concern and very specifically addresses the fact that we need that FDOT cannot solely address these issues through transportation investment. And I hope it addresses Charles' concern about the environmental piece. We'll debate the statutory language and the guidance and everything like that in a few minutes, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Yeah, and just as I mentioned, you know, that when we do get this gray language, I'll just do it as a refresher. You know, because again, we saw how the amendment process can sometimes go down some rabbit holes. So when you see the gray language, you know, Greg and I will attempt to facilitate this the best to our abilities to simply state, if you're good with the language, you know, you don't have to raise your hand. You know, no further discussion needed. If there is anything that, you know, a word here or some consideration or discussion there, go ahead and raise your hand. But given a few minutes, so I think I will go ahead and ask, you know, if there's any further comments or questions on this, go ahead, raise your hand, let us know. If you're good with it and you like, you know, what they've crafted here, I'll kind of pause, give it a minute, and then we'll move on. And I'll add a third one just because this is such a big block of language. If you need a few more seconds, I guess let me know. So I'll wait a little bit, but Secretary Evans.
All right, so we're
Is he muted? Is he muted?
Okay.
amendment, I'm having technical difficulty.
Sounds good. All right. So Secretary, I would say we're coming up to the lunch hour, and for whatever reason he's unmuting himself, but they don't want to let his voice through at the moment. So it looked to me like we did not have any further consideration on that language. Then when we come back from lunch, we get to tackle our sort of first mega arm amendment one, where we had 5 amendments that were about the consensus language on page 2 of the document, and those 2 paragraphs that speak to that. So we're going to queue them up. We're going to read through the 5 of them that all sort of speak to the same 2 blocks of language, and here as we have, and then do that. But that one's going to take a while to unpack, so I think we want to let everybody get some food, as Secretary Evans said, get some protein, get some carbs, refuel, and come back ready to do great things. So.
And I'm trying to get Greg's attention over here. So I just want to remind everybody that when you're away, if you could, please put your system on mute, self mute on your end. We want to begin back promptly at 1:30. Like Greg said, we've got a lot of stuff to get into this afternoon. Good progress this morning to get us started. If you have to disconnect during the break, please join us or rejoin a few minutes before 1:30 to ensure that you can get fully connected. Again, if you have any problems during the break, please reach out to Tommy Bull but the meeting will be muted during our break, and we will see you guys at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, task force members, hope you enjoyed the lunch, and welcome back to a continued. Now, good. Still having a little technical difficulty. Sorry about that, but welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch with a continued conversation on revisions to the draft task force report. And with that, unless any of y'all are having some technical difficulties, raise your virtual hand or reach out to Tommy Bull or Ryan with the email address that was just shown there. So with that, Greg Vaughn, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir. All right, so yeah, I'll invite my other Greg brethren in here, and so we can pick back up. We thank the task force for our discussion. Hopefully this morning you kind of saw kind of the process that we'll kind of go through to address each amendment. We want to make for sure that each amendment gets the due time that it deserves, and that each task force member feels heard. So with that being said, we're going to pick right back up, and I'm going to ask Greg to go ahead and kind of get us kicked off here.
All right, thank you, Greg. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. A quick revision to how we left you on your way to lunch. We were going to come back and move on to the consensus page 2 language, but during the lunch, as promised, the team did craft the language to address Ken Armstrong's amendment about the Northern Turnpike Extension Report and the Suncoast Report being complementary and interdependent. And so that language is on the screen. And Jason, did you want to? Nope. Okay. So we're going to, the language on the screen, as is suggested to be added, would go into page 1, line 20. So at the beginning, after the 3 bullets, at the beginning of that next paragraph, as part of the MCourse program, a separate task force is evaluating the Northern Turnpike corridor. Coordination between the 2 studies is critical for regional connectivity. Specific activities relating to corridor analysis and engagement with the public and local municipalities will be coordinated. Consideration will be given to both task force reports for overlapping projects. And so Ken, if you will, let us know if you're good with that language. And if so, we will see if there's any other considerations and move on.
Thank you. I'm not sure that overlapping projects, the last 2 words, quite get me there. I mean, we're really talking about decision points. So I mean, our group could decide go full speed ahead. Their group could decide don't build it, or vice versa. So it is not just overlapping projects, I think, where the interdependence is. It is decision points not just at necessarily the task force level, but at FDOT level and at PDE level.
Hey, Ken, I jumped on because we made a on the fly change there. We agree with you. The overlapping didn't really hit the point we wanted. It's really connecting projects, and it's the 2 sentences above it say we recognize that we're going to have to give a lot of consideration as we develop any projects that connect the 2 task forces and how they relate to each other. What we're trying to capture here is what your point was. We agreed that it needed to go in and capture some internal coordination that we all plan to do behind the scenes, but it's good to have it in the report so the world knows we're going to actually do that behind the scenes and look at both task force reports and make sure that they're both given full consideration for the applicable projects within the task force local regions and how those projects connect. Does that help, Ken, the connecting instead of overlapping?
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have Charles Lee.
Let's do it. Let's do that language.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? All right, it looks like there's no other hands raised, so we'll move from that. As we move into the next one and we can begin talking about the next process, just again a note, moving through the discussion process, you'll see, we'll talk about the amendments. We will ask the proposers to provide their considerations. And then when the gray language goes up, if it turns out that we are okay, we'll ask are there any concerns or questions. And if there are none, seeing no hands, that's a signal for us to move right on. So we are going to start with Betsy Barfield number 2. So we are going to be on page 14 of the amendment package. Betsy, you had a question here about the use of the word greenfield corridor. So you said change the word greenfield corridor to new alignment corridor for better understanding of the term by the general public, and had mentioned, the worry about the public perception of the use of that word. I would like to offer to you, the team, one of the edits that we made as a staff edit was editorial was to expand the glossary terms. And so included in that, we provided the definition of greenfield corridor in there in the hopes that that would address your concern as to whether or not the wording was unclear or deceptive. And so therefore it's actually defined in the report. So Betsy, just wanted to ask if that was acceptable for you.
So how did you define that greenfield? What does it say? Okay, I got it on my screen. No. Read the definition to me, please.
Jason, can you help me with that? Yeah, just give us 1 second. We'll get that up on the screen for you.
Great.
I think I have it over here as well.
They're looking to pull it up, but I'll go ahead and read what it says in the glossary. And just so you know, we pulled this from some FHWA Federal Highway documents that discussed greenfield because we wanted to make sure it was as encompassing as possible. It says a corridor designed from the beginning with no constraints from the existence of prior facilities that need to be modified or removed. So in effect, it's if we're going to design a corridor where nothing existed prior, and we didn't have to modify or remove the existing roadwork, then that's by definition a greenfield corridor.
So it's actually not talking about the roadway. It's just talking about the swath of land, right?
Yes, the swath of land. If there's work already done on that land and we have to modify it or remove it, that's not considered greenfield. If it is a pristine, untouched by infrastructure, then that would be greenfield.
Okay, that's the clarification I needed because I sure don't consider a road a greenfield.
Gotcha.
No.
No, understood.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Betsy. All right, we're going to move on to the next amendments that speak to this. So we're going to be looking at Dozier 3. It's page 16, 17, 18, and 19 of the amendments. And so I'll go through those briefly. Again, in this case, we are looking at page 2, and it is, bear with me here, I'm sorry. So it's page 2, and it's that block of 8 through 28, and the paragraph behind it about the greenfield. So they all 4 of these amendments speak to that. So we're starting with Christian Dozier 3. It says in this section we state that the task force did not reach a conclusion that there's a specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor. The task force's intent is to provide consensus recommendations, etc. It says this section should clearly state that the consensus recommendations do not constitute a need identified by the task force because, as noted on lines 12 to 14, we do not have the information at this time. And then, Steph, if we can go to the next one. Ken Armstrong 3, similar section of the report, but line 15 suggests substituting the task force reached the conclusion based on the information available at this time that there is no specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor. Ken was suggesting that we could underline or boldface the word completely. would also add this phrase to the sentence, which announces our preference for existing routes with possible greenfield routes as only as necessary in keeping with the task force guiding principles. So that was additional language for consideration. And then the next one was Janet Bowman 2, where you can see in the red highlight there. So again, leading in, this is page 2, lines 12 through 14. Adding in an additional after the discussion about the Greenfield corridor, nor did the task force reach a conclusion that there is a need for expansion of existing highways or facilities through the study area. And then Kent Wimmer had.
I think that's where, I think from a grouping, I think those were the groups that at least I think that we wanted to look at.
Okay. There was some word suggestions on the Kent. Gotcha. All right, so we'll go with those 3, and the team is working on something to craft up here for you all to see, because obviously we're trying to reconcile the overlapping comments.
In the meantime, Commissioner Dozier, did you want to comment in regards to your amendment while we're waiting on the language to be crafted?
Thank you, Greg. I'm actually content to wait and see the language that you all are going to develop. I think these 3 comments do overlap, and it may be easier to get into the discussion once we see that language.
All right, fair enough. Ken Armstrong, Ken, did you want to say anything before we get there, just in regards to your thought process?
I think so. I think there is substantially more than a semantic difference between not deciding to do something and deciding not to do something. If I say, I didn't decide whether or not I was going to go skydiving, that's a very different sentence than saying, I decided not to go skydiving. And I think we have the same situation here. The text as written, and I think this is largely because of the word completely in that section, it feels to me that saying we didn't reach a conclusion on whether to do a completely new greenfield corridor is very different than saying we reached a conclusion not to do a completely new greenfield corridor. And I haven't heard anybody in these 9 meetings say we need to do a completely new greenfield corridor. So I would reach, now maybe somebody hasn't spoken up on that and believes it, and there is perhaps even a substantial part of the task force that feels that way, but just hasn't expressed it up to this point. But I would turn the negative statement into a positive statement with the qualifier that I listed also in the box that says with possible greenfield routes only as necessary and in keeping with task force guiding principles. Okay. That's all I have until we see more, unless somebody wants to comment on my thoughts.
And the gray languages, or the languages, I'm sorry, being told to hold on a second.
Thanks, Ken, for that. Yeah, give us just a second here. So again, y'all just bear with us for just a second. Just trying to make for sure we're covering what we need to cover here to address things. Stand by, please.
Hi, it's me again. So sorry for the delay. We want to make sure we understand what's going on because there's a couple of different amendments here. We've talked to them about the consensus language. So there's two things, and Ken, I'm not ignoring what you just said. I want to talk about what's on the screen, and then I'll go back to the Greenfield language in just a second because I think there's a distinction. So if you look at the gray language there, I believe, and somebody will jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that replaces the paragraph from 21 through 28. It's a complete replacement. It's a new paragraph. And what we really tried to focus on doing is instead of saying what is not happening and focus on what couldn't happen now at this phase of the project, really lay out what the task force is intending for the department to do in the future and what has to still happen before any project can proceed. So that I think captures a lot of the issues with the consensus language as written in the report. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. Now, as it pertains to the Greenfield language, I think the Greenfield language as written from the department's state perspective, we felt like it adequately represented what the task force has set up to this point. Did not reach a conclusion based on information at the time that there is any specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor. Happy to still hear discussions about that. I think they're two separate things though. Greg, I'm going to leave it up to you which one you handle because we need to do them both. Maybe we talk about the gray language first because it hits a lot of the points, and then refer back to Ken's language about greenfield.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, I agree with that suggestion. I think, you know, as was suggested by some of the task force members, you know, having something to respond and react to is productive. So I think you all have had time to read this. I will give it a quick run through, so bear with me on this. So again, Jason was suggesting this beginning at line 21 replaces that paragraph. So in completing this report, the task force's intent is to provide consensus recommendations for how FDOT can work with local governments and other agencies and partners to carry out the MCORS program as specified in Senate Bill 338-2278. These consensus recommendations address how needs and feasibility should be evaluated and how corridor development and related activities should move forward to implement the statute and support the environment, quality of life, and prosperity of the study area and the state. Future activities related to project-specific needs, environmental and economic feasibility will be fully developed by FDOT consistent with the task force's recommendations. So, Greg, there's several hands up. I'll let you.
Yeah, we got a few hands here. Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, come to you first, Commissioner Kitchen. It shows you're self-muted, sir.
How about now?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I guess the language sums it up. I was going to say, is there a need to state a negative? All these places where it said the task force didn't reach a consensus on this or that, we didn't reach a consensus on many things, and perhaps that's because we, you know, that wasn't our task. I'm just curious as to why we just, you know, the language I think you've inserted summarizes a lot of that. I agree exactly with what Ken was saying. When you say it's almost implied by saying the task force didn't reach a consensus on this, is that the task force didn't want that to happen. And I don't think that's the intent of the language. So I still keep coming back to we're almost asserting a negative. Is that necessary? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kitchen. Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the language in the gray box, provided that the language shown on the right-hand page from 8 through 20, lines 8 through 20 stays in place. I think that we do have to state that negative with regard to the issue of a new greenfield corridor. because all of our discussions about co-location, the three-tiered provision in our guiding principles about approaching the approaching future needs, first upgrading existing facilities and then expanding facilities and et cetera. All of that is consistent with this. And so for this one task force member, the words between line 8 and line 20 are essential to my ability to have a consensus with this report.
Real quick, if I could add, thank you, Charles, for that. Right now, we're talking about replacing 21 through 28 and 8 through 20 stays. What we're working on in the background is a modification to lines basically 12 through 16 that offers clarity. It still leaves greenfield in. It still says we have no intention of producing an entirely new greenfield corridor, but we're going to work on some clarifying language there. And after a couple more task force members speak, we'll throw that up on the screen to address too.
All right, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. I am part of the problem with editing virtually by committee. This is, you guys are doing a good job walking us through this, and I really appreciate that. But I'm trying to keep track of the various comments here. I like the new language, but I was just looking at the original paragraph, lines 21 through 28. Because the one line consensus on this report does not constitute agreement by all task force members that at this phase, I don't need to read the rest of it, I suppose, but basically project specific needs and environmental and economic feasibility are not fully developed. That line kind of really gets to some of the other conversation we're going to have later today about the financial analysis, the statutory language itself, from my perspective. Wherever that conversation goes, this seems like an accurate statement that we did not identify a project-specific need or environmental or economic feasibility because of the phase that we're in. So going back to the new language, it seems more positive and forward thinking. I don't think that's a problem necessarily, but I just wonder if we're losing a little bit. Now, the last thing I'll say here is I had just gone back up to that first paragraph, line 8 through 20, and I could see someone arguing, I could see you guys arguing that we already have that language, kind of that caution in that first paragraph, that we did not have enough information to identify a need, whether it be a new greenfield corridor or just needs in general. So I'm still working through it, but for the Gregs, did that kind of concern make sense? And do you have any comments on that? Or for Jason, not a Greg.
That was helpful.
I'm not a Greg. I'm the only non-Greg, even though I share a name with the other Mr. Watts, even though we're not related. Commissioner Dozier, I understand what you're coming from, and I think you hit it right on the head with the goal. And you'll see this several times when we start talking about the gray language and staff comments, is we recognize that a lot of the report talks about what could not have happened yet. And instead of focusing on what could not happen yet, and it's basically impossible to ask the task team to make some of the statements that are in the current 21 through 28. We tried to focus on what the task force was telling the department to make sure we did in the future, and really look at the language as here's what we did as a task force, here's what you did as a task force, and here's what we're telling FDOT to do in the future as a task force. So it really was intentional to not focus on what hasn't happened, couldn't happen, was never asked of the task force, and focus on what the task force has asked the department to ensure happens in the future, if that helps.
It does, Jason. And like I said, I like the new language. I just wanted to make sure we weren't losing something substantial in this original paragraph, line 21 through 28. So I'll listen to other people's comments now, but I may come back to that one line that the consensus on the report does not constitute agreement by all task force members about the status right now. But I'm going to look at the paragraph right above it.
New one. Yeah. And then
Okay.
Greg, Janet's had her hand up for a bit.
Janet, are you there? Sorry, I didn't see your hand up in the way the
Yeah,
system's set
yeah.
up. So
I
sorry
raised my
about
hand
that.
earlier in reference to my amendment, and I just wanted to point out that on the Greenfield language, there was some language that was agreed to at the Southwest Task Force that addresses our concern that could be used here. So I just wanted to point that out.
Janet, this is Jason again. If you look, we just put it into the gray box. It's the replacements for line 12 through 16, and it kind of more narrowly defines. It does exactly what I just said we were doing in the next paragraph, which was talking about what happened with the greenfield now and what needs to happen in the future by the department. And really offer clarity to the task force. Didn't base a conclusion that there's the specific need for a greenfield corridor. And we also put or modifications of existing facilities to the study area. That determination hasn't been made by the task force at this point, but it does mean that project level needs will be evaluated in the future consistent with task force recommendations. And if a specific need is identified, then we'll use the task force report and understand that there's a preference for improvement of existing major highway corridors first. And it kind of tries to lay out exactly what the discussions have happened over the past several task force meetings, and I hope it helps.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, so two big sort of rewrites there, as Janet pointed out, and earlier to the point that Kent made. This, we were working towards that language, as you all suggested that we had from yesterday. So the new language is out there as proposed. We'll see if there's any further discussion or comment. Or Greg, I'll defer to you on that.
So Charles?
Yeah, I just wanted to support Janet Bowman's position, which is the language that was derived out of the Southwest Florida Task Force yesterday. I think it answers both points very well, and I can support that language.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Ken Armstrong.
You're wanting to come back to my question, or whether my question is now open because of that revision of 12 through 16.
Yes, Ken, that's correct. We're asking if these two revisions succinctly address the three amendments, and there's one that'll come up after it.
Okay. Well, it's like I said in my amendment, it feels to me as though we have reached a conclusion. I mean, have we not? Have we not reached a conclusion based on the information available at this time that there is no specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor? I mean, have we, or have we? I mean, that's stronger language from an environmental perspective than what's here now. I mean, I'm happy. I can live with the gray stuff. I just don't think it's accurate. And I would like to be accurate.
Okay, we're looking at that right now, Ken. So give us just a second, please.
So Ken, let me jump in, because it's going to be a little bit of sausage making. I want to make sure I understand your position. So instead of the sentence saying the task force did not reach a conclusion based on the information available at this time, there is a specific need for a completely greenfield corridor, ... You would say the task force reached a conclusion that at this time, there is no specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor, ... Is that fair?
Well, Jason, yeah, I don't know if you're reading, you just read my thing. I don't know my amendment. I don't know if you intended to or not.
I did not, because They didn't scroll up, so I'm just talking.
Yeah, if you look at my amendment proposed to substitute that we reached the conclusion based on the information available at this time that there is no specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor. I suggested, as you'll see further down in the amendment, that we might conceivably want to add with possible greenfield routes only as necessary and in keeping with task force guiding principles. But I mean, if everybody else is fine saying we didn't reach a conclusion, then I'm okay with that. I just don't think it's an accurate statement.
Okay, well, at this point, then let me say this, because I think we need to hear before we make an edit on the screen to go with that, and especially, Ken, based on what you just said, that really it depends on what the rest of the task force wants to do. We've heard from a couple of other task force members that like the language as is. So let's get some more input and then see if we want to make that change or not.
All right, so let's see here. We have a few people that's got their hand raised. Commissioner Scott Carnahan from Citrus County. Commissioner Carnahan.
Thank you, Greg. I want it to be known that with the population of Florida, tourism that's coming in every year, we're having more and more people coming in. I do believe that this road be constructed. We need to be ahead of the curve, and we've got to move people. So I don't agree with the last wanted to move forward. We wanted to move out of our county, and so I support it full-heartedly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. All right, LaWanda Pemberton from Taylor County. LaWanda? Hello, LaWanda, are you there?
Say that was inadvertent. It was inadvertent.
Okay. Let's see here. Going to, bear with me just a second here. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent? You're self-muted, Kent.
Good afternoon. Sorry, Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. My next amendment was dealing with this paragraph, and I'm willing to drop that amendment if you please adopt the amendment you have in gray, which the Southwest Central Task Force adopted. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Yeah. All right, so several people with their hands raised. Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Jeff Kennard. You're self-muted, sir. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I would support the language as it is. I disagree with the comment or the statement that that we have reached a conclusion that a greenfield, new greenfield road is not necessary. I don't believe we've reached that conclusion. I think we have, as a task force, we've encouraged co-location or other methods of getting the project to a complete point, whatever that looks like. But if a portion of that ends up being a greenfield project, then I think that's okay as well. So I don't think we've reached that conclusion. I would go with the language we've got.
All right, thank you, sir. A couple more hands are raised. Ken Armstrong, I'll come back to you. Ken?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess I'm not expressing myself very clearly. This section here, as originally written, says completely new greenfield corridor. I'm in favor of a corridor. I just haven't heard anybody say that this whole road should be a completely new greenfield corridor. I obviously am not expressing myself well. I yield. It's okay. The language as you originally have it is, I think, inaccurate, but fine with me. Perfectly fine.
All right, thanks, Ken. All right, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. So even though Ken just yielded, I will pick up on his comment. The only problem I had with the statement, the task force reached a conclusion that there is no need for a completely new greenfield corridor, was the addition of based on the information available at this time. That's it. Yeah, I mean, if we got that conclusion, then we came to a conclusion and we don't need any more information. So I thought that left the door open for someone to say, oh, here's more information and now we need a completely new greenfield corridor. So I wanted to reference that because I think from the voices or from people who participated in the process, and that includes those my friends down in Citrus and others who very much want this road to continue, I agree with Ken. We haven't heard anything that says 19's at capacity and we need a completely new corridor, or greenfield corridor. So I could get there. On the other hand, I don't mind the language that you've presented here for lines 12 through 16. I'm glad you've included modifications to existing facilities. The only thing it looks like we lost was the acknowledgement of the process for FDOT to consider a no-build alternative. That language, I thought about putting in a question or amendment on that language. I wasn't quite sure what to do with it. I'm pretty sure no build is referenced in other places. So I'm not sure if it's a problem to lose that reference up front, but I also think it was significant that we put it in our introduction and reference that there is a process to get to no build, as you all have said ongoing, that there's a lot more steps in this as you go through PD&E and other environmental evaluations. So can you just speak to that for a second of what we're losing and whether or not no build is referenced, that process is referenced later in the document?
Commissioner Dozier, thank you for that. So a couple of points. One, no build absolutely is referenced. It's referenced in the action plan. It's very clearly laid out how we analyze no build alternatives in future project development. It's very important for us. We've heard from the public, we've heard from the task force about making sure that no build is an option and is considered. And it is farther down in the report. We believed it's where it needs to be. It's in the action plan of the department of exactly what's going to happen after the task force report is over.
Okay, I thought it was in the action plan, Jason. I just, for my particular opinion on this, I think it is so significant considering the public comments, considering the discussion of the task force, and quite frankly, the information we've been provided about the current excess capacity on 19, the opportunities to improve the existing facility, all of facility or existing roads, all of that points to I'm going to pause there. I was about to get off track. So I think we have talked about no build as a necessary option throughout, and simply referencing in the introduction that we acknowledge there is a process that could get us to a no build alternative in the future is valuable. People may only read the introduction. I will leave it there. Again, I'm okay with the other two paragraphs, but that piece I think is a significant loss if it's not in the introduction.
Let me make a clarification. We're not removing the sentence you're referring to.
Okay.
We're only replacing lines 12 to 16, and it actually, the next sentence after what we're replacing is the no build sentence that's in there now. It stays in.
Okay, see, line 16 ends with quote no, so I
Yeah,
include that.
it's
Yeah.
in the middle, and it's hard for us to say, and we'll try to do a better job at that in the future.
It's
No,
like
you
line
got it.
12 through 16.2.
Yeah.
As opposed
Okay. Well,
Let me,
hey, I'm happy then. Well done. Let's go.
if I could back up just a second, because Kent Wimmer made a statement, and he said that he supported this because it was exactly the same that was approved by yesterday's task force. And there's a couple of word changes. I think they're important. I think they're necessary. So if we could, while we're on the screen, I'd like to offer a suggestion that for the lines 21 to 28 paragraph, we make a couple of changes that I don't think anyone's going to have a concern with, but let us put it on and see what you think. The first is where it says intent in the first line. If we could change that, instead of the task force intent is to, it would say the task force's charge was. Just offering clarity that it's not an intent, it's the charge, it's what you were asked to do. Second, down in the paragraph there, it says all task force members. We'd like to change the word all to individual, just for more clarity, to make sure that we give us 1 second. Okay, I think that may be it right now. We'll be right back. Thank you. We can go on to other comments, Greg.
All right. Yeah, Charles Shin from Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Charles, you had your hand up.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to voice the support for the text in the gray box, and also the change to charge. I think is fine. I remember that from yesterday as well. That's a good change.
All right, thank you, sir. Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida. Charles.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I will go with the language you have in the gray box with your last minor modification. I would prefer, adding the treatment of things as Ken Armstrong said, that we affirmatively found there was no need for a new greenfield corridor at this time. I would prefer that. That certainly is closer to my evaluation of the facts. But if in order to reach a consensus, we need to be softer on that, I will go with that too. But perhaps the easiest way to close this round might be if you just ask each task force member to say whether those, the affirmative treatment that Ken proposes of essentially saying they did not find a need for a greenfield task force versus the way you have it in the gray box, which does each task force member prefer? And then we could close this up maybe.
All right, thanks, Charles. We've got Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent? Try it now, Kent. There you go.
Thank you very much. Jason, I really appreciate you pointing that out. I thought that those changes had been made in last night's version, and that's what I thought you had copied and pasted in, but thank you very much, because those were the changes I was asking for in my amendment. So thank you very much. I thought those already had been captured. So appreciate it, guys. Good work.
Thank you, Kent. All right, Ken Armstrong, you had your hand raised. Kent, I'm Ken.
I withdrew my amendment. I was so severely beat up by everybody who wanted the softer, mushy language than my straight, clear language that I withdrew it. So It's a dead soldier as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
All right, Greg, do you want me? So it sounds like we've kind of come to the end on that with Ken putting a cherry on it for us there. Are there any further comments or discussion on this? If not, I'm going to move on to our next amendments, which are related. Okay, so not seeing any hands. What I will ask now for Kent Wimmer and for Janet Bowman. You have follow-up amendments. Kent, you had already mentioned this. I just want to confirm your follow-up amendment. As you know, you suggested this, your editorial language that was the exact same in a different section of the report. With your permission, we will just apply this new language to that section. It's already there. Okay. So Kent, if you just give me your okay on that. And I don't know, do we have him muted, Greg?
Just a second. Hold on. There you are.
Thank
There
you
you are.
very much. This is Kent Wimmer. Thank you very much. Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you, Kent. And then Janet, your amendments, it was, oops, I gave Greg, let me get my paper back. Sorry. So Janet, you had your similar amendment to this language, as you know, for the other section report. So I believe it was 1, 3, and 4. So they are also addressed by this change, and just with your permission, that would be carried there. And Will and Jason, I would ask you agree. So
Yeah, give
Greg,
just a second here on standby. Looking at something real quick. So just a second, please.
Janet, let me clarify my request. So the addition of this language here, we're asking if that addresses your other 3 amendments, and therefore they don't need to be repeated 3 additional times in the report, since we've got it here. So that's what we're asking, Janet, about your amendments 1, 3, and 4. And she's got her hand up, I guess. It says self-muted, Janet.
Yeah, I mean, I did want them repeated. I mean, they were repeated yesterday, so
Janet, if I could ask a question, because with the intent, and I'll talk about yesterday, even though it's a completely different task force.
No, I know.
But I wanted to make sure we understood. Yesterday, or that a specific project should be constructed wasn't included. What we did is we completely rewrote those 2 paragraphs to, instead of focusing on what that sentence that you've modified doesn't exist in the gray language anymore. So what it does is, instead of talk about what the does not constitute, that got pulled out, and it says is this is what the department should do in the future. So for specific projects, we have to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
We can look at the gray language again, but are you okay with that, with the
Jason,
new gray language?
Jason, that's fine. I just want to be sure that the new gray language, the green field, appears 3 different places in the report, that construction. And so I just want to be sure that that's when we get to it.
Okay, so right now, what we're focused on is the two gray language that's on the screen now, and that is a substitution for, and I'm going to say all of the consensus amendments that have been proposed, because it is a significant rewrite of those 2 sections, and I think that's what Greg's getting to. But thank you, Janet. I think we heard you. We can move on. I'm almost 100% certain the greenfield didn't get pulled out anywhere. It still exists in the document, every place that it was before, and we still talk about it. Because that is something the task force has been very vocal about. So it's in there.
Yeah, when we get to it, the subsequent amendments we can talk about.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, and so Janet, just to be clear, because we are here now for that, you had 2 amendments in this section. So it was Janet Bowman 2 and then Bowman 1. And so Bowman 1 is still in this introduction and overview paragraph. So I think we got those 2 covered based off what I'm hearing from you. And then it'll be the other one. There's one in approach and framework and one in another section. And so like you said, we'll confirm that when we get to those sections. But for the amendment that's on page 20 of your package, it's in the introduction overview report, page 2, lines 23 through 25. So this captures those two with your agreement. I think I heard her say yes. So, all right. Sorry, I had to scroll around quite a bit to get there. So, Janet Bowman 2, Kent Wimmer 1. All right. So then past Janet Bowman 1, and now we're on to Kent Wimmer 2, which you also said was fine. So we're now going down to page 22. This would be Christian Dozier 4. And so this is, and so Stephanie will also let you get to the report section. It's report pages 11 and 12. Kristen's amendment states the reference to congestion and crash data for I-75 is embedded with information about the study area. This should be clarified since the task force did not receive specific data for I-75 or have a chance to discuss if or how this corridor would alleviate those issues. Although the M-Course program goal may be in part to alleviate congestion on I-75, this was not part of our assessment or discussion. The two paragraphs on 11 and 12 imply I-75 was part of our assessment and discussion. It should be clarified. And Greg, I just looked up, I see Kent's hands up, so I want to make sure that I didn't blow past something on Kent. I'm sorry for the sort of.
No, I think it just came up. So,
Hello,
Kent.
Greg. This is Kent Wimmer, Defenders. Yes, I wanted to be sure that those changes were made. Those two insertions, potential, in
you're right.
In that paragraph. Adding the word potential is consistent with other sections of the report that refers to potential corridors.
Hey Ken, hold on. Let's get let Stephanie get there so that the task force can see the section of the report. That's I apologize. I was lumping in one of your other ones with there, and in my rush, totally missed that we were in a different content. So there you go. All right, go ahead, Ken. Sorry for the interruption.
All right. The reason I'm suggesting the potential be added in these two, changing the word advancing in one place and then potential in the other. This is lines 15 to 40. They're marked in blue. We talk about in other parts of the report potential corridors. So for consistency, we want to talk about potential transportation corridors. And then for consistency, instead of the advancing, it's potential corridor development. Thank you.
Okay. All right, the team is looking at and working on that right now. From the team here on that one, any discussion or consideration from anyone else? Okay, all right, we will include potential in the two locations as recommended by Kent. All right, so now we're going to go to Christian Dozier 4. This is amendment page 22, report page 11 and 12. And Kristen, I think I had just finished sort of summarizing your comments there and was about to hand it over to you if you wanted to offer any additional thoughts on that.
Thank you, Greg. I was like you were bouncing back and forth with Kent's final.
Sorry about that.
No, don't apologize. Y'all are keeping us on track here. If my memory serves, and I was just trying to pull up my copy of the report here, I've been following along with you. These paragraphs, when I read through them, seem to justify a need based on some of the data. Traffic data shows approximately 60% of vehicle trips in the study area, all these types of things. And then when I got to the line that portions of I-75 east and outside the study area and several roadways within the study area could operate at poor level of service, etc. I'm not going to read the entire report. This may be good information, but it wasn't something that we assessed and really dug into. So I was uncomfortable using it, if this is the intent, as part of the analysis of our task force, as part of a justification or what is informing our guiding principles. I'm not sure how to frame that because frankly, I may have read it in a way that you didn't intend. For me, it sounded like this was some of the data we had, and we agree, you know, and we had a chance to dig into and ask questions about, and we did not get there with I-75. So do you have any comments on that or clarification about what the intent was?
Sure. Yeah, you know, I think with this part of the report where, you know, you're looking at the study area overview, it wasn't necessarily to ascribe an intention of the task force, but was to utilize kind of like we've talked about the high level data and high level overview of some of these things. So it wasn't necessarily to say that you know, this data specifically informed a guiding principle or an instruction. It was just to provide as related to infrastructure some information about the study area in general. So without the intention to lead to a particular conclusion. It's just more like, you know, like when you do a research paper, this is your introductory information kind of thing. So that was the intention of how it was or why it was incorporated where it was. You know, as to whether or not you or any other task force members are, you know, comfortable with that there, obviously that's up for discussion.
Okay, so just one follow-up question on this. In lines 3 through 5 on the top of page 12 there, the plans within SIS or MPOs within the study area, and that is the Suncoast study area, not other study areas,
correct,
could produce congestion along I-75 and the other roads listed there by 2050. That's a pretty vague statement. 30 years from now, we could have congestion if all these projects move forward. I'm hearing from others, we're already having congestion. That's why we need to look at alternative routes. And then one of our citizen speakers earlier, our public comment said, don't take my traffic away. It's going to harm business along 75. So you could see a lot of different opinions about this, right? My point here is I don't want that implied that this, I mean, this is a finding of the task force or anything else. We did not talk about this. That's the only reason why it stood out to me. I take a lot of notes. I pay attention to what you guys are bringing us, and this was not something that fit into what we have talked about in the last 15 months from my perspective. So it might be okay. I'll stop here and listen to comments from others. It's just something that stood out to me.
Yeah, and just as I know you heard about you, so it is a reference. But yeah, understood, Kristen. I understand what you're saying there. And again, this portion of the report was you know, should not be interpreted, and I don't think that it reads in a way that someone 5 years from now might interpret that, you know, this was a conclusion of the task force. It's just background information. So, but agreed. So do we have some other hands up, Greg? Or okay, Will?
Sorry, a couple beats on this thing again. Back during March when we were transitioning during COVID, we did show the 2050 traffic model, statewide model that we completed for every facility in Florida, and this is just a reference point. We didn't study any corridor specifically, but we did show future congestion in a 2050 scenario. So I think that's where most of these numbers come from.
Okay. Will, this is going to be remarkable, and I'm not going to be able to confirm this right now, but there's a good chance that is the only Suncoast meeting that I missed. And so there, you just called me out why I didn't find it in my notes. That would be rather amusing if that was it.
Christian, this was that webinar.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, you know, it was general information. It's not being used as a justification for where again, referencing back to our previous conversation, we don't have consensus on a lot of these things. We don't have enough information to recommend a new road or anything else. So that's kind of where my comment's coming from. So thank you. I can let it go.
All right, we do have Charles Lee has your hand raised. Charles, Audubon, Florida. Charles.
Yeah, I would agree with Will about the source of the information. I think it's absolutely clear that I-75 is overloaded now and will get worse in the future. And I couldn't say anything else, having served for over a year on the I-75 Relief Task Force. But with that said, I believe that in language further down in our report, it makes clear that the jury is far, far from out. In fact, the jury is not even deliberating yet on whether the Suncoast is going to serve as any kind of reliever for I-75. And I think there are several statements further down that use the word whether there would be any relief to I-75, and that is some of the future study to be done. That's my remembrance of it.
All right, thank you, Charles. I heard Kristen went ahead and appreciate the clarification, Charles, and that's very helpful and agreed. And Kristen, I hear that you withdrew the amendment, so we're going to move on to the next one. Our next amendment will be Kent Wimmer 5. This is on report pages 13, which is the recommendations, approach, and framework section, lines 10 through 17. There's, instead of reading the entirety here, it's some word changes. So charge was, individual, and potential within the blue highlighted paragraph. And so Kent, if you wanted to offer some, or just, I'll also look up to the table here and see if we've got the staff's opinion.
Thank you very much. Kent Wimmer, Defenders Wildlife. This language was very similar to the former language that we just amended above. And so why wouldn't we use the same language we just adopted above here?
Correct, Kent. I think that this is, again, my mistake. I was trying to apply Kent Wimmer 2, and it was Kent Wimmer 5, and this is the one that you previously said, take the gray language you agreed to earlier. And
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
all right, so yeah, Steph, if you can note that. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna have that noted in the gray box, and then that'll be the confirmation to check and move on to the next one. Okay. All right. Thank you, Stephanie. All right. So so again, now we're in the approach and framework section. Janet, this goes back to the question we had earlier about the prior gray text. Obviously, that was on the consensus language. Spoke to this section. You know, as you said, we would kind of tackle that as we came to this moment. So Janet, I will allow you to elaborate on this one. And it looks like to me it says you're self-muted, Janet. Oh wait, no, muted by us too, Greg. I got it. You got it.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes. And Jason, did you want to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Janet, I'm sorry.
This is this similar language to what we discussed before.
Right. I think Jason's coming on to confirm.
Janet, that's what I was going to say. This is another section that's the same sentence that was earlier that we replaced with the gray box. So with your permission, instead of what you've written here, we'll just pull down that other language
Sure.
that was already approved by the task force. Are you all right with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and stick with that, Jason, if you can stay on, because it's Janet Bowman 4 is it's the same. So similar, different section, a little bit more, but Janet's intention, as I read it, matched. So Janet, I'll let you take a sec to unpack that. But now we're on page 17, lines 30 through 34. So we're in the needs evaluation section of the report. But again, tackling the same
Yeah, similar, did little different construction, but same concept.
Okay. All right, so Steph, I'll let you make your note and then. All right, thank you. Okay, next one is Christian Dozier 5. We're now on page 26 of the amendment package, needs and evaluation process section of the report, page 17, lines 32 through 34. So the proposed revision here is the task force expressed a preference for improvement or expansion of existing major highway corridors, existing major linear utility corridors, I'm sorry, or existing major linear utility corridors that already have disturbed right away, if there is a demonstration needed. So the italics is the add. And Kristen?
If we could, Greg.
Yeah, I see that Ken got his hand up.
We could, yeah, Ken had his hand up and it might have been to Janet's last amendment. Ken, sorry about that. Did you have a question in regards to the last amendment?
Actually, it happened when we were leaving page 16 and going into the needs evaluation process. It goes back to my earlier amendment about giving FDOT as much flexibility to study in PD&E all of the factors that ought to be considered, and we kind of talked about it up front in the introductory section, but it feels to me like somewhere in the guiding principles section that needs to be specified. I won't weigh in on where that needs to go, but before we leave guiding principles and go to needs evaluation, I think somewhere there, in addition to in the introduction, needs to go the section about the task force giving FDOT direction to weigh all of the important factors as they do their PD&E work.
Ken, we're trying to follow. So you're on. Are you on page 16?
Well, hold on a minute. My amendment number, I'm cycling all the way back up to the beginning here. It's editorial. That's not that one.
Yeah, it would have been
Okay,
Ken.
so it's Ken Armstrong 2. I'll let everybody get there. I suggested that the report section is possible multiple places. I think it should be said multiple times in multiple places. And everybody sort of agreed that FDOT needed to be encouraged or have this flexibility as it goes into PD&E. So among the multiple places I think it belongs is not just in the introductory area, but somewhere in that section that we have just left, which is the guiding principles. So I just wanted to be sure that that the language that we kind of all agreed to doesn't just land in the introductory section, but actually goes at an appropriate place in the guiding principles.
So Ken, when you said the language we agreed to, we're talking about the two sentences that talked about how FDOT would address the entire corridor study and how we would potentially connect to I-10. That's really kind of where the group landed, I thought.
It is.
Okay, so you just want those two sentences also brought down here, maybe a standalone paragraph within that needs evaluation process?
No, I was suggesting that it should be somewhere in guiding principles. That was the reason I raised the question now, because we had just left the guiding principles section.
We're on our way to guiding principles.
I guess I don't care very much whether it's under guiding principles or needs evaluation. I just don't want it mentioned only in the introduction. I think it needs to be somewhere further in the document as well.
Understand. I think, and if you're okay, I think that if we were going to put it anywhere farther in the document, in the needs evaluation process, right where you see on the screen, there's 3 paragraphs. We could add the 2 sentences just as a standalone, maybe after the second paragraph, and just have it in there just to say it twice. And I think we're okay with that if you're okay.
And Ken, just real quick, the guiding principles actually come next. You can see it on the bottom of the screen of the bottom of page 16. So we're actually have not
Sorry.
we haven't passed the guiding
Yeah.
principles yet. You are before them right now.
Okay. Well, as I said, I don't care where else it goes. I just think it needs to be more places than in the introduction. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
So let me ask a question, Greg and Greg, because since we don't have a direct amendment for it to make some gray box, what I would suggest is that we'll take the 2 sentences that we discussed earlier about I-10, we'll put them in the needs evaluation process as a standalone, like Ken just talked about, right there. And if you could ask the task force if they're okay with that, and then we can notate it on the side here and make sure that gets put in there if there's no concerns from the other task force members.
Sounds great. Gary and Ken just dropped his hand. So yeah, to what Jason suggested, exactly that. So yeah, any comment from the task force on that? Or are we good with adding those few sentences in here? Yeah, okay. So we're getting a thumbs up from the team over there. So yeah, okay, no questions on that. So thank you, Ken. So we are back to page 26 of the amendments, and then that would be page 17 of the report. And Kristen, I'm not going to reread that again. Just emphasize that the highlighted, when we get there, yes, the highlighted text at the bottom of her proposed revision is what Kristen is suggesting being added in lines 32 through 34. And Kristen, if you wanted to discuss or elaborate, or just staff, I guess you guys will let us know position.
Oh, I was trying to unmute myself. This was just consistent with other changes and our earlier conversation that I like this paragraph. I'm pretty sure it was added maybe at our last meeting. And I thought it was appropriate just to, for consistency rather, add the line if there is a demonstration of need or something to that effect.
Commissioner Dozier, this is the same paragraph that we saw earlier that we rewrote in the big gray box. And if you're okay with it, we just carry that whole sentence forward and talk about what the department intends to do. And then it also says if a new corridor happens in the future, or I'm sorry, if improvement happens, that the preference is shown by the task force. It's the same language we discussed earlier, if you're all right.
I was all right with the language we discussed earlier, so I assume I'm all right with that change.
Okay.
I just, yeah, tracking the pages. Thank you for that clarification, Jason. If it's if we've already addressed that, I'm probably good with that. I just wanted consistency.
Your language here is what we also included earlier to make sure that the preference was noted, and then that paragraph will just replace this full paragraph, and we'll carry forward that with the change. Thank you.
I'm good, thanks.
And Kristen, at the end of the day, when we've made all these, we're going to show the document with all of them in there, so you'll have a chance to see on page 17 that there, in case there's anything that jumps out at you from that.
Greg, thank you for mentioning that. I was actually going to ask that question in a little while once we got through a few more sections. I think that will be very helpful as we come to our final discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So next is Ken Armstrong 5. This is on report page 18. So we're now entering the guiding principles section of the report, and this is in the intro section of the consistency with statewide, regional, and local plans. So Kent had a change on line 16 where it says have not planned for that growth to be edited to state have not planned for and do not wish to plan for that growth. And Ken, I'll let you speak to that amendment.
I didn't think it was enough to just look into the past. It seemed to me we needed to look into the future as well.
We'll actually ask on this one if there's any comment from other task force members in regard to that change? See, Charles, your hand popped up.
I like it.
That was succinct. All right. And then Charles Shin, I see your hand popped up as well, and you're self-muted.
Yeah, I just actually in a lot of conversations that I've had with community leaders in a lot of small communities, it really does portray what they have told me.
And then Ken's got, yeah, go ahead.
I asked
Ken.
the question down in the next box whether the word development was a better term than the word growth. And I'm inclined to think that the word development is better than the word growth. I mean, it's not an end all be all, but I do think it's a more accurate description of the county planning process.
Gotcha. So the amendment, I guess, as complete suggested, would be they stress the importance of preventing development from occurring in areas that have not planned for and do not wish to plan for that growth.
For that development.
For that development, yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so that would be the amendment as suggested. Okay, go ahead. You're welcome to speak over me. So Charles Lee, I see your hand pop back up. And Ken, well, go ahead, Charles.
I would agree with that if you use the word urban development. The problem with development is that could mean a new grain elevator in a rural community. So, I mean, development is I think the question here is what invades and destroys an agricultural area. And what invades and destroys it is urban development, tract subdivisions, etc. So if you put the word urban in there, I'm happy.
Okay. Thank you for that comment. Ken Armstrong, your hand is still up. I don't know if that's because you had a follow-up thought or just.
We didn't have the word urban growth in there. I don't know why we would have the word urban development in there. I mean, we're talking about moving past what is. I mean, I'd rather leave the word growth than add the word urban to the process. I mean, I just don't see any rationale for describing it as urban development as compared to just development any more than we felt like we needed to modify the word growth.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Ken. And then James Stansberry, I saw you raise your hand also in this discussion. So.
Yeah, I think the caveat where it says have not planned for that, whether it's a green elevator or if it's a downtown business, I think that's enough to cover it. Preventing growth from where growth was not planned for, preventing development from where development was not planned for. If it's that type of development that was planned for, whether it's rural type of development or urban type of development, that to me is that takes care of it under all those situations where it says have not planned for. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for the comment. And Jason?
So a couple of thoughts, because I think the intent here of the change, and Ken, I'm reading in, I want to make sure that we understand, is that we're really talking about communities that haven't planned for growth up to this point, and these same communities have no intention of planning for future growth. I think that's your point. The department doesn't have an issue with it. I think what the only thing I would ask is, and this maybe is just me as I read through the sentences, they. Before we talk about metropolitan long-range plans and Florida transportation plans, and they is reference to the task force. So with your permission, I would like the sentence to say the task force stressed. So we're very clear about what they is and who's stressing, and then hearing no other opposition, go with Ken's the remainder of the change.
Yeah, so Ken, are you good with they being the task force as a clarification, and then the amendment as suggested with growth being development and the additional have not planned for and do not wish to plan for that growth?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any discussion or further considerations from additional task force members? All right. Steph, I'll let you finish typing there. And all right. And again, yeah, there you go. You good, Steph? So while they're doing that, this is one time, Kristen, the next one is going to be yours. It's about the legislation deadline. However, as you know, and as we've talked about earlier, Janet also has one at the end that's in the action plan. So with your permission, I'm just going to table that one for now, and we'll capture both yours and Janet's at the end, where I think we were all looking for that to go. But before I make that presumption, I'm going to just, if you will, give me your okay.
I completely agree, and I was actually going to ask if that would be more appropriate. It seems like that's going to be a big part of our discussion, so moving it to the end is more than okay. Thank you, Greg.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, and just bear with us for 1 second. Our on-screen note taker, we want to make sure we got everything captured correctly on the last one, Ken Armstrong 5. And once we have that, we will, for the task force members, we'll be moving on to Charles Lee 2 onto page 29 of the task force amendment. Thank you, Steph. All right, so yeah, Steph, if you could skip Christian Dozier 1, go to Charles Lee 2, which will be on the next page. Thank you. And then I'll let you catch up on the report. So this is going to be a new instruction into the technology guiding principle on page 20. So it's inserting a new instruction on lines 21 and 22. Evaluate advanced electronic tolling and transponder systems that differentiate between locally generated traffic and long distance through traffic to avoid or reduce the necessity to construct duplicate toll-free lanes if an M-Course facility is co-located with an existing highway. Period. Implement the use of such systems if legally and technologically practical. So I will pause there. Charles, if you wanted to elaborate on that, and then we'll look to staff. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, it's fairly simple. We had multiple experts tell us that that technology was emerging or available. We had discussion about its relationship to tolling law and bonds, and there were questions about it. I have questions about it too, but if we can save hundreds of millions of dollars in avoiding duplicative lanes of pavement, it would be a good thing to do for the taxpayers and transportation in Florida in general. So this simply instructs to evaluate it and to make steps to implement it if they work out. And I'm just trying to save money. And of course, anytime you have to widen a road to put in a frontage road, you're also going to take another bite out of the environment. So this avoids that.
Thank you, Charles.
Potentially, if it works out.
Right, yes. All right, thank you. So staff is looking at it. They're going to comment here. And
So a couple of thoughts. I don't believe, Charles, that we have any issue at all with the first sentence. It says evaluate advanced electronic tolling and transponder systems that differentiate. The concern that the department has is the second sentence that says implement the use if legally and technologically practical. It requires an absolute implementation. And sometimes there's other considerations that may not be legal or technological. The example I will give is if we have a limited access facility that abuts a state highway facility, a free road, then there's not enough room in there to address that situation. My suggestion would be to consider just inserting the first sentence, and the department will evaluate it, and we could even say evaluate and give strong consideration to. And then, let us look at the actual details of the specific instances in which where this may be a viable solution and where it may not be, for reasons that may not be legal or technologically, but maybe other practical reasons that cause us some concern.
Okay.
Let me get back to Charles.
Yeah,
Sorry,
thanks,
Charles.
Greg.
Sorry about that. Back to you.
Jason, you're about there. I was going to, before you mentioned give strong consideration to, I believe were your words. I was going to insert the word consider in that second sentence, that second part that you had a problem with, so that you're going to consider it. But give strong consideration to those words that you mentioned would get me there.
And Charles, to your point, if you wanted to leave your entire amendment as proposed and add the word consider and change the second sentence to say consider implementing the use of, then I think we're absolutely fine, and the department could move forward with that
That's
without any
good.
issue.
Well, let's do that.
All right, we did have Ken Armstrong. You had your hand raised, so Ken, I'll come to you.
I know that we have talked a whole bunch of times about giving favorable treatment to people on local trips. Did that actually make it into the document anywhere? I mean, this amendment is essentially a qualifier of that. And if we don't have the that, then this doesn't make sense to insert. And I'm trying to remember whether we have anywhere in the document a statement that we want for local people not to be told, despite the fact we've talked about it a bunch of times.
So this discussion and commitments of not taking free roads away is something that was discussed and covered, but the idea of I'm not sure exactly, Ken, to your point. So that's what is confirmed and discussed, but not anything more than that. So Jason, I'll let you speak more to that.
And Ken, we can look for it. I'm certain the language talks about the whole notion is if we build a limited access facility, there's no circumstance that we're taking an existing free state highway facility and completely converting it to a limited access facility that's a toll road. That I don't believe that's on the table, has been on the table. So any local that currently has a free transportation route, I don't think we have any intention of ever taking that free transportation route away. We're talking here about adding to existing corridors. As you read through the document, it's adding to existing corridors or potential for a new corridor, or we're talking about additions, not subtractions. So I hope that helps. We can look for the specific language, but I'm absolutely certain that's the department's intent, and there's no circumstance where that doesn't happen. Technically, I don't think we're allowed to do that, so we'd have to.
Yeah, but it does. I get it, Jason, but I don't think it does help. I mean, implicit in this amendment, which I support, is we're not going to toll local people. And I'm saying that we have to have in the document somewhere, we're not going to toll local people. If then we're going to have an amendment that says, and here's how we're going to go about not tolling people, local people.
Give me 1 second. I understand your distinction. Hold on 1 second.
We see there's a few other hands up, but we'd like to pause for a second just because Yes, because they want to be able to hear what you're saying, but they're deliberating on what was just spoken. So we got two different issues. Just be patient with us for a minute here, guys.
Hi, Ken, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure I was absolutely certain before we kind of had the conversation. So the problem is the department is bound by statutes that effectively very limitedly allow the department to allow free travel on toll roads. And we could talk about its police and military and a few other very specific things in the document. The only alternatives that we've run into is when you have through the PD&E process, we're removing a free facility and replacing it with a toll facility. And then the local community no longer has free access, only has tolled access. So our reading of Charles' amendment was in a circumstances like that, instead of expanding a roadbed to both have a limited access and a free facility, we should look for alternatives and options to do what I just described. That is a considerable difference than what would amount to a statutory change to allow locals to travel on a tolled road if a free road also existed. So that's why we were trying earlier with Charles to make sure it was very much an evaluate process, because there's a dozen different methodologies here that this could come up, some of which I'm not sure we legally can do. Anyway, I'll hand it back to you. That's kind of our opinion on it. I think we're comfortable with Charles's language as an evaluate these different alternatives through PD&E that may allow for less building through electronic methods, and I'll say it that way, building less roadbeds in order to maintain some tolled access free for the locals in certain regions, but it would be very limited on where we could apply that. So I'll hand it back. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so Ken, since that conversation obviously was Jason responding to you, I'll let you respond, and then Charles, I know you had your hand up for a while after that, so go ahead, Ken.
Well, I mean, I'll let Charles pick it up from there. I understood Charles's amendment to be based on the assumption that we were going to, as we've talked about a number of times, enable local traffic to travel untolled. If that is in error, then which it sounds to me from Jason it is an error, then that's a small can of worms that I wasn't expecting, and we'll see whether Charles was expecting it.
All right, Charles Lee.
No, I understand it exactly the way Jason explained it, that there may be limited opportunities to do this. And again, the law may change, you know, and so, you know, economic realities may push in the direction of the law changing on this. But Ken, to get to your point, the key words in the language I drafted are differentiate between locally generated traffic, I think it is. I'm having trouble seeing my own small words right now, and long distance traffic. That's the, you know, that's the point at which you would potentially create a system to allow a local to travel along a tolled section, but their transponder would not charge them money for a short trip on that section. You know, that's the way it would work. And so I understand it the way Jason is. There are two alternatives here when you replace non-tolled lanes with tolled lanes. Alternative A, which is the expensive and environmentally destructive way to go, is to add frontage roads or additional lanes that are not tolled. This is an attempt to harness new technology that will emerge over time and encourage DOT to consider it. That would let you do this electronically rather than with lane miles of pavement.
Okay. All right, so I see, thank you, Charles. I appreciate the clarification on that. And Stephanie has gone ahead and she's cleaning up the gray box for us now. So you'll be able to see what's being suggested for the minor revision to that. And in the meantime, Mark, did you put your hand down? I saw it was up for a second there. Yeah. All right, there you go. All right, we should be able to hear you now, Mark.
So let me get this right. If you utilize 19, our local residents will be charged to use 19?
No, so if there is an existing road and it has it's existing free road, DOT cannot and will not take away that free access to that road. Charles, and so in those circumstances,
that ain't what I heard from Jason.
Okay, I'll let Jason clarify.
Hi, Mark. Let me see. I'll go through it again. If there's an existing free road and we build a tolled facility, let's say in the median or adjacent to it, the existing free road would stay. Charles is specifically talking about limited circumstances that have happened around the state where instead of leaving a free road and putting an existing road, and the only time that I can think it's happened is when we replace a bridge that used to be free with a tolled bridge, but then we give locals free access to the bridge because of they already had a free bridge and we want to make sure they had a free. The department at this point has no intention of taking away any free access that exists. So whether that is done by leaving a free road on the side, or whether that's done by some technological means where the locals have free access to a tolled facility if an entire transfer takes place, let me just say affirmatively, there is no scenario where someone has free access to a facility now and we take away free access and make it tolled. That's not on the table. This is only for very limited circumstances where we take an existing free facility, make it tolled, but then make sure that everybody that had free access through technology still has free access. Very limited circumstances. I think Charles said it right, was really we're talking about in the future if technology changes and things get better and we can make more improvements. We're just leaving that open. But right now, there's no scenario where we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So, all right. So Charles, I think we've, well, I'm sorry, Mark, did you have a response to Jason? I didn't mean to.
No, he explained it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So Charles, just real quick, we've got the accepted language with the slight revision of consider implementing being added in, and just want to get your yes on that. Go ahead,
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. 2 for 2. All right, we're going to move on to the, we'll move on to the next amendment if there's no further discussion. I don't see any more hands up. All right, so the next amendment came from Pam Fiegel. This is on report page 21 on the transportation modes guiding principle lines 25 and 26. It's to an instruction. The instruction states prioritize closing gaps on high priority segments in the Florida Greenway and Trails system plan. That, and then the addition is that are in with 1 mile of the corridor study area. Now, Pam, real quick, before we ask for a conversation on the amendment, I wanted to ask a clarification point on this. Was your intention here to say that are within 1 mile of the corridor route? Because the study area would then mean, of course, the 8-county study area plus 1 mile. So therefore, it would be all of the land that we've looked at on our map plus a mile outside buffering each. So I want to make sure we understood you with that, and then obviously have discussion on your resolution here.
This may be a situation where Kenneth Dudley was filling in for Commissioner Fiegel. I don't know if Commissioner Fiegel was able to join us this afternoon, or Kenneth, if it's still you, but the line is unmuted for Taylor County to respond in regards to this. It's self-muted on your end. We'll just have to maybe reach out and find out.
Yeah. Why don't we come back to this one, and this way, if Pam is coming in a little bit later, she'll have an opportunity. Charles, I see your hand is still up. Is that okay? And it just went down. Never mind. Okay, so Greg, go ahead, Greg. So we're going to try and reach Pam again.
Yeah, we're going to try to reach. I think it's just the wonders of technology. So give me just a second here. There we go. All right, Commissioner Fiegel, is that? It looks like you're ready now.
Yeah, Commissioner Spiegel's here with me now, but this is Kenneth.
Okay, hey Kenneth.
Hello.
And you are correct on your clarification that we were referencing the route of the corridor, not the overall 8-county study area.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right. I'm looking to staff now to they're working on it and seeing they're ready to provide their position. Just a second here.
So, hi. Later on, we're going to talk about, in the action plan, there's a modification that staff's worked on where we want to clearly lay out what the department intends to do as part of a conservation plan on how we will acquire conservation land. And in the short version of it, and we'll get to it when we get to it, but the short version of it is during planning, we're going to evaluate what land needs to be conserved. We're going to make an actual plan in PD&E, and then through design and construction, we'll be able to, or through design and right-of-way acquisition, we'll be able to see if we followed through with our plan. So I say that because we don't necessarily have a concern with this, because what I would like to do is tie it to the action plan later on, that when developing that conservation plan, we will give consideration to the Florida greenways and the trail system. The one suggestion I would ask is where it says that are within 1 mile, and I'm even okay with consider, because it says prioritize, I'm okay with prioritizing things within 1 mile. I think the corridor study area is a little difficult there. I think what we'd rather say is that are within 1 mile of potential MCOR for projects, or maybe MCOR projects, talking about the specific projects we're going to build, so we have a methodology to determine what that 1 mile means.
Does that make sense, Kenneth, in regards to what Jason was just talking about?
Yes, sir. I think it makes it sufficiently relatable to where we're not just talking about a specific route, that any impacted areas along that route would be fair consideration with respect to this interconnection.
So what you just said, I'd really like to say exactly what you just said instead of what's on the screen, and say that prioritize closing gaps on high priority segments in the Florida greenways and trail systems impacted by future projects, MCOR projects. And I know I removed the 1 mile, but you just said impacted, and I'd rather it say impacted by future MCOR projects. Are you all right with that?
Yes, sir. And the original intent was just to kind of clarify what was a somewhat ambiguous term, specifically gap. And we were trying to quantify that with some definitive term was the main reason for addressing this.
Okay, so let us get that language up on the screen that we just discussed. We'll put it in the gray, and then see if you're okay with that, and then we'll take comments from the rest of the task force. So give us 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Again, I think just for everybody's benefit, if you're looking at the, if you're wanting to look at the agenda where we're at, I think this is going to be the last agenda, the last amendment that we look at before we take a break. We still have several more to get through, and we appreciate everybody's time and hanging in there with us. So we'll get this language on here, see if there's any concerns or from the task force, and then we'll cut to a break here in just a second.
Isn't that just exactly what he said before?
All right, so we got the language up there in the gray box. I think it's pretty much what I heard both Jason and Ken saying. So does that one look good? We got a couple of hands up too about this, Greg. So I guess let me first hear back and see if we're good from Kenneth, and he's self-muted.
All right, we're reading it now.
Okay. And then after that, there's 2 additional hands up. I see that Charles and Kent both have their hands up. So we'll.
That language is fine, sir.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Kent. There you go. You should be good to go now, Kent.
Thank you very much. The language is a bit contradictory, having helped write the Greenways and Trails plan. You're prioritizing closing gaps. That's important because there's gaps in the existing greenways and trail system that can be closed through Jason's planning process that he just described. So you can't impact a gap because there's no trail there. So the goal should be to use MCORs to help fill the gaps. So that's the whole point of this. And you wouldn't want to just close the gaps within 1 mile of the study area because your community might be a mile further away. It could be further away. I think that's a limiting factor that you don't need to address. And I think it is important that we close gaps through using MCORs if you're going to do it. So I don't think DOT should be limiting itself. So anyway, that's my point, because you can't prioritize, you can't close gaps that are impacted because
you can't impact the gap. That's what I hear you saying.
Exactly. Thank you.
Understood. Gotcha. All right. Here you go.
Hey, Kent, thank you for that. And let me make a suggestion then, because earlier I talked about what we're going to do in the action plan, and we're going to lay out a conservation plan that we will be going through the process. With Kent's statement, my suggestion would be to consider leaving the language here as is in the document, which is just very simple: prioritize closing the gaps. And then if we want to make it more detailed, talk about that in the action plan later on give high priority to closing these gaps near the projects or something to that effect. I'm not sure how you all feel about that, but I understand where Ken's coming from. I think he's right. So I think we would prefer leaving the sentence as is and then clarifying it in the action plan when we do the conservation plan, what we mean by that. Just a thought.
Okay. So yeah. You want to go back where? Go ahead, Greg. Oh, I'm sorry, Betsy Barfield. I know we had some hands up too. It kind of gets, as you guys can imagine, when it's back and forth and such. So we'll go to Betsy, and then I'll come to Charles and Kenneth, and then back to Kenneth. Go ahead, Betsy. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So when we talk about prioritizing for this corridor, for the road, are we talking about changing the priority scoring with the Suntrail system? And if that's what we're going to do, or that's going to be done, I'm concerned about the trail-starved areas in North Florida that would get knocked out of that priority loop for any trails that might be on the Suntrail map. I think we need to give some long thought about this, some consideration. My vision was like the Wiregrass Parkway, where as you have your road right beside it, you have your bike trail that goes, your multi-use corridor that goes right along with it. And that's part of the construction of it. It wasn't making those connections to communities at this point. Certainly in the future, they can go through the process like every MPO goes through the process when they are prioritizing their bike peds programs. And I just think that perhaps that if we're making those connections with those, I think that the corridor needs to be autonomous from your communities and have that corridor match where your road is going to go. I just don't want the trail, the multi-use trail to supplant the priorities that are in the Sun Trail or what's coming up, or you know, I want to make sure that we're thinking about long-term down the road and how that's going to look.
Thank you, Betsy. Moving.
Hey, Commissioner Barfield, the Sun Trail system is only the paved portion of the priority trail. So that's a subset of the greenways and the trails systems. We're not talking about how to reprioritize or change the prioritization criteria for the Sun Trail system. Here, I think the key from what I heard from Commissioner Fiegel is trying to say that if we have M-course projects going through communities, we help them prioritize closing the gaps on the trail system. So I think the Sun Trail issue is separate. We're not talking about changing anything on the Sun Trail system. So I just wanted to give you the assurance of that.
Thank you, Wei.
You know pretty much where I stand on the Sun Trail system and how much I believe in them. And you know, here in North Florida, it's you know, we really would enjoy partnering with Sun Trail on a multi-use corridor, several of them. So that was my concern about it.
So hearing the concerns, I'm going to jump in a second because I think Kent earlier described something, we've been debating it. I think we would like to go back to the that are within 1 mile of, and so the sentence would read, prioritize closing gaps on high priority segments of the Florida Greenway and Trail systems that are within 1 mile of future MCOR project development. So it's a little change because corridor study area, right now we define that as all of the corridor study area. It's all the counties. It's very, I'm not sure what the 1 mile means, but if we're talking about 1 mile within future project development, that's clear. That's something we can measure, we can see. And then it also, we're not necessarily impacting them, but if they're nearby to a project, then we will prioritize closing those gaps. And I just offer that up for thought.
There's a couple of folks still have their hand up. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent.
Thank you very much. As you're developing these land conservation plans during the PD&E process, you're not going to restrict the acquisition of potential Florida Forever lands or lands on the FCT list or something within 1 mile. You should not restrict yourself to opportunities that are within 1 mile, beyond 1 mile of the Florida Greenways and Trail system either.
Kent, you see me nodding no, because the intent is when we look at the conservation plan, we're looking at all conservation lands that could be considered for acquisition. That's the goal. All this does is says if we have something close to our project within 1 mile, the task force has suggested giving priority to closing some of those gaps that are near our projects.
I would support that, but
okay.
not if you're only going to look within 1 mile. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I support that language.
Okay.
All right, Charles Lee, Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, I have an objection. I'm sorry, Jason, to rain on your parade, but I have an objection to the arbitrary line of 1 mile. If you use the word nearby, that might make more sense, but this is really all going to shake out in the conservation land acquisition plan process that I think you have written a lot on. I have 2 amendments that I proposed, and I'm hoping both of them are subsumed into your language, but I don't think that an arbitrary limiter like 1 mile should be assigned to anything. And I think that's going to work itself out in the plan.
I agree with you. And originally we talked about nearby, and if the amendment proposer is fine with nearby, it would just say Greenway Trail and trail system plans that are nearby future M-course project development. I think that's the intent. And you're right, 1 mile is very arbitrary. So we're very comfortable with nearby. We'll put that in and we'll put it on the gray screen and see if that's all right with the group. And then you're right, it'll be clarified in the conservation action plan, which we'll talk about in a bit.
So Greg, we go back to Kenneth and Pam. All right, and then Kenneth, it's showing you as self-muted.
Yes, sir. This is Kenneth, and I understand and I appreciate the direction that the discussion moved to, where you are recognizing the intent was to interconnect with those quote unquote nearby resources. But at some point, and maybe this is just the engineer in me, you have to have some expected line of demarcation that you know what is nearby from a reasonable perspective. And that was the reason for quantifying that distance. Whether that's the right distance or not the right distance, at some point in time, you're going to have some means to say that it's close enough to be interrelated to this, or it's too far to be related to this project.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Kenneth. So asking, with this here, because there would be a level to unpack it. I think you're right about the idea, the concept of a line of demarcation. But the complication of that at this point might be beyond the reach of the task force right now. So I guess I would ask is if nearby is comfortable, then the other instructions and guiding principles throughout that speak to coordination with and working with the agencies that do this and the local governments that might help make that determination as things progress. So I guess we're going to follow up and ask once more if you're okay with the nearby language. And Greg,
yeah, the term nearby, it's, our connotation would be on the order of 1 mile, but if you need something less specific, nearby is better than not having the word included at all.
Okay.
All right, great work, group. Let's take a 15-minute break. So let's come back around 3:45, somewhere in that range, 3:50. We're on break. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. If you have any technical difficulties, let us know. And I apologize. I abruptly ended our discussion related to trails. I really needed a break, so apologize for that. Greg, back to you, sir.
I think that's fine. I think that most of us probably needed a break, so that's good. Before we left, I believe that Chris Stahl had his hand raised. Chris, I don't see your hand raised now, but I did want to at least come back to you to see, just to check with you and see if you had any thoughts or comments that you wanted to make. So, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. It really doesn't matter if you put in one mile or just nearby. As we get into the PD&E phase, each individual agency is going to go and evaluate all their resources, whether, DEP, we're going to look and see what affects it in our minds, not just what DOT thinks as well. So if we feel that something's going to affect it, it doesn't matter whether you hang a label on it, a mile, 500 feet, 5 feet. If we think it's going to have an effect, we're going to be commenting on it. Excuse me. Okay, so.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. You did a much better job explaining what I kind of fumbled through when I was asking Kenneth about if they would be okay with the nearby language. But that's kind of what I was trying to explain as well. So I appreciate you offering that clarification. That's very, very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that being the case, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one unless I see any hands pop up to that last amendment, but I think we are all set on that. Okay. The next amendment was from Betsy Barfield. Stephanie's already queued us up on this, so we're on page 31 of the amendment package, page 22 of the report, line 9. So after this, the very first bullet, so it says line 9. Betsy, I think I heard in clarification from when you talked to Rosemary about this that whether it was after that first bullet, so at the end of line 4, or after the last bullet on line 9, you were looking for the addition of the language, work with local communities to help identify funding sources for branding, signage, and broadband. And Betsy will go ahead and make sure that you're not muted and ask you for any thoughts or clarification on that.
It's not, that's good. And it's not just branding, signage, and broadband. It's the other amenities that were written into the Florida statutes that are being proposed that will run along the corridor in the right of way. I just want to make sure that we understand that the folks here on the local level that, you know, finding those sources are very difficult, and with the might behind Florida Department of Transportation certainly could help us in that arena. That was my thought with those comments.
Thank you, ma'am.
So just a comment from the department, we appreciate that, and we appreciate the way you've written it, because we do agree that it's difficult, and it may be difficult to find those sources, but the way it's worded, which is work with to help find, I think we're okay to insert it.
Jason, just as a clarification to that, in my reading of it, and based off of Betsy's clarification, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, my suggestion is that we would add it at the end of the first bullet as opposed to the bottom of the 4, and this way it's applicable to more, or no, maybe I'm reading it wrong. You want to go after the last bullet?
And maybe we're both looking at it differently. I thought it was a standalone bullet as an instruction.
And I'm okay with that too. Yeah, well, I'll defer to Betsy on that.
Give us 1 second. Let us take a look. Yeah, sorry, we just wanted to make sure we took a look. I think personally that it belongs as its own separate bullet. It's its own independent idea of the other 3 instructions in this section. So I would suggest we add a new instruction that says work with local communities to help identify funding sources for branded signage and broadband, if you're okay with that.
I'm good with that. It seems like that language and having it stand alone would cast a broader net, correct?
I think it tells the department that we should talk to local communities and see if we can help find that funding sources. Yeah, I think that's the intent.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can get Steph to put that into the gray box, Ryan's working with her now. Give us just 1 second, we'll get it up there. Okay, all right, so it says accept as new instruction bullet. If there's any other discussion, I'll look for hands. If not, we'll move on to the next amendment. This one is from Thomas Hawkins, who just by this very minute is to be able to discuss this with us. So this is on page 22 of the report, line 18. This would be a new instruction and a new topic for the task force. And so as suggested in the amendment, it says if construction of a new highway in the study area creates a bypass around an existing urban area such that an existing state highway through that urban area is no longer the only route for regional traffic, then the state must design in collaboration with the appropriate local governments and fund improvements to those existing state highways to support the community's vision for its downtown business district and overall community character to make those existing highways consistent with their context classification. I know that there's been further discussion with staff on this. They're going to work on that. Thomas, if you wanted to offer some additional consideration on that, but I also, Jason, if you're okay, I know that we want to give something in the gray box for everyone to respond to on this for, am I wrong on that? Okay, all right. Well, Thomas, if you wanted to share your thoughts on this amendment.
Thanks, Greg. This idea came out of a conversation that I had last week with John Kaliski. Not that it was his idea, it was mine, but he responded positively to it, so I thought that I might put some language together. The idea is if we take regional traffic that's currently going through some of the urban areas in the study area, we're going to see some economic decline from those businesses that currently get passed by traffic, folks buying gas, buying food, visiting businesses because they're traveling through the urban area. And so to the extent that happens, we want to make the MCORS process responsible for continuing to support those areas by saying, well, if we're no longer having regional traffic on this roadway, what's the best design for this roadway to support the surrounding community? Does it need parking? Does it need more accessibility for the sidewalks? So the couple things that I want to point out in this language that kind of hit on those ideas are that one, that FDOT would fund any improvements as part of MCORS, not out of its general budget, but as part of MCORS. Two, that it would work with the local government on any changes so that that the local government was in the driver's seat with redesigning if it's appropriate. And then finally, the reference to context classification. FDOT published a really great document within the last 2 years that gives some direction for designing roadway cross sections depending on where the road is, acknowledging that a roadway through an urban area probably needs a different design than a roadway through an urban area. And so that reference to context classification is just to say, hey, look at that recent design guidance that the agency put together to take our cues on how to make any changes to that roadway, again, that the local government wants to implement.
Thank you, Thomas, for those additional thoughts. I see some hands coming up on this now. So Kristen, if you wanted to share your thoughts. And I think, okay, you're good.
Thank you very much. I would like the language here. And I don't see anything in the gray box yet, so I'm not sure if we're just referencing the language that is proposed here. But I do like it, and it reminded me, I think we talked about this issue some point in this late spring or the summer, that there may be certain instances where you want to encourage traffic to continue on an old corridor, on an existing corridor, so it doesn't bypass existing businesses. Some communities may want that and have a, I'm going to call it a truck route or something like that, a bypass that is, maybe you have to make a turn to get on that or something else. I'm not explaining this exactly right, but have the natural flow of traffic come into the community so as not to bypass those businesses, encourage that, and allow, you know, the through traffic to have a bypass. Is that, I think it's captured here. Am I remembering that correctly from past discussions for the Gregs? No?
Yeah, I'm like you, trying to remember all the vast task force meetings and all the things we've talked about. So I'm not sure. So I think the way you restated it, I would, in talking with Thomas and such, I think that captures the majority of the essence of what he was discussing there. For the other stuff, I'm struggling as well to say if we talked about it the way that you mentioned it in prior meetings just now.
Whether we talked about it exactly that way or not, great, thank you. That it, I seem to remember some discussion about that. We were very concerned about bypassing existing urban areas or, you know, business areas. I thought this language spoke to that, and I wasn't sure if I had seen it anywhere else in the document. So I think this is really important. I'll frame it that way, to reinforce our desire to maintain those business areas if communities want to keep that traffic coming through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. We had another hand pop up while we were talking. Charles Lee. Oh, and it just popped back down. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, you're all set, Charles.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I believe we had some discussion on several occasions about the concept of a bypass being something that would be primarily the local government's option. You know, I think realistically, in terms of Suncoast, you know, assuming the hypothetical that we might see something on US 1998, it's going to be a long, long, long time, given the traffic flows that are projected on that highway, before a bypass is going to be teed up. And I really think, this paragraph goes a long way toward stating what needs to be done. But the only thing that I would add is maybe there ought to be something in there that's even more, gives even more choice to the local governments, and essentially suggests that primarily consideration of a bypass will be considered by DOT to be a local option in terms of the wishes of the community.
So yeah, and so to Charles, yeah, remember we've and you're familiar with this. We talked about the guiding principles as a set. So you're accurate in how this task force has crafted their guiding principles and instructions about the if question on a bypass. So you are accurate on that. So I'll just offer that's correct. The language does lead itself that way. But I think this is, like you said, in that hypothetical if, this is what's being proposed there. Ken Armstrong.
I guess I need somebody from FDOT to fill in the blanks for me and tell me whether this kind of planning and policy is done one time in 100 in planning a road, or 60 times in 100. Are we talking about something that is extraordinarily unusual here, or something that's sort of common practice? I'm not sure that I can support something that is far out from customary practice and would cause a lot of difficulty for FDOT in moving the road forward.
Thank you, Ken. That's what staff is doing right now. They're discussing. So give us a moment and we will be right back.
Thank you all for the patience. I know it's been a long day, and as we go through, some of these get very complicated. Let me talk for a minute about kind of the normal practices of the department, and then I'll talk about why this proposed revision is concerning, and there's a lot of concerning here. So let's talk about context sensitive classifications. And for those on the task force that don't understand, the department a few years ago developed some guidance that said, here's what a kind of a perfect road in different areas would look like, whether it's rural or urban, and it's a whole gambit of roads from one end of the spectrum to the other, and here's what it would look like. There was never an associated pot of money with that context sensitive classification. It was a way for designers and engineers to look at when they're designing a road, this is kind of the goals that they should strive for. Typically, when the department's going into a community and going to define a context sensitive classification on a roadway, we look to the locals to fund the, and I'm going to say extras, the park benches and the nice lighting and the wide brick paving sidewalks that some communities want. Typically, the department asks the community to help fund those because they're outside of our reach. The funding source doesn't exist for them. We all agree, and we agree with the communities that they're very nice to have. But really, we want those communities to step up. So the request here today is to open up the MCOR funding to support the roadway for communities when the communities have asked for a bypass. And the reason I say it that way is because we all agree that the community preference on whether we bypass the community or go through a community, we're going to work with the locals and see what their preference are and try to work with them as best we can for that scenario. But you've created a situation where if the locals ask us to bypass, then we would be developing a context classification on whatever their preference is and then funding it. We think it's very problematic. We think it's not, it's very hard to tie that to MCORS in such a way that Turnpike would then fund a local road that was not part of a Turnpike facility through the downtown for those areas. We're looking at language. I think there's certain things we can do here. We can say that if a road, and I'm speaking high brush, we're going to look at the language and we're still working through that. But I think we can say if we're going to bypass a community at the community's request, that we can help them establish the correct, and meaning correct, what they think the correct context sensitive classification for their roadways are. We can talk about it very clearly, if they prioritize projects in the future on that context sensitive classification, we'll design and build that. That's what we do for state highway systems that go through local communities. But it's the rub is finding the funding source here. And I understand we've had a couple of people speak to it, but I just want to tell you from a department standpoint, it's concerning. The other big concern, and I'll have it, I do PD&E, which is the alternative analysis. You've basically created a situation where going through the town is much cheaper than going around the town, and the cost of the downtown improvement would be rolled into the cost of the bypass, and it creates a scenario where it's going to make the alternative analysis kind of out of whack, and it's going to create some issues with us later on. So let us look at that language. We'll get it up on the screen. I just wanted to kind of give those answers. And I'm sorry, I can't remember who asked, but someone asked if this is typical. This is not typical. We talked about it, and we can't think of one scenario in which we created a road project and at the request of the locals bypassed a community, and then also as part of the same project improve the downtown that we just bypassed. Usually the communities want us to bypass, or not usually, if the community wants us to bypass, they want us to bypass because they don't want us to come in the downtown area, or they don't want us to go through the community, and they'd rather us to stay out. So we can't think of one scenario in which we've done both of those things at the same time with the same project. All right, I'm going to hand it back, and we're going to look at the language. Thank you.
As you can tell, a lot to unpack there. So the team is, as suggested, working to put something up that will work within the intent, but the parameters that that we can accomplish this within. So I'm going to let them continue to work, and I'll keep my eye on the task force here. All right. Hey, Thomas, sorry, your hand was buried beneath the bottom of my drop-down screen here. So
That's okay. Thanks. I really appreciate Jason's comments, but I did want to make a couple of points in response to them. And I think Ken's been one of the more sound and clear thinkers in the task force, so I really appreciate him chiming in on this too. The first thing I would do is I think I would agree with Jason's comment that this isn't typical. I'd acknowledge that certainly in my experience, but say that MCORS is not about doing business as usual either. It's about doing something different. The legislature has said this is a proposal about economic development. And the legislature has identified funding sources available for MCORS. So to say that we don't know where the funding is going to come from, the statute makes many funding sources available for MCORS, and we don't know how much any of the projects are going to cost. But to say that this one piece, we don't know how much it's going to cost, so we can't do it, that's just not, it's not consistent with how we're thinking about any portions of the project. That would be like saying we can't build a road at all because we don't know how much it's going to cost. We're going to go through that process of designing and figuring out what's financially feasible. And I'd like the task force to say, you know what, hey, we shouldn't abandon these local governments. If we're taking the traffic off of the state road through their downtown, we should help them make that road supportive of their community and economic development vision. Even if that means that we're going to be adding features or changing features that require a state investment. The MCORS shouldn't leave those local governments behind. It should continue to support them, both with economic development that happens from a new corridor and from supporting their existing downtowns where an old corridor might have been. So thanks.
Thomas, thank you for that comment. I just wanted to clarify. The only reason I said it wasn't typical is because we had a request from the task force if this was typical. We all agree and understand that MCORS is I'm going to say a new animal. It's different than some of the things that we've done in the past. So I appreciate that thought. And we're looking to see if we can come up with language that may satisfy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Kristen Dozier, so you have your hand raised as well.
Thank you, Greg. I have to apologize. I actually missed a bit of Jason's comments here, so I hope I don't repeat anything, but I got the end of it, and listening to Thomas's comments, I was going to say something very similar, that not only is MCORS not typical, but it has a lot of things within MCORS that we've already suggested cannot be funded or necessarily done by FDOT. It's going to require other partnerships. It is a focus on economic development. I also, really picked up, and this is in the intro to the statute, that the task force should consider and recommend certain innovative concepts. I kind of take that a little seriously here. This may be more of a comment to Ken Armstrong, who asked the question. I don't think that we are bound by what is typical for an FDOT approach to transportation planning, because what's in the statute is atypical already. The last thought, and I gotta say, this came to mind after our first meetings in the fall, that we're talking about basically the concept of the Pixar movie Cars. That comes up every time we talk about bypass. And I see you smiling there, Greg, and I hope a lot of others are smiling right now because you know exactly what I'm talking about. So just keep that in your mind. And I think Thomas's amendment here, would be celebrated by Pixar. So there we go. Thank you.
Trying to remember the name of the town so I can ask if we can rename one of the towns to, was it Motor City or whatever? Radiator, thank you, Jason. Well, it's all over it. Radiator Springs. Okay, so Jason, I see we've got the gray language up here. I'm gonna allow you to kind of do your run through on it, and appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, so the gray language does a couple things, and I am going to right off the bat admit that it does not address the funding issue. And I understand that's a big topic of conversation, and I think we're going to have to hear from the task force about that more. But what it does is it does a couple things. It says it clearly defines what was asked earlier while we're coordinating with the locals. if we bypass based on that coordination the town. So we'll talk to the locals. If they want us to bypass, we'll give a lot of consideration to that and make sure that we do everything we can to satisfy that coordination. If we bypass and the urban area is no longer the only route for regional traffic, then we must, and there's a commitment there, we must get with the local to the government and determine the correct context classification based on the community's desired character. So the community will work with FDOT and they'll tell us what they want their local streets to look like, and we will work through how to determine what the classification is. Then we could support a master plan. We can help them develop the priority list of improvements and benefits and talk through all the steps that could happen in the future on what needs to happen. Then, and this is, I understand what was just said. I'm just going to make the point. As everywhere else in the state, when we're doing context classification improvements, so we're talking about pavers and sidewalks and benches, the local communities prioritize those for funding. If they prioritize them, we're happy to design and build them. And this is, it's not what we normally do, because as I said before, when we bypass, we give no kind of consideration to the local roads that we're bypassing around. It is more than that, but it goes short of saying that we'll fund them. Part of that is at the end of the day, it's difficult to make that adjustment. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll let conversation happen. Thank you.
I saw that Thomas's hand was up when Jason started speaking, and then it went down. And sometimes from the go-to side, it's hard to tell if that's the intention. So Thomas, I'll just ask, where's your hand up for this?
I'm interested in hearing what other folks' opinions are.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate the language from staff. It doesn't get where I wanted it to, but I also appreciate it. So I won't render judgment until I hear other folks.
All right. All right. Do we have other thoughts from our task force member? You did myself. Go ahead, sir.
Was that for me? Was that for Ken? I dropped you
Ken Armstrong. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ken Armstrong. No problem. My fault.
This is really a heavy lift, I think. I get that this is a road unlike what we have done before, and a process unlike what we've done before, but we're asking FDOT in the design of the road to hold themselves to all of the restrictions and limitations and requirements that they are usually held to. So it feels a little bit awkward to me to say, you know, you've got to design this road as strictly and as by the book as possible, but oh, by the way, we also want for you to do something that you've never done before on this stuff, and do it too. This is asking an awful lot of FDOT, and I tell you, I'm not comfortable with it.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate your feedback on that. Two other hands came up as well when you were speaking, and we had a fourth come up. So I'm going to go in order I saw them. So Janet Bowman, I saw your hand come up next.
Yeah, so I'd be interested in hearing, I know Kristen weighed in, but from some of the other local governments in terms of whether they would, you know, welcome this, find it helpful, have concerns. You know, I'm just interested in their thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, no, to your point, is if you queued up, Jeff Kennard raised his hand right after you there. So, Jeff.
Yes, I just I want to just say that I agree with Kenneth's comments. I think this is asking an awful lot from DOT. This is getting quite a ways away from a road project, and we're getting into downtown beautification projects and things like that. So I would
Jeff, you went on mute there right at the very end when you said I was, and then it went to mute.
I apologize.
No
Just
problem.
said that I just wanted to agree with Kenneth's comments.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you taking time to respond. And then Charles Lee, I see your hand is up as well.
I just wanted to suggest, if you're going to go with the language in the gray box, that you reorient the word somewhat, and that you put the phrase around an existing urban area after the word bypass to give it a little more straight through reading capability, so that it would say creates a bypass around an existing urban area based on coordination with local preferences and needs, comma, such, and go on that way. Because right now you've got a very broken sentence to begin with that needs, the order of those phrases is wrong.
Okay. Yeah, Jason's coming on now.
Yeah, Charles, we looked at that, and I actually think we'll do, it's not what you suggested, but how do you feel about just moving the based on coordination, local preferences and needs to the beginning? So we say if based on coordination with local preferences and needs, comma, construction of a new highway of the study area creates a bypass, et cetera. And it separates it, so it's still, I think it does what you just said, but we move
that achieves the same goal just by moving a different phrase. That's fine.
Okay.
All right.
I'll let conversation continue. Thank you.
All right. And Jason, do you guys want to have Steph? Yeah, give us one sec, guys, so we can. All right. So, Commissioner Kitchen, I see your hand is raised. It says you're self-muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I agree with Kenneth's point as well. I'm looking at this from a real world application. As you know, the Parkway is coming through Citrus County, and it is actually not impacting our urban areas, either of our two municipalities, and that's okay. And many people see that as a plus because they see the Parkway as a way of getting people through the county that are just trying to get through the county, and it just would add to local traffic. And they want their thought was that this will actually help the downtown areas because it'll clean up the through traffic and give more access to the people that want to be there to be able to get around. So I don't see a real world application of this. I mean, when this happened in Citrus County, they had never talked about coming through Crystal River or Homosassa. It was always going around it, and the thought that they would somehow now, or when I say they, FDOT would somehow now compensate the county for not adding more traffic through a downtown area. I just don't see the real world application of this. And if so, I would be really interested in hearing places like Chiefland and cities like that, do you really anticipate that this road is going to go through the heart of Chiefland or around Chiefland? And if that's the case, what do the local officials up there feel about it? Again, I think it's something that comes back to each individual community, but I think Ken's point was correct. And also the other point about if you make the road more expensive not to build it than to build it by bypassing it and what the cost would be, then it's dead on arrival. So I think we need to look at what the concept was to move people and goods throughout the region rather than running us through a downtown urban area. I don't think that was ever the intent of any of these roads. I could be wrong, but I know in Citrus County that wasn't the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitchen. Really appreciate the feedback on that. So Thomas, you got a chance to hear from a variety of different people and a couple of different perspectives. I know you wanted to sort of digest that and then offer your response. So I'll turn it over to you.
I think the example of Chiefland is actually great. That if we no longer had traffic on 19 through Chiefland, then the question becomes for that community, what do you want 19 to look like? And it's not Again, I hate to, I'm not trying to pick on you, Jason. I don't think context classification is about whether or not it's got lighting and benches. We're asking really fundamental questions about what's the most appropriate lane width. Is it appropriate, whether it's appropriate to have a signal, whether it's appropriate to have marked pedestrian crossing, whether it's appropriate to have driveway access for our businesses there, and how frequent can those driveway accesses be? So really fundamental questions that relate to how well that area works for economic development, for the local business community, and I would just say that I think that FDOT, I like the current language that it would keep FDOT as a planning partner there. So, you know, I guess I could live with the current language, but I really do believe that if FDOT diverts that traffic, it should also be a funding partner for those improvements as well.
Thomas, I appreciate your comments, and I want to just say I wasn't trying to oversimplify context classification. You're absolutely right. It's lane diets and lots of other different things that we do in the communities to help the communities meet what they want to have their roads look like. It was the funding issue that caused us an issue. I heard you say that you're okay with this line. It's not exactly what you asked for, but you were okay with the gray. I think based on all of the comments, maybe we're to the point that one of the Gregs sees if there's any further comments, or we go with the gray language that's been proposed, if you're all right with that.
I can live with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so right off of Jason's suggestion, I'm gonna see if there's any further conversation about the gray language as proposed, and if Secretary Evans.
Just wanted to say thank you, Thomas.
Okay. All right, so we will, oh, I see Ken, you raised your hand. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is an appropriate place to compromise or not. I mean, I appreciate what Secretary Evans just said to Thomas and the reason that he said it. I think it's cool of Thomas to say we'll meet part way. But it still feels to me like we're putting a lot on FDOT, and I sure wish FDOT could say, you know, this is something that we can do within our abilities, within our processes. And if the answer is we can't do this and we're just trying to make peace and let the task force go forward, that's not what I think we need to hear.
Can I absolutely appreciate that. That's why we took a lot of time off camera to have lots of discussions. I will tell you the gray is more than we do now, but the department is very comfortable with the gray and working with the local communities to try to develop their context classification and help them decide what their plans are for the future. I think we're very comfortable with this. And you're right, it's meeting halfway, but I don't think it's the department is concerned about agreeing with this right now.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you following up on that. Some hands went up as Jason was talking and as Ken was talking. So I see Pegeen Hanrahan. I see your hand up down there. You're self-muted.
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. First of all, I want to really just acknowledge the extraordinary work that FDOT has done in this entire process. I think under extremely challenging circumstances. And to me, if the only thing that came out of these task forces is the process that you've developed here and the analysis tools and the capacity to hold large meetings online with such grace and ease, I really just want to recognize each and every one of you, because it's made me proud to be a Floridian, honestly. And so if the product is the process, more power to you. I did just want to weigh in, and I'm thinking, I mean, I do think Chiefland's an example. And if you look at, you know, in not in the study area, but other small towns that have, you know, larger state roads coming through them, whether it's, Stark or Hawthorne, both of which have had some pretty substantial bypass work done, or Newberry, which hasn't. I mean, the truth of the matter is that a large state road, even a regular state road coming through a small town, for one of these communities, they both bring, obviously, people with their pocketbooks, but they also can create real quality of life and hazard issues. And so I just want to kind of amplify Thomas's values and perspective. The other thing I'll just bring to this is that, having served on the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, I would also observe that many of these communities in this kind of general neck of the woods, as far as I'm concerned, have extraordinary sense of vision and community cohesion and sense of place. What they don't have is the access to the resources of professional planners and visioners and, GIS systems and all of those things that, FDOT, clearly is on the cutting edge of, as far as I can tell. So I think that finding that compromise information, or the compromise position that sort of recognizes how, even just moving or changing a road, much less bringing a huge new facility through a community, has a potential to really, either help or hurt a community. It seems to me that, if this were to go forward, with which, frankly, I fall on the side of, I haven't seen the case made yet that it should, but if it were to, I would think that the least that FDOT could do is to bring some of those resources into some of these small towns that have the potential to be impacted. And I want to just apologize in advance. I work on ballot measure campaigns for parks and land, and have 3 in Florida I'm working on now. And so this is an extraordinarily challenging time for me to be active in anything other than ballot measure campaigns. But I have been listening all day. I really want to thank people I agree with and don't, for who've been super active in sending in their smart recommendations and having a good and respectful and civil debate and discussion on this. And I, again, have a great deal of faith in the FDOT staff to carry out the mission that you've been handed, challenging though it is.
Thank you, Joaquin, for the thoughtful insights and that follow-up. Just very well received. Kristen Dozier, I see your hand has been up for a while too, popped up earlier.
Oh, thank you, Greg. Actually, I will say Pagan's comments are spot on. I really appreciate how you frame that. Obviously, I think we're on 2 different planning councils, but we've both spoken to our experience with those planning councils, and I could not agree more that a lot of these communities have the vision, have the cohesion. What they lack is the resources to implement that, whether it's the planning side or the projects. And we've referenced that throughout the document. I think that we need to look at that capacity building. I also, just to reinforce the point that I don't see anything in this document as, well, I shouldn't say anything. There's a lot in the document that is not specifically in FDOT's wheelhouse. I mean, just one of the next guiding principles we're getting to is economic development. And there's a good amount in there about developing priorities and things like that. So I guess I raised my hand here after Ken's last comments. I understand that your feelings about this, and it may not be a compromise you want to make, but I think the language is a good compromise, and it is consistent with other guiding principles we have and how we've described various goals. So I support the alternative language. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate your comments as well. It sounds like we've had a lot of discourse about this, and I feel comfortable looking up at the staff across State of America that we're comfortable with what's there. So from the staff and the DOT side, they appreciate all of the discourse. But if with the approval or of the task force, we would add this as an instruction into this section, and I'm going to look to see if there's any hands that want to dissent to that, and if not, we'll move on to the next one. Good. All right. Okay, the next one is from Charles Lee. It's on page 22, the community identity and character. It's adding a bullet into the bullet list that is there between lines 20. So you see the blue highlight. So just adding a additional bullet to recognize avoid adverse impacts to historic African American communities or similar minority communities. And Charles, if you have any thoughts to share on that. All right, you're good to go, Charles.
It pretty well speaks for itself. It's simply a desirable cultural area to avoid, and we've got other bullets that avoid other things on a cultural or community basis, and so historic African American communities, I think, are important. And as are other minority communities. And, you know, there's a long history in highway building of highways sort of devastating those communities. And in the past, there are allegations that highway builders sought out those communities to run highways through. I'm not going to say that anybody would do that today, but there's certainly a legacy of that. So I offer it for what it is, and in all good conscience, I think we should support it.
Thank you, Charles. Staff is agreeing to accept as amended. So if there's any further discussion, Secretary Evans.
Yeah, Charles, I just want to point out that, you know, consideration of minority communities is always a great concern of the department, and that I just don't want anybody to get the impression that, you know, that we're taking a possible M-Course program to heighten our awareness of that. So I just wanted to point that out. We are very, very sensitive to our residential communities, and especially those related to with minorities. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Secretary Evans. All right, so we're going to accept this proposed. I didn't see any hands pop up otherwise, so we will move on to the next amendment. This was from Commissioner Barfield. It says multiple pages, multiple lines, but it most prevalently comes up in this natural environment guiding principle. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and so bear with me, because the next one speaks to the larger question that's here as well. So the proposed revision is to switch the order of avoidance and enhancement. When you look at the natural environment guiding principle instructions in particular, you know, when we talk about different areas, we had enhance and avoid. And so I think, Betsy, my understanding in your conversations with Rosemary and others, that was more particular what you were looking at. But yeah, Stephanie, as you were, if you could go down to Pam Fiegel's next one. This amendment goes back to a conversation that we had at Task Force Meeting 8. Me and Michelle Hopkins talked about it. Charles Lee talked about it. I think we got the Chris's in there at one point to maybe talk about it. And so this is the order. And if you can, Steph, scroll down on the document to, yes, exactly, right there. So we're talking about the 1, 2, 3 number there, and its application to the bullets beneath. So the first thing I wanted to ask to just sort of clarify this is, Betsy, I interpreted your amendment to be in the instruction language, not the guiding principle language, to switch the order of avoidance and enhancement. And, you know, we can show the examples of that. And then Pam, yours obviously is clear in that we're talking about changing the number order or modifying the number order per your amendment, which would then, you know, read 2 would be minimize and mitigate negative impacts to these resources, and 3 would be enhance, restore, and connect these resources while continuing to avoid negative impacts. So I'll go to Betsy first to help answer the first part of that question, and then to Pam to talk about the rest, and then the task force for their opinions.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make clear that the priority is to avoid first and to enhance. So thinking about a label on a cereal box, you have the highest ingredient first, and thinking along those terms. And when you list your priorities, you list what's most important to you first and then next. And I would think that avoidance would be first. And then if we cannot avoid the area, then enhance. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Betsy. And then Steph, real quick, so I can show what I'm talking about. Can you scroll down to the top of, there you go, right there. So like see conservation lands, that first instruction says continue and identify, prioritize. It says for enhancements or avoidance. So that would be an instance that Betsy was speaking to about avoidance enhancement first. Betsy, to your clarification comment, that is the standard practice. So whether the words were one before the other, the how it is practiced and applied through the planning and PD&E study is as you described it. And then Stephanie, if you can scroll back up onto page 24. And that's how the task force, as you saw, listed the 1, 2, 3. So it's avoid, and then it's got enhance. So Betsy, thank you for that clarification. It does say throughout the document. So I think if staff is good with it, I think we understand her interpretation. We can make that edit and show that to you later, Betsy, to make sure that we've captured that accurately. And then
okay, that'll be fine.
Pam, all right, thank you. And then Pam, I'll go ahead and let you discuss yours here as well. Oh, sorry, Greg, so we're catching up to get you unmuted there, Pam.
This is Kenneth, and we were following the same lines as Ms. Barfield, and actually going back to the priority ranking that the MCORs, what I recall, started out with the AMME framework, and putting the highest priority on that avoidance, and then second to that, minimizing and mitigating, and then lastly is the enhancement, and thought that this document should be consistent with that same methodology.
Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. I want to explain, one, the practicality of it, and two, why it was in this order, and then we'll open up for conversation because it's really a task force preference. Clearly, avoidance is what we're going to always try to do first for conservation, for wildlife, for any impacts to environment, and to me, environments, birds and bunnies, and water and trees, and air and people and communities, and a whole bunch of things. But we're always going to try to avoid negative impacts to it. So clearly, that's number one. And you're right. Originally, we talked about Amy because and I would say typical project, we avoid, then we minimize, and then we mitigate. And we added enhancement on the end because the statute said we will also try in MCORs to enhance. As the process through the task forces have developed, we recognize that really the goal of the legislation was to make enhancements wherever possible. So let me talk about the practical. We moved enhancements to number 2, and I think it's several meetings ago at this point, in order to emphasize enhance where possible. And that's why it says enhance, restore, and connect while continuing to avoid. So it's kind of like a little subset of avoid. We avoid, and then where we can't avoid, you enhance, but still try to avoid. But the practical is, if you're in an enhancement, you're also going to jump to number 3, which is minimize and mitigate, because you are impacting the facility. So the reality is you have avoidance, and then you have enhancement, minimize, and mitigate. And the only reason enhancement was higher than minimize and mitigate was just to elevate it in the thought process of the department for future phases, to understand that we're supposed to look for all opportunities to enhance that we may be able to find throughout the process. I just food for thought, and we'll open it back up to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that clarification. Okay, so I saw Janet's hand go up, and then Charles. I got Janet. There you go. Sorry. All right.
Okay. So this has come up in all the task force meetings, and I think, intellectually I'm on the same. I mean, I understand what Jason just said. But as a practical matter, I mean, a question I have is, I would be concerned about the scenario where, a particular an enhancement, just say, building a wildlife crossing, for example, was used to elevate, a particular action over minimizing the impact to begin with of, just say the impact on a green field or in a wetlands or what have you. So I just want to be sure that really enhance and minimize are kind of on the same level. That's my concern. Thank you.
And let me say this to that point, because I understand the concern. And I think when it says apply the following priority for all listed resources, we're doing all three every time. So as we come near a resource, whether that's wildlife or conservation lands, we're trying to avoid, then enhance, then minimize and mitigate any impact. So it's not, the only scenario that doesn't work is if we just completely avoid it, then we can stop and we don't have to go to 2 and 3. But if you're going to impact it, you have to look at that entire guiding principle. And that's the way we've read it, and that's the way we intend to read it. I personally, and as I said, I think there's an importance for leaving enhance above, just because it puts it in everybody's mind that we should look for all opportunities to enhance. But functionally, I'll say this, it doesn't affect the way we're going to do business. I think if we moved it to the bottom, all I would say is enhance, restore, or connect these resources while continue to avoid negative impacts and continuing to minimize and mitigate. Just because if you flip them, I want to make sure that we still capture that. But it's really up to the task team what needs to be emphasized. Thank you.
Thanks again, Jason. All right, Charles, your hand went up, and then Michelle, your hand was right after his.
I support Commissioner Figel's amendment. I've been troubled by the placement of enhance before minimize throughout the discussion. And I think the reason that it's happening is because there's some confusion between the context and what we're talking about here is, in small brackets, the question of what happens when a road has some impact on a piece of conservation land. And that's different from the larger MCOR's purpose, which is stated in the objectives of MCOR's, to also acquire and protect new conservation lands. There are two separate things here. The thing we're talking about here is what happens when the impact envelope of a road is going to affect an existing conservation land. And in that case, you always should start out trying to avoid. Once you've exhausted those possibilities, you minimize to the greatest extent possible what you are going to impact. And then as the last step, if there's still something that you are going to impact after minimization, at that point you enhance, restore, and do other things to make up for it. So I see this as discrete, Jason, from the question of the MCORs collaborating with the land acquisition agencies to acquire, for example, the pieces of property on the Florida Forever list that might be several miles from any proposed expansion of a road or a new road. That's another function of MCORs. But I don't think that putting enhance and restore in the middle is a proper expression of that. So I'd prefer to see the language that Commissioner Figel has recommended.
So one quick thing then, I'm hearing the task force. I said in the beginning, it doesn't matter to the department which order. We're going to do all three the best we can every time. I am going to put some language in the gray box though, because I think just for the way the sentence functions, if we move enhance to number 3, and you'll see in a second, but it's going to say enhance, restore, and connect these resources while continuing to avoid, minimize, and mitigate negative impacts. Because that's what, if we move it to 3, it's while continuing to do 1 and 2. If you're okay with that, that would be my suggestion, and otherwise the department would be willing just to make the change.
Okay, and Michelle, you had your hand up next.
Yes, I was actually going to suggest moving the enhancement statement to the beginning. And my take on the discussion that we had was the enhancement was a priority to make it better, wasn't necessarily tied to having an impact. And, it was just one of the priorities overall. So you could look for opportunities to enhance and restore, and then move to the avoidance and the minimization. So overall, that was my recommendation.
And so thank you, Michelle. One thing I would share is I think we're starting to blend a couple of different aspects that we have in this guiding principle together. And you guys have worked really hard to craft some instruction languages that speak to exactly what Michelle said, and what Charles was hitting on earlier, that there's a goal in the Senate bill of enhancement and conservation and acquisition and that sort of stuff, which you guys have guiding principle instructions that speak to. And then this guiding principle language, the overall, what y'all have called the mega principle, with this list of resources, it really speaks a lot to the evaluation, consideration, and application of the list of resources below, the no new corridor through and the task force identified resources, and how that is carried through the process and implemented later. So you've got 2 and they're starting to meld together. And as I've watched the task force put together, I think you guys have done a really good job of being able to capture both, but not have them, I don't want to say muddy up each other, but be clear in their application for the next phases. So I would just share that, obviously I agree with Jason that, the practical application of this applies similarly, but there is the gray language down there, and I will stop babbling. Charles, I see you have your hand back up.
If you want to I'm not sure I understand the gray language with the L4 bullet point 2.
Charles, we're fixing it right now.
Okay.
All it is we're going to accept the amendment as proposed,
right.
But we're going to change bullet point number 3 to add avoid, minimize, and mitigate negative impacts. We just put avoid, minimize, and mitigate in that sentence. That's the only change.
While continuing to avoid. And that's, if you want to do that, that's fine. I think, frankly, I don't think it's necessary, but if it makes the department more comfortable, it's no problem to me.
I just think it very clearly lays out what we're going to do. And if the task force is okay with that, I think the Gregs are going to take a show of hands for any other concerns.
Correct.
Why we clean up the gray, just to say what I just said.
All right, so Pam and Kenneth, I'll go back to you because it was obviously that was your amendment. So it's essentially accept as is, but with the formatting change. So I'll ask her, do you guys feel that addresses your amendment?
So you're going to follow the proposed amendment, and our proposed number 3, you're adding the additional verbiage.
Correct. So I think,
okay.
Yes.
Well, we agree with Charles that we feel it's a little bit superfluous, but we were willing to accept that change.
Okay. All right. And then I'll just, like Jason suggested, if there's any other hands about this edit or proposed amendment. Okay. Not seeing any additional hands. I'm going to move on to the next amendment. We're staying in this neighborhood. All right, so actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure Stephanie and the team are ready to go here. All right, we're good. All right, so the next amendment is going to go to Betsy Barfield's number 5. It's same part of the report. It's on page 24, line 17. Betsy is suggesting to include unmanaged conservation lands in addition to the managed conservation lands in the list of do not develop a new corridor through. Betsy, any follow-up on that? Or you want me to?
Yes, thank you. Just like the last conversation we just had, I really want our conservation people to take a hard look at this, because this is definitely their wheelhouse. And I'm not versed in the managed and the unmanaged, the connotation between those two. I just want to make sure that the conservation land that we're speaking of, whether it's managed or unmanaged, whatever is best for our environment, and marching that forward. It's mostly just to raise the question, are Janet and Lee and the folks comfortable with having either managed or unmanaged, or both of them in there? Charles Lee.
Thank you, Betsy. Kent, I saw that your hand went up as well. And Jason, do you want to go first? You want me to
Yeah, let me just offer a suggestion, because we're talking about it, and trying to define what managed conservation or unmanaged conservation lands, what those two words mean. Can we just take out managed and just say conservation areas? Just a thought.
Okay. Kent, I'll go to you. I'll go to you and to Charles, and as Betsy asked for, since he asked for that feedback, and then I'll go back to Betsy.
Thank you very much, Greg. Kent Winter, Defenders of Wildlife. Managed conservation lands is a specific reference data set maintained by the Florida Natural Areas Inventory. That is what they call it, and it's all conservation lands, public and private, that are in fee and have conservation easements on them. And so it's a specific data set. I'd recommend you leave it at that, because that's what it represents. But just as long as the department defines it as how FNA is presenting them on the maps, I think that would be the best way to handle it. And there's no data sets for unmanaged conservation. That's the other thing. It's ambiguous. So thank you.
Thanks, Ken. I appreciate that clarification. Charles Lee.
Yeah, following up on what Ken said, I don't know what an unmanaged conservation land is. The GIS system that a lot of effort was put into identifies a category as managed conservation lands, and it lifted that out of the FNA inventory. The term generally refers to the situation when first the trustees of the Internal Improvement Fund under the Florida Forever or Preservation 2000 program, the governor and cabinet bought a piece of land, but then they assigned it to a management agency. And when the land is turned over to the management agency, it is considered managed conservation lands. So I don't think, to my knowledge, the only quote unmanaged conservation lands close quote would be for a brief period of time in the hiatus between the time a piece of property is bought and the time it's assigned. But the way that these are typically placed on agendas to be purchased, the management agency is identified at the time the governor and cabinet purchases it. So I don't think, bottom line is, I don't think the critter exists. I mean, there may be conservation lands that are not managed as well as we would like to see, or there's not enough money for management, but they all fit into that category, which is in our GIS system and pops up as a pink color on the map.
So Charles, let me jump back in because and Kent and Charles, thank you for the reminder. So the way this task force has addressed it, the do not develop a new corridor through came from the pink and purple maps that were developed before, and there are clearly layers in the maps, and they weren't supposed to be kind of robust, just all-encompassing discussion points. So what we've said is for those pink and purple layers right there, it says we shall not develop a new corridor through, and that was kind of an ironclad commitment by the department that we made early on, not to develop new corridors through those. I think the amendment is from Commissioner Barfield is giving consideration to, and I'm going to say maybe there's other conservation lands that aren't addressed in any of the list, either that list or the second list. I think, and we'll talk about it, but I think if we added a bullet at the bottom that says additional resources identified as priorities by task force members, and it just said other conservation lands, and that's all other lands that are conservation in nature but aren't identified in either of the lists above, then what would happen is they would follow the general principle that I had them scroll up so we could see: avoid negative impacts to them, enhance and restore, minimize and mitigate, and go from there. Commissioner Barfield, would that be all right, given the explanation with the pink and purple and what that bullet means to try to capture those other conservation lands?
Yes, that would be fine. I just needed a weigh in on that. If you just take out managed and leave it that way, I think that would be good. I know I just needed clarification, and I think that was a good discussion on that.
Ma'am, just to clarify, we're going to put it in the gray box to show you, but managed conservation lands was the definition. We haven't done it yet. The managed conservation lands is the definition of a very specific GIS layer that was included in our tool. So I believe we want to leave managed conservation layer as it's written there in blue, because that's a very specific thing that actually has tangible reference to our tool. And then what we would do is to capture all other conservation lands that may not be addressed in the task force requested priorities below, we would add a bullet that said, right there where the cursor is, we would add a bullet that basically said other conservation lands not identified above, something like that. And that way we've captured all conservation lands in the two groups.
I will be good with that.
Okay, give us 1 second. Let us get the language, and then we can continue. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Janet, you had your hand up.
Yes, I'm fine with that change, but I would suggest on line 17, let's change areas to lands. So
I think, I think the naming is consistent with what's actually on the GIS data layer, but I hear you on that. So yeah, if I could be wrong about that, I may ask Kent or Charles to.
The FNA data layers manage conservation lands.
Is that what it is on FNA? Okay, all right, thank you. We call it areas on the pink and purple. Okay, Ken Armstrong, I see your hand was up too.
I'm happy that we have eliminated the unmanaged conservation lands. I felt like that was too vague. And then Jason comes along and suggests that we use the word other instead, which to me didn't feel like we nailed it down very much. Other conservation lands sounds to me like more vague than unmanaged conservation lands. So I think the other solution is not a very good solution, and it should just be left at managed. because we know what that is, and we don't know what other or unmanaged are.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Oh, go ahead, Jason.
So Ken, you're suggesting just leave the areas here in this guiding principle the way they're written now?
Well, yes, I'm suggesting that. I mean, we have this list of very specific thing that we all know what they are, and then to end that list of bullets or arrows with the term other conservation lands is just buying a pig in a poke that nobody, I mean, fewer people know what that means than know what unmanaged are.
All right, Charles, I see your hand stayed up. I'll let you, if you could, go ahead.
Yes. I would have no problem with not having other conservation lands in there. I mean, this is kind of a catch-all category. And if you look, for example, on line 30, you have the word state-owned lands. Well, that would include road right-of-ways, because those are state-owned lands. They're owned by DOT. So there's a little bit of imprecision and overlap in this list. I think some of the things in this list are actually things that show up as do not develop a new corridor through. But people have inserted these names because they wanted to make sure things are in. Wildlife refuges is one that definitely needs to be on line 32 because it wasn't showing up in other places. But in any event, I have no problem with simply leaving it at managed conservation lands and not putting another category in this list between lines 23 and lines 43.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I do have some comments about I do have a proposed amendment with regard to line 21, however.
I think we're in a rabbit hole right now, and I worry if we do that, we're going to burrow into a secondary rabbit hole. So we're going to come right to that, Charles. So I'm with you on that. So we'll be on that one shortly. And then Janet, I just on the FNA, it does say Florida managed areas. So I think that is consistent with what's on their GIS data set and what's on their site for that. And I see you have your hand up as well. So it's probably appropriate time. And then Betsy, I'm gonna come right back to you on this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the list, I mean, one suggestion that may get at a category Commissioner Barfield is thinking about would be conservation easements held by land trusts.
All right, and Jason, there's been so much. How do you want me to go back to Betsy and ask?
Commissioner Barfield, so we've heard a lot of conversation back and forth about this, and I will take full ownership of trying to meet in the middle, causing more problems than maybe it's needed. My suggestion at this point, it says managed conservation areas. That's what the department committed to for no new corridors through. There's lots of very specific task force member layers that have been positioned below that'll follow the regular guiding principle. I'm not sure what else we can do here based on the comments of the task force. How do you feel about leaving it the way it is?
My original question when I looked at this is there, and when I talked to Rosemary and team, my question was, is there a difference between managed and unmanaged? And that's where I started down this road of if it's unmanaged, but it's still a conservation, then I definitely want that included in it. I just want to make sure that we're including our conservation easements, our managed land, and if there are any unmanaged land, I want that added to it. But that was made clear just a few minutes ago that there really isn't any unmanaged land. I mean, certainly a state agency could have a management plan in place and not follow that, and not do any of it, but there is a plan in place. I just want to make sure that I wanted to understand that there was not an unmanaged plan, and just want to make sure everything is encompassed in that.
Thank you for
So
that.
I'm good with the language.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
we can leave it as it is.
All right, then I would suggest to the Gregs that maybe we move on to the next one.
Thank you, Betsy.
And if I could, Greg, just from a facilitation standpoint, I just want to touch base with everybody. So from a time standpoint, obviously we're a little after 5. We appreciate everybody's patience and being able to get through everything. What we would like to do is we would like to try to focus on the remaining amendments that we have here in front of us in our packet, and let's get through those to be able, before we add anything or we go back to, hey, this line says this and so forth. Can we just get through these, I think, to be able to make the biggest dent that we can and the biggest progress that we can to be able to finalize and get things to a final report. Mr. Chairman, is that okay with you?
Absolutely. And, everybody's human, and there's a lot of folks that went late yesterday. Not saying that our work's not as important as Southwest, but let's phrase our questions and our comments to the point. Let's get to the point of things. Thank you, Greg.
All right, Greg, I'll turn it back over to you. Thanks, Greg.
I'm getting also, while we're doing this, and I appreciate this from all the task force members, you guys trying to do your best to help me here as I'm talking and doing best to avoid foot and mouth moments. Chris, I see what you sent me here with the managed conservation lands from FNA. Kent, I also saw what you sent me here where there was another clip from FNA that says managed conservation areas. I think the important takeaway is that we as DOT on the other side know which data set we should be applied, and it's on that map, so everyone's clear on that. So to the point that everyone said, if whether we say areas or lands, I think we're getting the data set that was expected for and by everyone. So again, with permission, I think we heard from the amendment proposer and she's comfortable with where things are. I would like to move on. I see one hand remaining up, but I will ask if it's okay if we can move on to the next amendment. Okay. All right, so the next amendment, and so Stephanie, we're going to mark that one as withdrawn. All right, so next one is going to be Charles Lee on page 37 of the amendments. We're still in the same area here. So this is a proposed amendment from Charles. Stating that it's adding a bullet to line 21. So in the before the task force list of resources would be adding a bullet that states these additional resources identified as priorities by the task force members should be avoided to the greatest extent practical in the event they are not included in the do not impact or do not develop a new corridor through categories as shown above. Minimization and enhancement provisions should also apply. Charles, bear with me for one more second here, because I know you and I spoke about this, so I would like to add one thing here. So as Charles explained down here, that there wasn't a significant linkage between this bullet list and the principles above. And so, Charles, I'll give you a chance to clarify here, but it does, as Stephanie, if you can, yeah, on line 1, it does start with apply the following priority to all of the below listed resources. And so the intention of the wording was to have that linkage. And I think Charles was just questioning whether or not that was clear to all readers. So Charles, I'll let you go ahead.
Well, I still think there's a lack of, I guess the argument that you just made, you would take out the bullet point on 11 that says do not develop a new corridor through. I'm not advocating that, by the way. I think you should leave that there. I'm not adding a new bullet point. I'm replacing the existing bullet point on line 21.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misread that.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to do is give life to everything that is listed below it in terms of what it's going to mean. because right now, line 21 says they are identified as priorities. The question is priorities for what? And what I've tried to do is to answer the what. And some of these things, some of these things I believe are already included in the do not impact category. Or they're included in the no new corridor through category. So what I have said is if they're not in the do not impact or the no new corridor through, that they should be avoided to the greatest extent practical. And then minimization and enhancement would also apply. So again, right now I see this as a floating list. Again, I try to read things the way somebody coming into this 10 years from now or 5 years from now who wasn't in these meetings would read it. And what's missing above that long list of things is an action statement as to what the list below means. And I've tried to create that action statement.
Thank you, Charles. So we'll go to the task force for any thoughts on this. Again, this was crafted with you all, so. All right, I see Kent's hand just went up.
Hi, this is Kent Wimmer, Defenders Wildlife. I'm happy to support Charles's recommendation. I think it makes some sense, but you know, if it's not necessary, I'd like to hear that from staff. But otherwise, I mean, he does make some sense here. Thank you.
All right, give us one sec, guys. They're working on the incorporations or consideration.
All right, Kent and Charles, here's the only concern I have is that if you basically what Charles has done is rewritten the guiding principle into the bullet before the additional task force priorities, and it doesn't give a lot of reason to have the guiding principle above. So I'm going to offer a couple of different suggestions. I think one suggestion would be in the bullet, instead of rewriting the entire guiding principle, Charles, just put apply the above guiding principle to these additional resources identified as priorities by the task force members. We did a lot of work to get the language in the guiding principle set. So I would rather just say apply the guiding principle above to these additional resources identified as priorities by task force members. If you're okay with that, because that's really what the intention has been all along, is that list of layers identified by task force members, the guiding principle that's above will be applied to them. If there's another reason to change the language, I'm not sure what it is right now.
The only problem with that is that what are you calling? I'm sorry, I see bullet points beginning on line 1. What are you calling the guiding principle? Apply the following priority order, or what are you calling the guiding principle? Okay, avoid adverse. Okay, got it. You need to do something with line 21. I've tried to do it.
And sir, that's my suggestion, is to change line 21 to say, apply the above guiding principle to these additional resources identified as priorities by task force members.
Sold American.
You're good?
Yeah.
All right, let us write that and we'll get it back to you. Give us 2 minutes.
Charles Shin, I see your hand was up as well. Secretary Evans.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles.
I was just going to say, amen, brother. Let's roll.
All right, give us a sec. We'll get that in the gray box and get the thumbs up one more time and move on to the next suggested amendment.
All right, Charles, I'm speaking directly to you because I see your issue. I'm going to offer another suggestion instead of rewriting number 21. If you could scroll down just a little bit. The bullet that says do not place a new toward or through, I would like to move that above the apply the following priority for all the below listed resources. So then what you have is you have the apply the following priority order for the below listed resources right above all the additional resources from the task force members, and it's very clear what it applies to.
You've lost me. I don't see what you're doing here. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, it's fine, Charles. Let me try this. So at the top there, you see where it says apply the following priority order for the below listed resources 1, 2, 3.
Right.
And you were having a difficult time connecting that to the resources identified by the task force members, right?
Correct.
I'd like to flip that bullet down there by the task force members, and it would say apply the following priority order for all the below listed resources identified as priority by task force members, and then it would have the list. It would just be a cleanup, and I don't know if we're going to be able to put it in the gray box, but we would move the do not develop a nor or through above it, and then basically make that guiding principle right above the list of the task team.
And then above that, you've got do not impact.
Yeah, that stays there just like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't change.
So you would move that below. So you'd move that down to the vicinity of line 21 is what you're saying.
Yes, sir. Well, what we'd do is line 21. Let me describe it this way. Line 21 would come out. The priority would move down, and it would say apply the following priority order for all the below listed resources identified as priority by task force members. And then it would say 1, 2, 3, and then it would have a list of the task force member layers. And it would be very clear that those 1, 2, 3 applied to the task force member layers. Above that, you'd still have do not impact and do not develop a new corridor through.
I think it's probably okay to do that. What it actually does, just for truth in advertising, in my opinion, what it does is to lock in even further the sanctity of the things in the do not develop a new corridor through, because you're taking out the suggestion that you might have to minimize something because you went through. So I think if you drop it down, you're kind of elevating the sanctity of the do not develop a corridor through list is sort of my initial thought as to what it does.
I agree with you. I think that's the intent. That was the intent from the department all along. We said the purple and pink maps were an absolute commitment from the department. Look, with the task force permission, I think this is editorial. It's just rewriting a sentence for clarity. Greg's, if you want to ask people, we can do it offline, and Charles, we can show it to you in the final if that's all right.
Yeah, while you're rewriting stuff, think about Janet Bowman's addition of the conservation easements by land trusts. That ought to go on that list.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think we got a plan. Well, the staff's still working. I don't want to. Headsets are off and deliberation is occurring, so I don't want them to miss anything that we might hear back from the task force. Give us one sec, guys.
If everyone just bear with us, like Greg said, we're just trying to make for sure, because of that moving things around in that section of the report, and it's not as easy to fit in that gray box. So we just want to make for sure we've got it, the folks who are editing the report. And again, the idea is that once we get through this, I think we've got about 13 more amendments to go through, that we would update the report as it's actually, the report's being updated in the background right now, that we would actually show the report to you and track changes, kind of go through it. You could see where all the amendments are actually demonstrated within the report. So we're just trying to make for sure that shifting and formatting of that section of the report is understood right now. So thanks for your patience.
All right, Janet, real quick, could you shoot us the name of that, that we're gonna, in addition to the edit, as Charles suggested, as you suggested, I think it was lands held in private conservation easement trusts. I mean, it's something that the task force brought up in 7 and 8 in chatting. So Janet, if you could give us that name real quick again that you had mentioned.
Verbally, or do you want me to send it to you in chat?
No, verbally is fine. We've got.
Okay.
So.
Conservation easements held by land trusts.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm looking over at the team that's editing the documents live and behind the scenes, just to taking time now so as to not get it wrong when we look at this later tonight. Going back through.
While they're working on that, I will just remind everybody, as we said at the beginning, that there is a community open house, our final community open house, that will be held as part of the task force phase. It's going to be held at the Madison Church of God in Madison. Task force members, you'll recall this was our last, I believe that was a location of our last in-person meeting in Madison County. And so we're going back to that location for a community open house. That's going to be this Thursday evening, the 22nd of October, from 5:30 to 7:30. And so if you are able to make it and you're in the area, or you want to tell your constituents and so forth about that, that'd be a great opportunity. We've had a lot of good success in regards to community open houses, even during the pandemic season. So social distancing does apply, but it's good opportunity to get information out. So.
All right, looks like we got it in there to be ready for showtime when we come back later. And then to that point that you had there, Charles and Janet, we added in the list at the bottom. While I was gone, I see that a couple of hands came up. So I see Mark and Ken's hands. Mark?
Yeah, hi. This is Mark Futrell. I have a quick question. This is more about housekeeping, just to know what kind of to expect as we go on. I heard a mention just a few moments ago about an additional 13 amendments that we're going to deal with. Curious if we're going to push through, or can we anticipate a dinner break? Can you kind of give us a sense of kind of how we can expect the rest of the next period of time to proceed?
So, Mark, good question. And last night, or yesterday and through into last night, the Southwest Central corridor worked to around 11:30 with routine bathroom breaks. So we're going to try to do that again, sir, and hope we won't take quite that long.
Thank you. If I may also follow up, just to from an experience from last night that you might want to consider, and I'm not sure when the right time to do this, if you even want to do this, is to make sure everyone on the task force is understanding of how the finalization of the report is going to go and what you're going to expect from everybody regarding their response to it. I know the secretary did a nice job this morning of kind of laying out that, giving us a sense of what's expected and how it's going to go. But if you feel like there's a need to maybe make sure everyone is on the same page as far as expectations for the posture they're going to be in the finalization of the report. Just an experience from last night. There was a few folks that were a little caught off guard, I would say, and maybe extended the discussion to make sure they fully understood the posture they were asked to be in. So just something to consider as we approach that hour.
Yes, sir. Good point. And you know, every good team learned from the previous game, and we have lessons learned. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And then Ken, I see your hand was up too when I got back. Ken Armstrong, sorry.
Yes, Greg, the next handful or so of amendments are fairly specific and pointedly toward conservation activities. And I know that the department probably knows these amendments backwards and forwards by now. So I think it would be helpful, instead of having the amender or proposed amender sort of present their case, so to speak, on any of these that the department feels like it's a great addition, it makes sense, we're ready to go. I would just suggest that the department say, we're prepared to buy this one if everybody else is prepared for us to buy this one, and then let anybody who sort of dissents or doesn't understand the situation raise their hand. But there's no reason for us to present it, describe it, discuss it if the department's already decided, you know, we're good to go on this one, or we're good to go on this one if we just changed this little thing. So I think maybe on these more specialized ones that don't have as much general knowledge across the task force, that might be a better way to proceed that might save us some time.
Okay, I'm getting heads of we will try to do that. So I'll attempt that, and then you know, Ken, if you'll the entire task force, you bear with me. It's a little bit outside of how we've done everything before that. So if I become too presumptive, I know the staff here will quickly let me know. But similar, you know, with you all as the amendment providers. So let's give it a go. The next one is Kent Wimmer, Conservation Lands, adding additional instruction bullet says, give consideration to impacts to Florida Forever targeted lands when developing alternatives. If these lands are impacted, provide enhancement to the lands and give strong consideration to potential special design features. Jason? Right. Yes, and we are good on this. The department's position, I got 2, 3, yes, and all right, got all the high nods. So the department's position would be to accept as proposed. If there's any further questions or consideration on that, let me see a raised hand. If not, we'll move on to the next one. All right. The next one is from Charles Lee. It's adding an additional, well, I'm sorry, it's insert the following text on line 29. And so it is a additional conservation discussions. Coordinate with Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation to determine optimal wildlife crossings locations, maximize effectiveness. Jason, do you want me to read all this, or? Yeah, all right. So I am going to go ahead and read it all because they're doing a little taking in on it. And maximize effectiveness of wildlife crossing design elements based upon the best available data concerning wildlife movement patterns and adjacent land uses. And in general, wildlife crossings designs developed during PD&E and final design phase of the process must assure that publicly owned conservation land sufficient to allow the passage of wildlife exists at both ends of a proposed crossing structure. The design of wildlife crossings intended for use by large mammals or the design of crossings that include both upland and wetland habitats should generally incorporate trestle bridges. All right, give us 1 sec.
So thank you for the amendment, Charles. We're looking at it now. We're going to have some language up on the screen. We made a couple of modifications to your language, and I hope it's okay because I think the goal here. First, let me talk through like what we looked at doing. The goal here is, yes, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, we talk to quite often about wildlife crossings. We also talk to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, so I think it's important to include them too. A lot of times if we're seeking a biological opinion on how a crossing is going to help mitigate impact to an endangered species, we pull in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service too. So we just included that because I think that's what we're going to do every day to day anyway. So that's the first one. And then the rest of that first sentence is fine. The second sentence, there's a must in there, and it says that we must be assured that publicly owned conservation lands exist at both ends of the property. And look, I agree that that's always the goal, but we also want to put if required by the agencies, because at the end of the day, what the agencies are going to ask of us for wildlife crossings is what we are going to try to do as an agency. We're going to try to comply with the requests that they make of us. So we wanted to make sure that it's very clear that we're going to do what they ask for, and if they happened to ask for something that was different than what the task force put in the report, we didn't want to be kind of in a catch-22 where we're trying to figure out what to follow, because at the end of the day, if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission ask for us to do something specific, we're generally obligated to do that, and we follow through with it. The last one, this is really hard for us because we have an agency of engineers that design these things. So saying we must incorporate trestle bridges, I think we have handbooks and manuals on how to design wildlife crossings. We fund studies with the various colleges on what the best way to do this is. Those things change as time goes on. So we just included a provision at the end if that is required by the design feature, because I really prefer to give this back to the engineers and say, using the best scientific data and the requirements of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the FWCC, how can we design that facility structure better, and let the engineers make those decisions. So it's a couple of rewrites. I hope you're okay with it, but I'll turn it back to the Gregs to go through the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you for the team for putting that suggested revised language back together. We'll go back to Charles.
Yes, sold American.
All right. Any other comments from the task force members on the proposed edit? All right, moving on to the next one. I'm sorry, Ken has his arm up. Okay, Ken, go ahead. Ken Armstrong.
Well, yeah, Armstrong.
Your arm is up, yes.
I have my arm up. Yeah, I think the last piece, I mean, I'm okay with it, but it seems a little bit circular to me that we're going to design it this way as a trestle bridge if the design calls for it to be designed that way. It seems to me that the words should and generally provide enough leeway that you really don't need the if required based on design of the feature. So I'll just say it seems circular again. We should generally design it this way if the design requires it that way. Seems unnecessary to me. I'd end it after bridges. But I'm not. If Charles is okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Right. Okay. Charles, I see your hands back up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Ken. And the reality is that in situations involving large mammals, take a look at the Wekiva Parkway. It's, it's an extensive trestle bridge. And I'm finding it hard to imagine a situation where the advice from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or FWC is going to be to make them crawl through culverts when they've generally been advising trestle bridges for years. So I said sold American, and just to move things along, I'll go with it. I would prefer what Ken is suggesting because I think he's got it right.
Charles, this isn't one to fall on the sword, for lack of a better phrase, but there's lots of other methodologies that the department has looked into that aren't trestle bridges that can provide wildlife crossings. I mean, and we don't have them in Florida right now, but if you look out west, there's large structures where herds of animals, we don't have herds of animals in Florida, but there's just other ways to do this. And I think to say, should generally be a trestle bridge, engineers will read that later on and say, well, I guess we have to design a trestle bridge if we can. I just think that for me, I think the whole sentence is very prescriptive, and even with the shoulds and generals, it means that we're going to try to build a trestle bridge if we can. And I think that, you know, I would rather just let the engineers pick what type of crossing is appropriate with input from the scientists to what's appropriate. And to your point, clearly a box culvert may not be appropriate, and we would have Fish and Wildlife Commission and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service tell us that's not appropriate, and we would look to something else, which may or may not be a trestle bridge solution. That was kind of where we were coming from. I know it's a little wordy because at the end of the day, I don't think the last sentence serves a real purpose except for to kind of tie the hands of the engineers that are going to design these crossings in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand the issue with regard to trestle bridge as a bridge design. You could, I'd be fine if you just said bridging rather than trestle bridge. If you just said should generally incorporate bridging and then leave the design of how you make the bridge up to the engineer, that's fine with me.
Charles, give us just a second. We rewrote the last sentence a little bit and we took out the word trestle. Just give us a second and we'll update it on the gray and see how you feel about it.
All right. So they put the revised language up there. I think that captured what I heard you say, Charles. So if I don't see any hands up, I'm going to say good to go as revised. Let's see, Charles, go ahead. Oh, sorry. There you go.
It's fine.
All right. All right, Ken, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you very much, Greg. Kent Wimmer. Does this language also address other animals besides large mammals? I mean, we have built turtle tunnels and salamander walls and various things along highways, to help protect other wildlife. Is this comprehensive enough besides just mammals, Jason?
So Kent, my thought is when you add this, because I think this is very specific to large mammals and how we would handle large mammal crossings. The second bullet, I think there under wildlife habitats says ensure the corridor minimally impacts wildlife corridors and places a high priority to give and design features that establish functional wildlife crossings that maintain connectivity. I think we're very well covered that both for large and small critters, we have to look to wildlife crossings to make sure that connectivity exists.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you confirming.
Yeah, and to Jason's point, there's actually two more, or one more at least, on ecosystem connectivity on 7. So yeah, I agree with Jason. That between the three of those, you got a pretty well-rounded look at the wildlife crossing question. So, all right, we're going to move on to the next amendment. This one was also proposed by Charles. So it's on page 25, lines 30 through 31. Replace the text in the lines in the instruction contained on lines 30 and 31 with the following. So the blue highlighted line, incorporate emerging and available technology to limit impacts to wildlife, including road kills. Utilize technology such as smoke sensors that activate warning signs and alert law enforcement and DOT offices of smoke situations to better facilitate prescribed fire management of conservation lands and provide notifications of other hazards such as smoke from wildfires. One second, guys. I feel like Roger Goodell, and the draft pick is in.
Sorry that's taking so long. Charles, we have no real concern with your language. We are going to put something in the gray box though, because we think when the second sentence it talks about using technology such as smoke and it goes on, I think we want to talk about prioritizing the locations for. So it's very clear that we're going to put in places that it's deemed appropriate. And clearly it can't go, every quarter mile or every half mile along the corridor. We're going to have to make some decisions. But the instruction, I think, holds weight that we will make those decisions as we're going through project development. Give us 1 second, and that'll go on the screen.
Charles has his hands up. I'm gonna go ahead and, Charles.
Yeah, just while you're drafting, one of the things I'm trying to achieve among several in this is to avoid the situation currently on lines 30 and 31 where you are classifying prescribed fires as a hazard. We need to encourage prescribed fire, among other things, to prevent wildfire, but also as management of wildlife habitat and, for that matter, botanical habitat. And so one of the features of the way I rewrote it was to use these advanced notification systems in an affirmative way to encourage prescribed fire or better facilitate prescribed fire, and then also to notify in the case of hazards from wildfire. So it may seem like a subtle distinction, but I can tell you that in the real world of land management, the ability to burn is heavily suppressed by the regulations, and there's not much encouragement to burn in many cases. And so if you could have electronic signalization that would make it easier for burn bosses to get permits to burn, we would be able to burn more acres, and by doing so, we would reduce the potential for wildfires, and we would also improve habitat management.
Yeah, yes, sir. And we included your language. You see at the bottom, we just put the prioritize the locations to utilize technology in there. If you're okay with that, we're okay with moving it forward. Understand that we understand the environmental benefit for controlled burns. The department clearly understands that. I think from a transportation organization, smoke on a road is a hazard, regardless of where it comes from. So your language is fine.
Yeah, it's good. The way you got it's fine.
All right, I'm going to move on to the next amendment. This is from Thomas Hawkins, page 25, line 10, suggesting a new bullet point. And so this states to purchase or ensure permanent production of all Florida Forever projects within 10 miles of any transportation corridor development or redevelopment. if a project is within 10 miles of a transportation corridor, but also includes land which is more than 10 miles from a transportation corridor, purchase or ensure permanent protection of the entire project area. If a project cannot be purchased or permanently protected because the seller is not willing, allocate the cost of that acquisition toward one or more of the other Florida Forever projects in the study area, but more than 10 miles from any transportation corridor development or redevelopment. But this, I think, as you know, was discussed yesterday as well. The staff is looking at that. It's different, I'm sorry. Okay. So Thomas, if you want to talk about to this one. If we have him.
Yep, hold on a second. There we go.
All right. You should be good to go now, Thomas.
All right. I never know when I can click that button when I'm in control, when y'all are. Take care, press it. Wait every few seconds, press it. So we had a couple. I made the comment in a few meetings that one thing missing from the report is an objective standard where we can come back and look, whether it's 5 years or 10 years down the road, and know whether we met the conservation goals in the report. So we need something with objective language. I think we've made a lot of good improvements to the environmental section in our conversation tonight. I'll say tonight instead of this evening, because my son's going to bed. But we still have our language geared towards the idea of minimizing any impacts associated with corridor development, and that's clearly not what the legislature directs us to do. It empowers us and directs us to talk about environmental conservation, set standards for environmental conservation as an independent objective of the statute. So I came up with this language after meeting with some faculty at UF that do this kind of work. I've spoken about it with several members of staff, and at each point along the way have made changes to it. Some of the concerns expressed were, we can't put down that we're going to necessarily purchase something that's on a list because we might not have a willing seller. So I addressed that with language that says if we can't affect a sale of a project that's on a list, that's absolutely fine. Take whatever that revenue is and allocate it towards a different project. But I think what we've got here is something it's doable, that meets the legislative objective, and is language that we can all read and know later on whether we followed it. I want to tee up two other ones because I know the hour's getting late, and so I just want to kind of foreshadow where we're going. I proposed 3 paragraphs that are all very similar. This one relates to Florida Forever projects. A second one relates to the Florida Ecological Greenways Network, and the third one relates to rural and family lands projects. And they've all got the same framework. They all say if the project's within 10 miles of the corridor, we should fund and execute that project as part of MPORS. And so I won't need a lot of further explanation for the other two because they follow that exact same pattern, but are for wildlife and for agricultural lands, whereas this one is for Florida Forever projects. So that's it. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas, thank you for the explanation. I'm going to say right off that the 5 and 10 mile radius purchases become very large, difficult expenditures, and I'm not saying that we won't, but let's go to the meat of the kind of argument that was brought up, and I think it's fair, is that the staff took back after the last couple of task force meetings and realized that what was missing was some kind of both commitment and both a way to measure what we're going to do for conservation. So you see language in the gray box there that we're going to suggest gets put into the action plan, and this is a commitment by the department to do a few things. First, it is during the planning process, we're going to determine all the potential conservation land acquisitions or opportunities that are in the region of the project. Second, during PD&E, We're going to come up with an actual acquisition plan, one that's published that the world can see. And then it's also something that we can measure off of and say, this is what we intended to do. Did we do it or did we not do it? We'll also determine funding in whole or part on how acquisition projects would be consistent with the statute, and we'll make that available. And then we're going to use that funding source to leverage other state, federal, local, private, nonprofit sources. So if we have X dollars, and we can only buy so much land, and we want to get together with other partners to buy a lot more, that'd be great. But really what we're trying to do here is lay out the fact that we're committing to a plan, that we're committing to develop the plan, we're committing to measure ourselves and follow the plan. As it goes through PD&E, it'll be in cooperation with the partner agencies that we deal with in PD&E, and we'll clearly be getting public comment on that too, so everyone will see it. We're just saying that you're going to buy all land within a 10-mile radius of a transportation corridor almost instantly makes portions of the project just untenable and impossible to build. So that's an offer suggestion. It's different. It'll go in the action plan. We're bringing it up here because it affects all three of your suggested amendments. It's just basically a commitment by the department to come up with a conservation plan. Thank you for your time.
All right, and I'll just add, because I know that the next amendment, it speaks to, from Charles Lee, it says, during the PD&E phase, develop a conservation land easement acquisition plan. So this language now overlaps between those two. We have several hands that have come up on this. So I'm going to go to Ken Armstrong because his hand went up first. So Ken.
Okay. Of course, I raised my hand before Jason made his comments. My concern was the last sentence, where it says that the cost of the acquisition, in case it can't be purchased because of an unwilling seller, would be applied to others. I mean, I don't know how you know what the cost of the acquisition is if the seller was unwilling to sell. I don't. You can't know. The only way you can know the cost of something is if you have a seller willing to sell at that price. So it seems to me to make the last sentence completely impractical, and I would, unless there's a better way of saying it, I would stop after the first long sentence. But I'm certainly not opposed to Jason's comment by any means, the stuff in the gray box.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate your feedback. Charles, your hand was up, and then Thomas.
Yeah, I support the language in the gray box. It will eliminate the necessity to discuss the similar amendment that I offered. I would also point out that with regard to the amendment that was proposed initially, the reality is that there is not anything on the Florida Forever list where the seller is not a willing seller. One of the criteria to get on the list is to have a willing seller. It used to be back in the 1980s, we did have a few Florida Forever eminent domain purchases. I can think of 4 that happened in the history of the program. It wasn't Florida Forever, by the way. It was in the 90s, rather, in late 80s, 90s, and it was Preservation 2000. But we generally, whether I like it or not, we don't go after conservation lands in Florida by eminent domain. So anything on that list is going to be a willing seller project. So I don't know what the rest of the language does, because it's not going to be in any of the lists if it's not a willing seller.
All right. Thanks, Charles.
So I'm going with the gray box. So.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
So we got some folks that need to stretch some legs. So if we could get through the hands that are raised now, then we'll go to a quick break, if you don't mind, please.
All right. Thank you, Secretary Evans. Thomas, you were queued up next.
Thanks, Greg. This is extremely important. I want to make a couple of points in response to what Jason said and in response to what Charles said. To Jason's point, I want to be crystal clear that I'm not suggesting we buy all land within a certain distance of the roadway. I don't. That's not the suggestion at all. It's those projects that other agencies have already identified for purchasing either the land or an easement, and to make funding available as part of the MCORS process. And so that to be crystal clear, is a tiny subset of all the land that we've been talking about since spring that has some environmental value that we would want to conserve. The second point is the question of what's tenable or untenable. We know MCORS is going to be an exceptionally expensive project. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And every time we've talked about cost as part of this process, we've come back to the same idea, which is we have financial tests built into the statute that we're going to rely on to determine whether the project can go forward. And that's even though the legislature has identified numerous funding sources available. I'm not suggesting that portions of the MCORS project that are related to conservation be subject to any other standard. They should absolutely meet the exact same standard. So the same standard that we have for financial feasibility for every other part of the project should also apply to this, right? If MCORS as a whole is not financially feasible, it's not going to go forward, and the legislature has told us what that means. What I'm suggesting is that part of the MCORS project should be a clear standard of conservation, because that's what the legislature told us to do. Two more comments. One to Charles is the reason that I added that language is to forestall a situation where we would have a willing seller today, and so land would go on a Florida Forever list because a willing seller existed, and then it would come off because who knows, maybe the landowner dies and the heirs are no longer interested in selling, or maybe the market value, the landowner thinks that the market value that the state offers is not adequate. There's a lot of reasons something could come off the list. And what I just wanted to put forward is, well, what do we do in that circumstance? And it's real easy. We put that funding towards a different project that's in the study area to make it clear that we can objectively measure at the front end what that commitment is to conservation. I think that's also, to Ken's point, is the amount that would be offered by the state, and this again is by statute, is whatever is the market value of the property. And an robust appraisal process is part of all of these conservation land buying programs. So, and then the final thing that I want to say is to speak directly to staff's proposed language. If the consensus agreement is to come up with a plan later, we don't have a consensus agreement. There is no objective standard here if the plan is later on to come up with a plan. And that doesn't mean we need to answer all the questions today. Doesn't mean that we need to have every detail answered as part of the task force process. But there needs to be some objective standard that's a floor that tells us we're meeting the charge the legislature has given us. So I am not comfortable with the staff proposed language in gray. We need something that we can discuss and agree to as part of the task force, or else we don't have anything. So
Thomas, let me just ask a question just to make for sure that it's clarified what you're actually proposing. So if let's say, for example, there were co-location on a roadway for the corridor, and within 10 miles there was a Florida Forever project that, let's say, currently right now has 10,000 acres in conservation, and they have prioritized an additional 40,000 acres, but it's within 10 miles. There's no direct impact of the MCORS project to that property, but it's within that 10-mile buffer or circle. You're proposing that MCORS would have to buy the remaining 40,000 acres because of the fact that it happens to fall within the 10-mile of the corridor?
It is exactly what I'm saying. I'm not suggesting that the intent behind that is my idea. The legislature has described the intents of the program as including conservation. We need it. If all of our language is geared towards mitigation or addressing the impacts of corridor development, we're simply not meeting the legislative direction. So the answer is yes, and that's the reason.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. There's several hands up. I'm going to go to Chairman Evans, and I think we're going to try to take a little break here.
Yeah, this one's going to take a little while longer. We've really got some note takers that need to stretch their legs. So give us 10 quick minutes, please. All right, task force members, thank you for that again. Greg, are we ready? And I think we have something to suggest.
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing us back. We're going to get our screens back up here. Steph looks like she's got that. And during the break, staff worked through some additional revisions in language. Again, I know we promised that we would also come back and discuss. There were several hands up when we left, so we did have 4 hands up. We still have those there. If you could, I'm going to give you guys a second because you had the break to think about more things. We did some amended language. Jason, I know you want to speak to that, and then after that, we'll go back to the hands that were raised.
So thank you all for taking some time and giving this thought. So we understand this is a very important topic. We gave it some thought and we added something into the middle of the gray box, and the new sentence is FDOT shall prioritize the permanent protection of all Florida Forever projects within 10 miles of any transportation corridor development as part of the plan. So as we're going through that plan, we're going to emphasize and prioritize Florida Forever projects in the plan. I believe this is as far as the department can go when it comes to this acquisition and the amendments that are up for debate. But I'll go ahead and I'll hand it back to the Gregs to take comments. So thank you.
Okay, so when we went to break, as mentioned, there were 4 hands up. Want to give just a second for you all to digest the edit and the proposed language that was provided there. But the hands I do see up, I'm going to go to Kristen first, Greg Vaughn. So, Kristen, you're good to go.
Yeah, I gotcha. Thank you. So thank you for taking a break also. I'm sure we all needed it. Just reading through the new language, I would love to hear from Thomas and others. It seems like this is a good addition. I understand why you might have a limit as to what FDOT can promise to do. However, I think this is consistent with a lot of parts of our discussion that the funding and the work doesn't only speak to what FDOT needs to do in the future, should this continue. So I think this is the intent of this. That's why I raised my hand earlier. The intent I agree with, and I think it does connect to one of the goals of statute, and I hope the language works for others. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. The hand we had up after that was Ken Armstrong.
Ken, are you there? Maybe we'll come back to him.
All right, we'll come back to Ken. All right, so Charles Lee.
I need you to opine, if you will, regarding your language, whether you are now restricting the scope of what will be in the plan in the way of conservation land to only Florida Forever projects. Because I think it can be read that way. And clearly there are other conservation land acquisition lists, including water management district land acquisition lists, including the rural and family lands easement program. And so I'm concerned that by adding this, you create a principle of legal construction by, what is it, excusio unis or something. I never was very good at Latin, but the mention of one thing is interpreted to exclude others that are not mentioned. And that's my concern. I mean, I agree that one of the first threshold things you should look at is the listed but yet unfulfilled Florida Forever projects. No question about that. But I'm not sure that, let's say you have a Florida Forever project that is 2 miles from the road you're building, and you are going to look at that as opposed to the big tract of water management district land on the water management district's acquisition list that is within 1 mile of the road that you're building. So that's my concern. I mean, I think that prioritizing looking at lands that are proximate to the ecosystems that are affected is the thing that's important. I'm not sure 10 miles is a magic number. But I think, you know, there's a certain amount of subjectivity in this and a certain amount of planning that has to go into this. So what's the answer? Are we excluding the others by mentioning Florida Forever? And if not, how can we make that clear?
So Charles, let me address a couple of your points because you asked some questions. The inclusion of a sentence that prioritizes permanent protection of all Florida Forever projects, it does not exclude consideration of other conservation projects and conservation lands within the same area. What it does is it just says that we'll give first priority to the Florida Forever projects that we can solve. This is really up to the task force because before we didn't have a sentence that prioritized anything because we realized that as you go through project development, what Charles just described is what you'll have to do, and you'll have to look at which conservation lands most adequately can be represented on the projects and which are going to give the most, I'm going to say lift, and which are going to be the most valuable for the communities in which we're making those conservation purchases. There's a lot of ifs there, and because of so many ifs, we'd put it off to doing a plan in the future. Putting it off is not the right phrase. It's we put it in the place it belongs, which is in planning and PD&E as we get closer to project development. If the task force wants the sentence and wants to prioritize Florida Forever projects or conservation projects over other conservation projects, that's in for discussion, and that's where we're at now. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And I apologize, Begin, if I didn't see you earlier. So I see your hand is there, but it was towards the bottom of my list. So we'll go to Begin and then go from there.
I'm sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I actually, Charles just raised the question that I did, and I would just encourage language that's clear. I mean, the Florida Forever program obviously has lots of different, it's a little confusing because there's a segment of Florida Forever that's called Florida Forever, and then there are other, you know, programs funded by Florida Forever that are called Florida Communities Trust and Rural and Family Lands and all these different things. And so just some language that maybe clarifies. I mean, the other thing, although I'm not aware of any, I'm thinking out loud in this 10 county area or 9 county, whatever it is, but there are also potentially locally identified and funded conservation projects. But again, I think that we're not necessarily called upon to have FDOT solve every problem under the universe, but I think that, you know, sometimes you have a project that does make sense for mitigation purposes or something else that just, you know, hangs together as a single entity. So, but Charles really pretty well covered that, what I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thomas?
Thanks. Here's where I think I see a solid obstacle that I want us to tackle before we move on from this point. And I don't want to be obstinate on this. I want to find something that we can agree on. But here's what it is. The language that you've proposed here says that we are going to develop a corridor conservation land acquisition and easement plan. That's good, except that we don't know what standard that plan has to meet in order to be satisfactory. We could define a standard a lot of different ways. We could ask an environmental scientist to say, we need to meet connectivity for some certain animal species that needs to migrate between point A and point B. We could talk to a hydrologist and say, we need to have the ability to recharge X amount of water for the productivity of a first magnitude spring that's in the area. We could look at this, we could just look at a dollar amount and say X percentage of total MCORS project budget needs to be allocated towards this need. We could do it in so many different ways. Because it came on me to propose this language, because despite the amount of time we've been talking about it, we hadn't quite gotten there. I came up with, in consultation with lots of other folks, including feedback from FDOT staff, saying, let's fund the acquisition of projects that are currently identified by the agencies that identify conservation land for purchase. We've got the lists, they've been vetted. Let's identify the ones that are in a certain proximity to the corridor and say, we're gonna purchase those, or at least allocate the amount of money towards their purchase, because that's measurable and objective. So if we leave the language that I proposed in favor of what's in the gray box, what I need to be comfortable is some modification, some standard for what that plan is going to be, so that we can look back later and know whether we've achieved that goal. So that staff or consultants for the department that prepare that PD&E know what their floor is, the minimum they have to accomplish in order to be consistent with the task force report. So what is that? Now, I've got a proposal that works for me. I understand it doesn't work for you. Let's come up with something different that we can both be happy with.
Okay. Give us 1 second. They're looking at that. Ken Armstrong, your hand was still up. I don't know if we missed you coming back from the break. But thank you, Thomas, for those comments.
Unfortunately, I think a little bit of Thomas's question is a how high is up question. I mean, I love objective standards as much as anybody, but there are 100 decisions, maybe 1,000, that FDOT is going to have to make during this or any other process, where they make the best decisions that they can, given advice by a whole bunch of people. Now, I don't know whether this is one of those decisions where, based on the advice of various consultants and advisors and so forth, whether we're willing to take their decision as satisfactory. Thomas obviously wants something more than that. But if we're going to hold FDOT to objective standards on every one of these guiding principles, then we need to go back to the first guiding principle and start again, because we just haven't been doing that everywhere. So I don't know, Secretary Evans, this may be a case where you just have to say, we're going to agree to disagree and hope that we get to the end and everything's going to be okay and we're all going to vote one way or the other. But I am not comfortable with telling FDOT you have to buy every Florida Forever conservation land within 5 miles, let alone 10 miles, and anything outside 10 miles if there's a piece of it inside 10 miles. That's going too far. That's a bridge too far for me.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Ken. We're working on another iteration, and then we may be, nearing that point. Maybe not. We still want to work with each task force member as much as possible, and stay within the context and boundaries of where we're at with other guiding principles and instructions associated with this report. So give us just a few more minutes, okay?
Yeah, no, I see Commissioner Kitchen. I see your hand just went up. Oh, and I missed some there. Yeah, you're self-muted.
How about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just an update on our schedule. How many more amendments do we have to go through, and what's our anticipated completion time tonight?
Yes, sir. We are on 42. I'm sorry. No, we are on 41. We go to 51. So we're roughly 10 more left. Mr. Lee's is the next one to follow, and his is somewhat wrapped up in this one, so they may be together. And one of the ones that is coming up later has we've received an email that it was withdrawn. So 9 more left, sir. It'd be hard for me to give you a minute to that, as you know, some of them are a minute to get through and some of them are not.
Am I still on? Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Well, one of my concerns is that after over a year of dealing with this and our 9th meeting at the 11th hour, we're down to this. I mean, I guess it's a little frustrating. I'm kind of wondering how many people are going to drop out through attrition as the night goes on before we even get to the end of this. So that's one of my concerns, is that I understand the process. I understand how important it is to get everybody on board. But I must say, at the end of this, if we don't have complete consensus from everybody, it's going to be very frustrating in the way that there's been so much acquiescence going through this whole process. As we go back and play back today, it seems we've had one particular group of people talk all day long, and I haven't heard from other components of the task force all day. So I will be astonished if we don't come up with complete agreement on consensus to this report after listening to what everybody had to say. So I guess that's my 11th hour comment on everything we've talked about. And I also must say I agree with Ken on his previous comments as well. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner, we had some real troopers last night. There was a large attendance still in the audience of the task force. So we're hopeful of that again tonight.
So thank you all for being patient with us. I'm going to put on the screen what the department has determined. I think this is as far as the department can go for the request. Now, I understand the task force may decide to go different, but this is where we're at. Let me explain it. We broke it into 3 parts. It's still the same paragraph, but we broke it in so we could talk about it. The first part is relatively the same. It basically says we're going to, in planning, make an early plan. In PD&E, we're going to follow the plan, and we're going to make sure that we commit to specific acquisition in that plan. The middle part is new. And it goes to what Charles talked about earlier and how we are prioritize it. And we want to make it clear, this is what we intend to do. We shall prioritize planned conservation lands near any transportation corridor development as part of the plan. Charles, to your earlier point, that doesn't exclude things that aren't close. It just says if they're close, they're going to get priority. and then we're going to work with that. It also is very clear. We do this, but we want to make sure that you all know we do it, and that it's very clear that's an obligation on us to do. We shall involve experts on the various field to evaluate the most environmentally positive resource to be protected, restored, or expanded. So when we have competing conservation lands that they're both close and they both look good on paper, we will solicit experts and expert opinion to determine which one should be the one that we try to fund and try to acquire. Clearly, there's lots of ifs there, and there's lots of project-specific determinations that have to be made. The last one is the same. It talks about we'll determine how to fund wholly or in part for the acquisition consistent with the statute, and that we will leverage partnerships with other entities and our partners to do that, and that we will include in that plan that we talked about earlier indicators on how we're going to track the progress. So that's where we're at. I'll give it back to the Gregs for discussion.
So let's see if we can get Thomas on the line.
I'm here, Greg.
Yes, sir. You're all set.
I feel the same about it as the last time I commented.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Charles, let's get Charles on the line.
Charles Lee. Go ahead, Charles. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm fine with this language, but I would, well, let me say, I would suggest another area for work. The word planned conservation lands is very vague to me. That phrase I would recommend be replaced by conservation lands on agency priority lists. Conservation lands on agency priority lists.
Is that it, Charles?
The only other thing is I would not be opposed to going back to the 10 miles language. All we're doing is we're prioritizing we're prioritizing conservation lands on agency priority lists. And if you want, the 10 miles thing seems to be very important to Thousand Friends. And if it is, I would support in this context, in the context of this paragraph, not the other paragraph, but in this paragraph, I would support going to that 10-mile radius.
Okay, if we could go back to Thomas. Thomas, would the 10-mile satisfy your concern, sir?
So Thomas, you're self-muted, but you're good to go once you get the click.
Oh, I said I can never tell if I'm self-muted or if y'all got me on mute. I see the same thing where I want to be able to know when this. I have no problem with the approach that's proposed here, and I really appreciate y'all working to come up with it.
Yes, sir.
At this point in the process.
Okay, can we go back to Charles, please?
But it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry. I thought you were through. Sorry.
No, my concern is the same, which is I don't know, right? I don't know how we're going to be able to tell at the end of the process whether we did a good enough job, right?
Yes, sir.
And,
yes, sir.
And I want to speak to Ken's point about, we don't necessarily have objective standards for some of the other subject matter areas, and he's right, And I, early on in the process, I talked about having objective standards for things like broadband. I never suggested objective standards for things like transportation because I would be willing to bet $1 million if I had it that we're going to come up with a roadway connection from the current northern terminus of the Suncoast connector to I-10. Right? I think everybody knows that even though it's not written down, that's the objective standard that we're going to measure this by from a transportation perspective. And we need that kind of clarity on our other subject matter areas too. And Ken's right, we don't have them for other ones, but I'm gonna insist on one for conservation.
Yes, sir.
And so right, if we're not going with what's in the green box, which is what I suggested, we really need to come up with something that FDOT staff is comfortable that is that objective language. And I have no objection to the inclusion of the 10 miles. But it's just how are we going to know later that we've met the standard?
Okay.
What is it that we're trying to accomplish?
Well, Thomas, at this point, the standard that's being crafted by this language is that the plan will occur, is that the team, the PD&E team, will consult with those experts in various fields and with the agencies that are responsible for this, and will come up with a plan. And so while you're saying that that's not measurable enough for you,
yeah, the piece is to accomplish what end?
Right. So again, that is the measurable standard that's proposed by this language.
Yeah, is to make a plan later on this subject matter, which is good, but again, it's not measurable. I think you hear what I'm saying. I don't need
Yes,
to
sir.
beat it. I'm not trying to do that.
Okay, so staff
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas, and we appreciate all the effort from staff here to try to get us to that point. So we're gonna move on now. Thank you.
All right. So the next amendment that was submitted, and Charles, you spoke to this a little bit. I just wanted, I guess we're asking with, and you had mentioned this earlier, you know, with the language that was in the gray box before. Does that cover the amendment that you proposed next, which was about developing a conservation land and easement acquisition plan?
Blow it up a little larger so I can read it again. My original language, just puff it up so I can read it. Type's too small.
Does that work? You want us to get a little bigger?
I would, if you, the question is what you do with this plan. And you need to advance it into the final design phase of the project. It needs, the acquisitions need to be part of the project. That's what Senate Bill 7068 says. That's why I wrote it this way. So I would prefer that you took this language and stuck it into the 3 that you have in the other group. And again, I would go back, instead of planned conservation lands in that earlier one, I would put conservation lands on agency priority lists. But I'd prefer to see that you have a plan that is then advanced, because having a plan means nothing. You've got to take that plan to the project design stage, and then you have to have components that are purchased, some of which may be purchased along with the right-of-way if they're contiguous. But that's what I tried to put in here.
Charles, if I could jump in for a second, in the language before, we focus so much on the middle section, but the first section actually has the phrase "commit to specific acquisition and easements prior to or in parallel with corridor construction." So we really tried.
That's why that worked for me. I just don't know where we're going now that it seems like we put these 3 on the shelf and we're moving on. Does that mean we're going? Does that mean we're going to? I mean, I'm prepared to say okay with these 3. I would recommend that you change the phrase "planned conservation lands" and put it conservation lands on agency priority lists. But I'm prepared to support this 3-point bullet the way it stands. But I would ask you to define the conservation lands we're talking about as being the ones that are on the priority list. I mean, those are the ones that have already gone through the process of being evaluated. We know they have a willing seller, otherwise they wouldn't be on the list.
And Charles, just to close the loop on this, so at the beginning there, we say that we're going to commit to do it in before construction or in parallel with corridor construction. And if you notice the screen, it says shall prioritize planned conservation lands on agency priority list to capture your earlier statement.
Okay.
Within 10 miles of the transportation corridor development. So I think when Greg, and I'm not going to speak for Secretary Evans, but I think when he said we were moving on, the intent was to accept this amendment as offered into the document, and maybe we'll get some clarification on that.
Yeah, I'll go with it the way I see it right here now.
Yes, sir, Charles. That's my intent in the statement. Let's move forward with the language that we have there.
So we have several hands up at the time. Charles, I appreciate you your response there in regards to the next amendment about that you submitted on Charles Lee 7 on page 42. Again, I do see hands up here, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Carnahan and then Kent Wimmer.
Thank you guys, and thank you for taking this day. Here's what I want to remind everybody. The locals have a land use plan, okay? And I don't think this needs to step on the toes of the local land use plan. Okay, it can have great impact of the interchanges with some of this wording. I don't need, and I don't want to use names here, but I don't need these other gentlemen telling the locals on what to do with their land use map. And so I think each county should go by their land use map, and that has to be respected, because we cannot keep putting this wording in there, and we cannot forget about the local, the Citrus County land use map and the interchange exchanges and things like that. So, I appreciate your comments, but guys, Citrus County and Levy County and other counties we have a land use map. We're going to use that land use map to our benefit. And so with that, I'll be quiet.
Thank you, sir. Kent Wimmer.
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I think this is good language. I appreciate staff taking the efforts. Thank you, Tom, for bringing this up. When we skipped over my last amendment, it did, I do appreciate what DOT did. They essentially assumed that when they defined Florida Forever, they included all the Florida Forever funded programs within their definition, to go back to Big Pagin's comment. If DOT decides to have any advisory committee, this also would provide an avenue for them to provide advice back to DOT on this plan, and that committee can also help DOT ensure that it's being carried out, it's being implemented as per what Tom is trying to achieve with his comments. So I think there is a way forward, and I hope we can get some land acquired through DOT. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Dozier, you also have your hand raised. You're self-muted.
Greg, I actually couldn't hear you. You might have been self-muted. I'm not sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Still having a hard time hearing you guys. I actually raised my hand after Ron's comments a few minutes ago. And so this is, I guess, just generally related to what we're doing with this report and how late the meeting might go. I'm going to admit that I've just come off of a 6-hour meeting on a land use issue last week that was virtual. And it is a really difficult thing for those of us who have dug deep, who've written amendments, who've been engaged throughout the process to think about not having time to discuss these amendments to the full extent possible. The goal from the beginning of MCORS has been to get consensus. We can't do that unless we walk through all the amendments. So if we had needed 2 meetings to go through this process, I would have been all for it. I'm as tired as anyone. We're in our 10th, or no, I'm sorry, we're starting our 11th hour now. And I'm sure the staff is as tired as all of us. But this is our chance to refine this report as best as we can. And for those of us who are making a lot of comments, I heard you, my friend, say, you know, there's one particular group of people doing a lot of talking today, quite bluntly, and you and others from Citrus have been part of it. We've been the ones talking throughout, and I really appreciate the input, whether we agree or not. So I just wanted to take a second. I think we've got more time, and we've got a few really big issues and important issues coming up. I hope we don't lose people. I hope everyone stays engaged and knows that this is just bringing this project in for a landing. I will say that I think there is a balance to local control of the land use. I think that's a fair point. And my reading of the report so far, I think, shows a lot of deference to local comp plans and other issues that are important to a local community and working with that local community. I wouldn't want to see that be run roughshod over. On the other hand, for a community that may want to preserve, say, Florida Forever land or something like that, I think having some resources, having some some content in the report that speaks to that is a good thing for all of us. So I appreciate that concern, but I think we've got a balance here in the report that I'm really happy with. So a little bit of editorial outside of the report, but I hope we all stick with it and keep powering through. This is a big lift we've all been asked to do, and I appreciate everyone who's digging deep. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate your comments. So the amendment, and Steph, if you can, I know we're talking to Charles Lee's amendment there, but the language, I believe, is on the gray area of the page just above. So just wanted to ask if there was any more comments on the suggested revised language. So yeah, Steph, if you could actually just scroll up for a sec so that they can see it. All right, thank you. So this was the language that Secretary Evans suggested be amended into the report when we were talking about the issue with Thomas's question. And this was for that. Charles said it was okay. And Janet, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good effort, and it does illustrate, and I really take Thomas's point that, I mean, a lot of what we can do at this point is develop process, and we're counting on you all to apply it in a way that results in being consistent with the guiding principles. But just from the perspective of a task force member, I mean, we really can't have assurance that this is going to be executed, and that that provides me with discomfort on a number of areas. And it's not something I expect you to fix, but I'm just articulating, I think, what causes us some pause. But I appreciate the language and the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate those comments. Ken, I saw your hand went up.
Yes, we've told the department in other places, work with MPOs to do this, or work with counties to update their comprehensive plan, or. We've told them over and over and over again, do this stuff, and they've said, we'll do that stuff. And I mean, we didn't feel like we needed to say hold 6 meetings with metropolitan planning organizations and provide minutes of each of the meetings, et cetera. I think there comes a certain point, which I think we've reached here, where we expect you to take our marching orders and do this. And the department has said, we're going to do that. So I'm okay with that. I was okay with it on 15 other bullets earlier on in the process, and I'm okay with it on this 16th or 29th or whatever bullet it is.
Thank you very much, Ken. Appreciate the comments. There are no more hands up in regards to the amendment language to address Charles Lee's proposal that was submitted. So we're going to, as suggested prior, with the language that was amended, go ahead and add that into the report. It would guess it would be between lines 31, 32, or 21 and 22, I'm sorry, insert there. Right, it's the language shown in the gray box. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Okay, so they're stating that that will go into the action plan, and I guess I just want to make sure that was clearly understood.
And that will go one time to the action plan to address both amendments, both comments, because we're talking, it's the same conservation plan.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't track on that. Okay. The next amendment was submitted by Thomas Hawkins, and so we're going to go to page 43. This one was similar in the metrics. Jason or Mr. Chair, do we want? All right, give me 1 second, guys. apologize for the delay for everyone. Obviously, the last time we came to the amendment about purchase and using the 10 mile acres and such, and the bullets we had from there. Staff is working with that, looking at this next amendment to try and find the middle ground that we've been working towards all evening and for the last 15 months. So I do apologize for the lengthy delay here, but we are trying to put our best foot forward to make an earnest attempt. All right, Charles, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, addressing this one relating to the Ecological Greenways Network, you might want to think about folding this into the last one that we discussed as another category of land within that 10 miles that would be targeted for consideration.
Yes,
that
sir.
might be a better way to do it.
Charles, thanks for that suggestion. That's what you're going to see on the screen here in just a few minutes. Is we added it as part of the prioritization sentence, saying that we will prioritize both the conservation lands and the closing of gaps within the priority wildlife corridors. So we'll bring that back up and show you. Again, the department it says we'll purchase or ensure permanent protection of all. We have lots of difficulties with that. Even aside from the money, we have some difficulties with the willing sellers and the legality of whether it's addressed by the whether it's an impact caused by the roadway or it's just something in the study area. There's lots of problems, so we're going to put up what we suggest and open for discussion. Thank you. While that language is being brought up, I also want to point out that in the action plan on number 5, there's a very large paragraph, and we can show it when we get to the action plan, talking about how FDOT, in consultation with Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Florida Wildlife Conservation Commission, and Florida Department of Ag and Consumer Affairs, and relative federal agencies will look at combining right-of-way acquisition with conservation lands to both environmental mitigation and ecosystems, wildlife habitat, or water quality. So we try to be very clear about what our intention is to do, is incorporate all of the expert partners in this area and make sure that the lands that we're acquiring, whether they're for conservation or wildlife easements or for mitigation of wildlife or historic or any other issue that may come up that we're trying to conserve, that we go through the right process to get that done. So we'll look at what we intend to add in the action plan about a commitment for the plan, and then what's already there with language on how we plan on doing advanced acquisition for the project and regular acquisition for conservation measures.
And we appreciate everybody's patience. We're running into some technical difficulties right now with one of the computers, so we'll have that back up, have the report back up here in just a second.
So task force, uh, odd situation here. So apparently, our note taker logon system had timed out at 12 hours. So we're having to reboot it. We'll be back in just a minute. Apologize. All right, somebody tell me some good news. We're good to go. All right, Greg and Jason, you want to talk us through the language we have on in the gray box?
There we go. All right. So as previously described, and Steph, I know you're scrambling to get back live to us, but if you can blow up that language because it's pretty small for everyone right now. So what we're attempting to do, you guys have saw the amendment on the screen for quite a while, was to add in the consideration. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not. So like Charles discussed, we're working towards that. I think they're working on putting that up soon.
Sorry for all the delay. So as you see, we took the portion of the proposed amendment and moved it into the prioritization section of the plan, the action plan, like we discussed earlier with conservation lands. We'll also prioritize closing these gaps. And then I believe the next amendment, and I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I believe the next amendment also discusses purchase of land for a specific reason. We're looking towards adding that into the prioritization too, but we'll get back to that in just a second.
Okay, Thomas, I see that you have your hands up on this. Just as a note, we were in lieu of the amendments we knew.
All right, we've had another computer timeout. Jason, let's go to you now.
So Thomas, and the exercise, we recognize that your three amendments, both were similarly written. All three were similarly written. All three went to emphasizing protections of various department or areas, and the department feels very comfortable prioritizing those protections in the action plan. But as we said before, we're still at a standstill on purchasing with an all statement. So this is where we're at, and I will give it back to Greg to take hands and discuss. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jason. All right. So Thomas, we do want to come to you because I know this was your amendment that we're making edits to. So come to you right now, Thomas.
Thanks, Greg and Jason and everybody. I think where we are is reasonable. I don't know. I don't want to go so far as to say that I'm in consensus. I think I need to talk to my colleagues at Thousand Friends. But I appreciate what y'all have done to put this together, and I thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for that, and we appreciate your understanding that we're trying to work with you and make sure that these things are prioritized. We understand your position. I think at this point, based on, and there's three of Thomas's amendments that have been proposed. I think what we'd like to do is ask the task force if in general if everyone's good with the language in the gray box right there, it'll be added into the action plan. I believe it's paragraph 4, but we're going to double check, but it goes in the action plan as a commitment by the department. If there's any concerns with that language as written, please throw up your hands. Otherwise, we'll move on. We only have a few left to go. So Greg's seeing no hands. I think we're ready to move on to the next one.
All right, thank you, Jason. Okay, the Next one that was submitted was by Pam Fiegel. It's on page 26, line 9 and 10. It's an edit to one of the instruction bullets there. So it says work with local organizations and businesses to understand, assess, and work towards implementation of ecotourism improvements and protections. And so like we've done before, Pam, if you had any further follow-up on that. So staff is good with this one. We're going to propose to accept as requested. So I'm just ask if there's no comment on that. I don't see any hands go up. We'll move on to the next amendment. Okay, this next amendment is from Thomas Hawkins, and it is about the it's on page 26, line 26. It says protect rural community characters, agricultural lands, and existing businesses from the negative impacts of new interchanges nearby by barring the construction of any interchanges until all land not currently served by municipal water and sewer or not designated for future development as an industrial job center within a 5-mile radius of the future interchange is protected by conservation easement, agricultural easement, and purchase of development rights or other similar instruments. Similarly, staff has worked on this. I see that a hand has come up on this one as well. So I would like to let Thomas, if you want to expand on this one at all first, and then Scott Carnahan, I see your hand is up as well. So Thomas, let me see if I got you. All right, there you go. You should be good to go if you're ready to talk.
Thanks, Greg. So this language was taken from a recommendation that I know Andrew Dickman proposed at yesterday's meeting. So I'm sure y'all have the language that came out of that meeting. Just for the task force's benefit, what we're going after here is ensuring that we can accommodate the industrial development that we need near interchanges, right? For MCORS to provide jobs, we need some productive land uses near the roadways. So that's one. 2, ensuring that where we've got water and sewer and we have a desire to have commercial land uses, especially convenience land uses for travelers, to allow that, but that we not have additional sprawl development beyond those intentional land use categories. That's the thinking here, and I think that this language does a good job meeting it. But again, I'm interested in seeing staff proposed language that came out of the meeting yesterday. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, and they're working on getting that over to Stephanie. Commissioner Carnahan, I know you had your hand raised on this one.
I agree with Thomas in what he just said. Citrus County, again, we have our local land use map. We have this stuff in there already, but I agree with what he has here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that comment. Appreciate that. Yes. All right. So Ken Armstrong, I see you have your hand raised as well.
Yes. So it seems to me that the either or in the first, well, I guess it's all one sentence. The either or of not currently served by municipal water and sewer, or not designated for future development as an industrial job center. Isn't there a third potential category that it's not currently served by and it's not designated for future development as an industrial job center, but there is a plan to add municipal water and sewer? So it feels to me like it's an artificial either or. I can see it not currently being served, but I can see a plan for serving it in the future while it's not going to be an industrial job center. So it feels to me that it misses an important third possibility.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that feedback.
Do you understand my point? Am I expressing it clearly?
Yes, sir. I understood the third that third bucket that you were pointing out there. Okay. Commissioner Kennard, I see your hand is raised. I got it.
Yeah, I would once again support Ken's comments. The trucking industry is lucky to have him. He's a brilliant man.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment. James Stansberry, I see. There you go.
I just want to say that I think this is something that local governments should address one way or another through their comprehensive plans. It's if the local governments are satisfied with this kind of language, then I guess I'll go along with it. But that seems like something more that ought to be handled at the local level. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that feedback as well. They are getting ready to send over the language to Stephanie here. And
So let me talk about this, Thomas. Thank you. Sorry that took so long. Let me discuss a couple of things here. When we talk about interchange locations, the department goes through a fairly elaborate process to determine where we're going to put an interchange. A lot of that deals with the local communities and their preferences on where those interchanges should be. So the goal of the department here was to balance the necessity to have a statewide program that protects the environment and also ensure that there was no interference with home rule and the locals making decisions that are going to affect their own land. So we believed at first that the language proposed in the green was pretty intrusive on the locals making those determinations, and it had some requirements. So what we worked out yesterday is what you see in the gray, and it basically commits the department to work with the local governments. It commits to prioritizing environmental resources through an interchange management process. It commits FDOT to providing best practices to local governments on how to do those interchange management plans. It commits FDOT to making a high priority to choose interchange locations that will limit impact to important wildlife habitats, and commit to working with local governments and other partners with a goal of maximizing conservation lands around the interchange. Then there's a big commitment at the bottom. It says before an interchange location is finalized, public engagement will take place, and FDOT will review local government interchange management plans that include consideration of appropriate land uses and natural resource protections. Last part's taken straight from the statute. It basically says, in short, it says that the local governments have to do an interchange management plan for review by the department, and that we will maximize conservation and wildlife protections while we're going through the interchange development process. It would go in the action plan too. It is a commitment of the department. It's something the task force is telling the department you want us to do. We're okay with the language in gray, and I'll leave it back. I'll hand it back to the Gregs to go through discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And so we had a lot of discussion that kind of followed up and some thoughts that came in from that. But, you know, Thomas, you did kind of start us off by recognizing that there was this discussion yesterday and the language. And so they just had to, you know, word that a little bit to be specific to this task force core. So Thomas, I'm going to go to you first and make sure that, all right, you should be good if you wanted to address this proposed
Thanks,
revision.
Greg. I don't have any additional comments. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right. Do I see any other hands on that language? All right. We're going to move on to the next one. All right. This was proposed by James Stansberry. It's on the broadband guiding principle number 13, page 28 of the report. So add an additional instruction that requires FDOT will coordinate with local governments, the Department of Economic Opportunity, and utility and broadband service providers when developing and designing corridors to address space and provisions for utility accommodations. James, if you wanted to speak any further to this, let me get you. All right.
Let it speak for itself.
Okay. I'm just looking over to staff here to see. Oh, and Chris, I see that you've raised your hand as well. Let me see if I can get you. All right, there you go, Chris. Yourself muted. Chris Bailey. Realize I said Chris and there's 3 of you on the task.
Yes, I just want to say that on behalf of the Florida Internet Television Association, I find this to be a very acceptable amendment. Thank you for doing so, and appreciate the long hours that you all have put in today.
Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. We got a couple other hands that came up. I also wanted to note that staff is good with this instruction as applied. So conversation would be on accepting this as proposed. We had 2 other hands come up. I saw Kent Wimmer and then Kristen Dozier. So Kent, you should be good to go.
Hello, Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Since James piped up on this amendment, which is a good amendment, wouldn't DEO also be the one in the last amendment we just in Thomas's amendment? Wouldn't DEO be the one that would offer best management practice or best practices for protecting rural areas, or at least include DEO in that? I mean, they're the appropriate agency to do that. And I'm sorry I didn't bring that up right away. I wasn't quick enough on the trigger. Thank you.
All right, got you, Kent. Let me real quick, because I think we got hands up on this amendment. I don't want to kind of mix them up. So Ken, I'm going to table that for just a second. We'll finish this one, and then we'll let James and Jason respond to your question on that. But thank you for your question on that. All right, so I just see, okay, dropped your hand. So just Kristen now is the only hand I have up. Oh, wait a sec, there you go.
Thank you, you got me.
Okay,
I like this revision. I fully support it, and I appreciate DEO for adding this to the report. I think it has been important to have the participation of our agencies, and I really appreciate DEO's work on this. There's obviously a lot more we can do for broadband, but I think this is a good addition to our report. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. All right, so I guess the first one would be, so Kent, when you brought that up last time, you had mentioned James, so I wanted to see if there was a comment from James on that, but then if not, Jason, did you have a feedback on that? So, and Stephanie, if you could go back to the interchange.
Yeah, Ken, I think, you know, we had a discussion about what you said here in the department, and I think really when it talks about the sentence that says FDOT will provide best practices to the local governments, we're going to have to get those best practices. We'll get them from experts, including DEO. For us, it's implicit that we're going to gather a lot of best practices from lots of sources, both DEO and other experts in the field. And after we develop that, that's what we'll hand over to the locals to help. We intend it to be all inclusive, and would proceed with all the experts in the field when it comes to getting best practices.
Yeah, this is James. DEO will certainly be involved in terms of providing the local governments with any technical assistance we can in partnership with DOT. So just because our name isn't specifically mentioned there, I don't think that's a signal that we won't be involved. We will certainly be available and be involved as partners with DOT and the local governments in any planning they have for the areas around the interchanges.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you providing that clarification for us on that. We're going to move on. So we would be on Pam Fiegel 6. And so that would be on page 48. We accepted it, yes, and no, there was no, yes. Yep, sorry guys, I'm just talking to staff to make sure we got the last one documented correctly. Okay, Commissioner, sorry, Pam, yeah, Commissioner Fiegel, page 31, lines 21 through 24. The proposed revisions, a key focus will be on how MCORS program decisions can support directly relatable, and then it would strike through broader regional or statewide conservation and environmental stewardship goals, such as priorities in the Florida Ecological Greenway Network. And so I see a hand is up on that, but I would go to Pam first. You got it?
All I would say at this point is that we believe that the goals outside of those that are directly relatable really shouldn't be included at the expense of this project.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit. Could you repeat that one more time?
I said all we would say at this point, which is in our notes on the amendment, is that those goals that are outside of those that are directly relatable should not be included at the expense of this project.
Okay. All right, the staff is good with accepting the amendment as written. Are there, and Ken, I see your hand is still up, and I see Kent's hand is up as well. So Ken Armstrong, we'll go to you first.
I like the directly relatable instead of the word broader, but I do think that I wouldn't strike through the regional or statewide. I would only strike through broader so that program decisions can support directly relatable regional or statewide conservation and environmental stewardship goals.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that comment. I'll go to Kent, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Fiegel for their response. So Kent Wimmer.
Ken Wimmer, Defenders. I like Ken's recommendation. Otherwise, I was concerned that I I just had some problems with paring it down too much. So I could support Ken's recommendation for a
Okay,
change.
so with the regional and statewide, that addressed what your concern would have been. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, thank you, Kent. All right, Commissioner Fiegel. Sorry, we're working to get you unmuted. All right, you're good.
We feel that the intent of this should be with the project itself and not lend itself to some possibilities that are completely distinct and separate from this project.
Right. So the proposed restatement was that it would be rewritten to say a key focus on how MCORS program decisions can support directly relatable, and then the question at hand is it would then say regional or statewide conservation and environmental stewardship goals.
Sorry, Greg, as a comment, I think that if you replace the word broader with directly relatable, I feel like it satisfies the goal of the amendment, which is to ensure that it's directly relatable to the project, because you could have a statewide conservation goal that is affected as a directly relatable impact of the project, or you could have a regional goal that's directly related to the project. So I think the department supports the change, directly relatable instead of broader. We've heard back and forth. After that conversation, I'd like to hear what the proposer thinks of just leaving in regional or statewide and replacing broader with directly relatable for emphasis of relationship to the project.
Sorry, I'm muted. So yeah, Kenneth, I think you're unmuted.
So Kenneth, does that address the issue?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that it is a regional or statewide goal, but that the qualifier for us is the directly relatable, and if it's understood to that extent, then we would accept it.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then I see, all right, Kent's hand went down after that one. Ken Armstrong, you still have your hand up? I got him. There you go. Ken, you're good to go.
Yeah, I put my hand down.
Oh, okay. All right, just in time. All right, so we will amend that in. Let me take a look over at our notes. You guys good? Stephanie, Brian? All right. Yes, sir. All right, we're going to move on to the next amendment. So this is Charles Lee 6. This talks about the acquisition, the develop a land and easement acquisition plan. I believe this was addressed through the earlier and larger amendment, which we proposed to go into the action plan. So Charles, I would just ask if you agree with that assessment and that this is covered there. And you got him. All right, you're good to go, Charles. Yes, sir.
It is covered in the action plan. My preference, as I indicated before, would be to include this language in the location it's proposed here, as well as the action plan. I don't know why that would be objectionable, because it parallels the action plan. So this is just a statement in the earlier part of the report. Is this in the action plan?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
No problem. We got it. We're done.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, I was Jason and I were looking across the screen and wondering if we thought we were in the wrong part of the report at this time. Yep. So yes, sir. Yeah, we're in the action plan.
It's getting late.
Yes, sir. We'll add it in. All right. The next amendment was Commissioner Kennard, and he has emailed and said that he has withdrawn this amendment. So we are going to move on. And this is the one where it's actually Janet Bowman 5, but this is also Kristen's. If you remember from way back just after lunch, that this was discussing the proposed amendment about the task force recommendation that the legislature extend or eliminate deadlines. Okay, so I see hands up on that. I do want to let Janet and Kristen speak to this. Janet, since we got yours up here first, I think we'll go to you first on this one.
Yes, the purpose of the amendment is to ask the legislature to remove or extend the deadlines that are set forth in the MCOR statute. The deadline of starting construction in 2022 and the deadline of being complete in 2030. And our concern is that given the deadline that DOT really can't execute the processes that are set forth in the guiding principles that are set forth in the task force report.
Janet, give us just a second, if you would.
Thank you, Janet. I know that you had mentioned, Janet, yourself on this, and Kristen, that you guys saw some of the language from the previous evening. So I'm just looking at the team to.
Well, yes, and to that point, I want to stress that I think it's important to include remove in addition to extend.
Okay, thank you for that. Also at the time, Thomas, I know you had your hand up for a while, and I hope that I didn't blow past something earlier, because as I was queuing this one up, I saw your hand. So Thomas Hawkins.
Thanks, Greg. No, I just put it up a moment ago. When we started this one, I just wanted to weigh in strong support of this amendment. Thanks, Janet, for proposing it.
All right, and then Kristen, also, if you would like, again, you had spoke to this earlier today and agreed to wait till this moment to share any thoughts.
Thank you. I appreciate Janet's amendment as well, and I am glad we're taking both of these up together, and I think it's appropriate time for that. So Janet, I just heard your comment that you think the language needs to recommend eliminate the deadlines and extend or eliminate. I agree with that, and if my language didn't include eliminate, I would lean your way. I think both amendments kind of speak to the same issues, and so regardless of the exact language we use, I'll just step back a second and say the report, I believe, if we find consensus on this report, it is an incredible piece of work, and it's going to help us in a lot of different ways in the region. I want to support it, and I think it can help guide a future project, whether it's working on existing roads, a no build with other issues that we tackle, or a new road in some areas. But I think, especially for those of us who have worked on the MPO process in our respective counties, there's a lot of things within the statutory language about the aggressive construction schedule, the funding, and some other issues that should be addressed by the legislature this year, not just in light of the budget impacts with COVID, but just to allow FDOT to work through this project and the incredible amount of work that they're going to have after these 3 reports are approved, to make sure whatever happens is done correctly and, importantly, doesn't impact other transportation projects that have been in the MPO pipeline for a while. So I would consider this maybe a substantial glitch bill, a recommendation to do something like that. I hope that is not difficult, doesn't pose a challenge for task force members to get behind. I would look forward to the other comments, but I wanted to let you know a little bit more right now as to why I feel really strongly about an amendment. Again, whatever the final language might be, but I think we do need to include something to recommend to the legislature to address some of these issues. I look forward to the rest of the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate your feedback on that. As you mentioned, a couple of other hands did pop up. Greg, I didn't see the other came in. Did you? I mean, I can call one, but.
As far as people raise their hands, Commissioner Kennard raised his hand. So Commissioner, you are, there you go.
Yeah, I'm fine with this amendment. I think the timeline was very optimistic, to say the least, anyway. Unless, however, the decision by DOT is to take this road from 486 to red level. The sooner that can happen, the better. I don't envy the folks along 486 getting all of this traffic right at their front door. And if that's the decision by DOT to take this to Highway 19 at red level, which I hope that it is, that checks off a lot of boxes with co-location, getting to a logical terminus on the system, Highway 19, and I'd like to see that happen sooner rather than later. That's all.
Hi, it's me again. Thank you for those comments. I just want to talk about what got put into the gray box. Earlier, it was discussed and asked for how it was handled by the task force yesterday. So we went ahead and pulled that language and put it in. I also want to be clear that the department, this is the task force recommendation to the legislature. This is not a staff comment that we think this is the right language. This is completely up to the task force. But we wanted to give you guys that option and show you what the task force yesterday decided on, and then hand it back to the Gregs for discussion. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. We did have some more hands up. Charles, you had your hand up before we got a chance to put the gray language in. So we'll go to you, sir. Charles.
Yeah, I would support the language in the gray box. I think that this is more than just the COVID-19 question. The reality is that, you know, I've been around enough roads that have been built to know that the timeline that was put in the legislation was simply undoable under the best of circumstances. And if it were doable in any way, what it would result in is some little segment being rushed to completion somewhere just so that you could check the box and say, aha, we got started by January 1, 2023. And doing that would probably have the casualties associated with it of foregoing some of the broader planning steps and analysis steps in a number of the things like land acquisition that we've put in here. So the secretary this morning in his comments clearly did not seem to have any heartburn with this concept. I think we should include this in our recommendations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. We have 3 more hands up, and we'll take them in the order I think I saw them come in. So Commissioner Kitchen, and then we'll go to Ken Armstrong. And then I saw Janet's hand pop up. Commissioner Kitchen, you're still, there you go.
How about that now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would just like to say that as my wonderful colleague, Commissioner Dozier had pointed out earlier, that Citrus County's had some comments today, so I'd like her to know that at least 2 of its commissioners support her amendment. And I agree also with the language in the gray box.
Thank you, sir. And then Ken Armstrong.
I've had the benefit now of being late enough in this group that I got to see the gray box. Before I saw the gray box, I was going to suggest that it would be, I think, more respectful to the legislature to include the words consider extending instead of just going straight to the extending. And I see that in the gray box, they did use the term consider, and I like that. I also like their word adjusting. I was going to suggest that we eliminate the word eliminate. I I think the word adjusting allows for both extending or eliminating whatever they wanted to do. So I like that better. And then the third question is really an FDOT question. I'm comfortable with the task force asking the legislature to consider adjusting or extending the deadlines. Would FDOT rather we do that and thereby give you all political cover? Or would FDOT rather we authorize / encourage FDOT to go back to the legislature and ask them to consider adjusting based on authority and recommendations from the task force to FDOT? I'm torn between which of those makes more sense, and I'd like for FDOT to respond what makes most sense to them politically and practically.
Well, Ken, I may be misunderstanding where you're going, but you know, FDOT has been, you know, both a part of and support of this task force, and for us to, you know, to shirk our responsibilities, I think would not show well on behalf of FDOT. We are members, we are task force members with you, and I think we need to carry the same responsibility with you.
So does that mean you'd rather we go directly to the legislature rather than telling FDOT feel comfortable going to the legislature?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I was saying. I'm seeing the other side. Yes, with it being in the report and it being the task force's report, I think the application of including this in the report, it occurs in the manner from which you're asking the question.
Okay. Then my last comment is I think the gray box language should end after the words in statute in the second to the last line, to consider adjusting the deadlines for corridor construction and other milestones in statute, period. I think it's unnecessary for us to point out that thorough analysis should be a result. And I think it's a little bit disrespectful of us, obviously, that we haven't been giving it thoughtful consideration already. It feels to me like we've been collaborating pretty thoughtfully for a bunch of months. So I'd end it after the word statute.
Thank you for that consideration. There was a couple other hands up, but we'll definitely ask for that, you know, feedback from the task force directly on that proposed adjustment. Janet Bowman.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, having the word removing in there is, I understand adjusting could include removal, but it's important to me to have the word remove in there. And then in terms of truncating it, that's fine with me.
So Janet, where were you suggesting the word remove be incorporated?
To consider adjusting or removing.
Oh, I see. Okay, so then there's two considerations. It'd be consider adjusting or removing, and then you'd spoken to Ken's suggestion about ending it as suggested at statute. Okay. Thank you, Janet. We got a couple other hands up, and I'm sure you guys will also be able to comment on the adjustments. I think I saw Kristen's hand up next, and then Charles Lee.
All right, I think I got it now. Okay, thank you very much. First, a quick question. You said this is the language that was accepted yesterday by Southwest, is that right? Or did I hear that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, but I just want to emphasize what Jason said to that, is that this was that task force's language. So this was not necessarily like DOT saying, you know, they agreed to that last night, yes, but it was definitely crafted by that task force, kind of like you guys are doing now. And I think just Jason's point is he wanted to emphasize that he wanted you all to make this your language in that regard.
Of course, I very much appreciate the focus that you all are charged with administering the task force and helping us through this process. And we're getting really close, and that's awesome. So our goal should be end before Southwest did, right? We're not going to go as late as them, so that should be our collective goal. There we go, Greg. So two things. First, I still agree with including both words, adjusting or removing. I think, as we've discussed many times, and in every briefing I've had with consultants or with FDOT, you all remind us, I'm sure others have heard this, that there's a whole lot more steps that come in, are embedded in the process that you have to do as you move through transportation planning. And I think the Secretary referenced this in his opening comments, that those steps may mean we can't meet the deadline that exists in statute right now, that you're going to have to work through these different steps. And then there's a lot more work contemplated in the guiding principles. So I think to suggest that we should remove or that they consider, I like that language too, removing those deadlines, I think that's more than appropriate, or adjusting them. So I would support that change. Ken, I gotta say, after 11 hours here, I'm having flashbacks all day of Ken and I working on a report for a local group, Cold Child Leon, maybe 10, 15 years ago. And he was as focused on metrics and objectives and everything else at that time as he is about trucking and transportation now. So you are nothing if not consistent, and I appreciate you, my friend. And I say that with respect because I'm going to disagree with you again. And I'm sure we did a lot last time around. I don't know, I don't think it's disrespectful at all to say we need time to permit a thorough analysis and thoughtful collaboration. That's what we've suggested throughout the report. I mean, there's all kinds of things that say collaborate with and partner with and study this more. So that, I think this actually speaks to the whole, all of the principles that we've got, or I hesitate to say that, most of them. So I like the language. I would like to amend it, as Janet mentioned a moment ago. And the last thing, I think there was one difference between, aside from the language, between my amendment and Janet's, and that's what page or where to insert this language. And I wouldn't mind a little bit of guidance or discussion about that. It seems to me that this is important enough. It might even need to go in the intro and overview. I don't know if it's the action plan. I just would like to know what you all are thinking about that. I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead,
you're
Greg.
good. Okay.
I got one last thing, and then I'm going to mute myself. Ron, I heard you. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you and Scott's support of this amendment. I really understand why you want the extension to red level. I take Suncoast down in your area when I go to Tampa and other places, so I get that, and I'm really glad we could come together on this type of language, so thank you. Now I will mute myself. Greg, go ahead.
Thank you, Kristen. There's definitely some other hands up. I guess, Jason, if I misspeak here, I'll just, or Secretary Evans, I think that from what I have heard from the discussion here, you know, having this at the end of the report, or where we're looking here towards the end, is has been decided is the most appropriate place. So that's the DOT sort of position on your question there to the end. But the other stuff, like we said, this really task force language. So I'm going to step out of the way on that and call the next hand. So I saw Charles and then Kent. So I'll go Charles Lee first.
I really want to keep that last sentence or phrase in there in order to permit thorough analysis and thoughtful collaboration on all key decisions. You know, this is not a COVID issue. This is not an economic downturn issue, which is the way this is sort of posited. The reality is those deadlines of December 31, 2022 for construction on something this large were nuts to begin with. And anybody who builds roads know how nuts they were. And so if we're going to do justice to the remaining work that is laid out in the action plan, we really need to have focus on those additional steps. And the last phrase, the thorough analysis and thoughtful collaboration, embraces the steps that have to go forward. So I would ask to keep that language in there, and that language came out of the Southwest Task Force, I think probably for good reason, and I'd leave it in there. And that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Charles. I just wanted to answer the question that was asked a second ago about, it wasn't the, Commissioner Dozier, it wasn't the way you asked the question, but just for information, yesterday's task force inserted this gray paragraph box at the very end of the report as a final closing statement right here on the page after line number 24 in your report. So just to answer it, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Charles, for your comment. Kent Wimmer?
Very quickly, I think Commissioner Dozier's right, and I just want to second her proposal to keep that last phrase and to include the word remove. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kent. And then Ken Armstrong comes back full circle there.
I'm comfortable including the or removing, and I will fight to the death on the last phrase unless we insert the word additional before thoughtful collaboration.
Okay, so say that for me again, Ken, because the way I heard you say it, you said additional after thoughtful, so it would say thorough analysis and thoughtful additional collaboration on all key decisions.
Additional thoughtful collaboration.
Additional before thoughtful, gotcha.
Because we've already done a whole bunch of thoughtful collaboration on this.
This was a live meeting. We could have the death match for you.
There you go. I'm prepared to go to the mat.
All right, so we've got the agreement to add or removing, and then a follow-up back to your task force members to add additional before the word thoughtful. I see Charles Lee's hands up. I would like, after Charles, I know you'll comment on this, but I'll ask if there's no further consideration, then we will make the changes as proposed. So Charles?
Let's go with the word additional.
All right. Sounds good. You narrowly avoided the death match. Go-to meeting death match. All right. Are there any further comments on this proposed addition? Okay. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. So Jason was just telling me to actually let us get the to a distance in the box there. All right. That's the yes, Secretary Evans. Yes, sir. I'm going to hand this over to Secretary Evans. I would just like to congratulate you all. This is it was an amazing process. It was amazing to be a part of, and we have gotten through all of our amendments. So kudos to all of you. Thank you, Secretary Evans.
All right. While they're putting up that last word additional in there, I want to sort of take us down the last mile here, if you don't mind. What I'd like to do is y'all give us about 15 minutes. Let us go through and get all the amendments that we've worked through since 11 a.m. this morning. We'll get that packaged up in a final report. We'll walk you back through it line by line, and so you'll be able to see the highlighted amendments that have been made to the report. That's the first round. So, and as we go through there, we will field any comments that you may remain to have of this report. Then we're going to talk about the next move, and we'll get into that when we get to the end of the final review of the report. And then hopefully we'll have a direction moving forward. Then I'd like to follow up with closing comments from anybody wishing to say, whether it be a positive, neutral, or negative comment related to this journey that we have been on. And then we'll have a few closing comments from staff. and hopefully be able to say good night and and best dreams. But so y'all give us about 15 minutes and we'll be right back, and we'll put up the final report, and we'll walk you what we hope will be the final report. We'll walk you back through it, and we'll be back in just a few. Thank you. All right, task force. The moment we've all been waiting for, the big reveal. So I'll ask staff to give you the first view at our stab at the final report. So what I want to do, like I said, we will scroll through the entire document, and we have highlighted all the amendments that have been made. They should be limited questions, because I know several of you still have questions related to certain things, but as far as the actual verbiage of where we are today, you saw us create those on the screen, and so we'll walk through those now. So Greg and team, are you ready to do that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right, so we're going to have Brian's screen come up, and we're going to show you the track changes of everything through there. It's not our intention to show every track change and say this is for this amendment or that amendment. It's really, we're just going to go kind of slow. Ken, I see you got your hand up already. So I will come to you before we start scrolling down. But as we do start scrolling down, generally when there's chunkier bits of track change, we'll go a little slower, pause, look for any hands or comments. If it's just a word or two here, we'll go a little bit faster because you're just grabbing that word, and so on and so forth. So I guess right before we get going, Ken, I see your hands up.
Yeah, after 12 hours, I know what the three of you guys look like. I would love to have it make this screen as big as possible. Can we do that?
Yes, sir. So that's the best amendment all night as far as I'm concerned.
That was a good one, kid.
Yes, sir. All right. All right, so they're sizing things up, make sure we got the best view here. Yeah. All right, I think we're gonna go with that. All right, so Brian, I will let you, like I said, start kind of going slow. And then again, task force members, if you see a chunk or section that we're either going too fast, go ahead and raise your hand. And then if it's something where we need to address, keep your hand up. If it's just too fast, and put your hand up and put it down kind of thing. All right, Brian, you can. If you could pause first, Brian, and then Kristen, I see you have your hand up.
I think I'm pretty good with the amendments, but I do got to tell you, you're moving a little fast for me, and I'm guessing I'm not the only one. So maybe a hair slower so we can read it if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ken, I see your hands up.
On line 20, could we be more self-complimentary, I guess? Could we say, and it's the same thing up earlier in the process, can we say in submitting this report, the task force accomplishes its charge to provide consensus recommendations? I mean, it's not just, we're not just completing the report, we're submitting the report.
Hey, Ken, could I ask you just to hold on to that till we get to the end? We may have an answer. Just hold on, please, and we may have your answer.
Okay.
Hey, Brian, I think that's a return space before evaluate. It's just a new bullet. Yes, sir. sir. So, Mr. Chair, that takes us to the end of our report. There's one hand that was raised there at the end. I see Michelle Hopkins has her hand up.
I have a question. If you could go up to page 30, I think it is, maybe where the list of areas to avoid. I think I might have been when I got a phone call and missed part of it. I just want to make sure I read it correctly. Yep, somewhere in there. Let's see, scroll down from there. Okay. All right. I just didn't read it fast enough. That looks good. Thank you.
Okay, no problem at all.
So no additional hands raised? All right, task force. So what you're looking at outside of maybe some minor formatting, grammatical issues, this is our final report. So let's talk about our next move. We are at a point where we are seeking to move to the next steps and be able to submit the final report as charged by the legislature. So here's the question. Any concern with submitting the final report? So we'll be holding closing comments in just a few minutes. And if you do not have any concerns with submitting this report, don't raise your hands. Just wait till final comments, if you don't mind, please, for those comments. So with anyone with any concern with submitting the final report, please raise your virtual hand, please.
Bowman. So Janet Bowman.
Yeah, before we do this, I mean, and given what happened yesterday, I mean, I think there needs to be a discussion of what we're doing. I mean, there's the transmitting to the legislature, I mean, and the governor. And then there's the issue of consensus. And I want to know, I want you to describe the difference between the options or what you're asking us to do.
I'm asking you to tell me if you have any concern with submitting the final report to the governor and legislature. Miss Janet, anything else?
Well, I want to hear the second part too. I mean, personally, I don't have problems submitting the report, but I do have, you know, the Nature Conservancy is not prepared at this point to sign on to the report, so I'd like that noted. But we're certainly fine with transmitting the report. And
yes, ma'am.
So anyway, I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Any other hands?
Well, that last little bit was confusing to me. What I took you to be asking, Greg, was, is there consensus about the report? And I heard Janet saying there was not consensus about the report. Did I misunderstand what you were asking?
So what I took Ms. Bowman to say is that the Nature Conservancy is not supporting the report, but however does not mind with the task force moving forward to submit the report.
Okay. Yeah, it was what was in your question that I was not certain about. Were you asking whether there was consensus about the report?
Oh, so look what we just did. We went all the way through all the amendments we had since 11 a.m. this morning, and we worked with as many task force members as possible to get to a position of being okay to move forward with no further amendments to that particular language. We went back through just now with all the amendments that we had, and we had a few comments and we addressed those. So it is our opinion that we have a completed report to be submitted to the governor and legislature.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we do have a couple other hands raised. Janet has her hand raised again, so if it's pleased you, I'd like to get her first, and then Thomas Hawkins has his hand raised as well. But Janet.
Greg, you can skip me and come back after you've talked to another couple folks. Thank you.
So
Okay.
let me say this. So throughout the entire task force process, we've been working on a consensus building from the start. We've been working to resolve all comments and concerns all along the way. So do we have consensus that still remain in the report, or still any concerns that remain in the report that would prevent us from submitting the report? Does that help you, Janet?
No, I mean, this is being completely disingenuous. I mean, we've all worked really hard on the report, and we've worked towards consensus. We've all contributed amendments. I mean, to me, the issue is whether there's consensus or not. And I have to say, from the point of view of the Nature Conservancy, my organization is not prepared at this time to provide our consent or our sign off on the report. I certainly understand that it's your statutory obligation to submit a report, and you have a report.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think kind of waiting to the end to sort of pop this on people in this way is just not fair. And it's
Yes,
confusing. It's confusing to task force members, and it's confusing to the public. And this is just too important to kind of leave to let the chips fall where they may without a complete explanation. So thank you.
Who was next?
So Thomas Hawkins. Thomas, you should be yourself muted right now, Thomas. There you are.
All right, y'all can hear me now. I just wanted to chime in on this question that I think it's something that I need to discuss with colleagues at Thousand Friends, and that's not going to happen at this hour of day. So if the specific question is consensus from task force members, that's something that I would like to share with staff. At the earliest during the business day tomorrow, but probably by the end of the week after we have a chance to regroup and speak. I'm along with. I have the same mind of Janet, that I recognize you have statutory obligations, and it's not my intent to thwart those. But if we're going to describe it as a consensus document, I want to have that conversation. As we spoke during the meeting earlier today, there are some things that I think reasonably believe would be in the final draft that aren't, and that's not to be critical. It's just to say that I do need to speak. I want to have the conversation with them on a clearer mind and provide that answer to your question, Greg.
Thank you, Thomas. Any other hands?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Jeff Kennard.
Commissioner?
Yes, this is, as a task force member that's been here from the very beginning, this is not confusing to me. We've had a year of discussion. I feel like the facilitator as well as DOT has acquiesced to nearly every request by most of the task force members. And I think what is disingenuous is to go through the entire year adding all of this additional language, adding amendments at every turn in the road, and then getting to the 11th hour and saying, well, I don't know that I can consent to this report. I do consent to the report. There are a number of things that I disagree with in the report, but they're not deal breakers. And in the spirit of building consensus with a number of task force members who may not necessarily share my particular beliefs, I withdrew my amendment, and I would hope that that other task force members would respect the amount of work the time and effort that has gone into building this report. So I do consent. I think it's time to wrap up this process. We've had great discussion about it, and this is a very, very good, I think, broad-based supported product to send to the governor and the legislature.
All right, Michelle Hopkins. Michelle.
Hi, I just wanted to kind of say that I support the previous comments and that it was my understanding that working through all of the edits today that we have on this report and coming to a combination on that was building towards consensus. I think it might be helpful to maybe share again the definition that we're using for consensus on this project, because I do think that that would maybe help clarify that for some of the task members and their position on consensus.
Thank you, Michelle. Greg?
Okay, we've got Commissioner Ronald Kitchen. Commissioner Kitchen. There you go. Looks like you're self-muted.
How about now?
There you go. There you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, I also agree. There should be no confusion. We labored long and hard all day today to not move on with an issue until we had come to agreement with the amendment before us. And I truly believe when we use words like disingenuous, that's what happens, because we should have not moved on if we did not have consensus on that amendment. I also agree with Commissioner Kennard that there's a lot of things in here that perhaps all of us don't entirely agree with 100%, but in the interest of working together and reaching a consensus. So I support it as well. I think it's truly confusing that we'd go a year, spend all this time on all these amendments and get to the 12th hour of the last meeting and say, well, gee, now we have to go back and discuss it with our members. I would assume the members had input into the amendments. And if the amendments were agreed to, that should solve that. So again, I see no confusion. Either you're in support of submitting it that say, yes, we can sign on to it. And that would be the way I would lean. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, I would like to just express the fact we did get an email from Chris Lee, who is a task force member with Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, and he was having some technical issues or whatnot, but has been listening. But he did just send us basically an email that said that he did support the final report as with the amendments and the adjustments that we made today. So just wanted to announce that since he did send in that email. Charles Shin with Florida Farm Bureau Federation.
Thank you very much, Greg. I appreciate it. And I agree with Commissioner Kennard as well. You know, the very first day that we met in Tampa, we were given the charge and we were told what we would be asked to do at the end. This task force has created a very extensive document for future decisions to be made. Now, our charge was not to say yay or nay to a particular road. Our charge was not to determine the placement of a roadway. Our charge was to create a guidance document, and I think we have done well. And with that, my membership in particular doesn't see the need for a new greenway in the Suncoast region, but they can consider enhancements to US 19, and that is written into the document well. And as such, I have absolutely no problems representing our membership in consenting to the guidance document. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was a request a few minutes ago in regards to if the question of consensus came up, and I would just like to clarify for everyone that, you know, what was agreed upon or what was determined and decided by the body. Yes. Okay. So we'll just continue on with comments.
So Greg, what I'd like to do is let's go through each one that has their hands raised and hear back from them what their concerns may be, and there may be a grouping opportunity there where we can come back and address multiple concerns, or if there are additional concerns at that time. If you don't mind, please.
Sure, sure. Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles.
Yes, thank you very much. The first thing I'd like to do is to thank all who participated in this from the Department of Transportation staff. I think that your willingness to work with us not only these long hours in these last several days, but also throughout the process to provide information, to interact, to accept and consider ideas has been extraordinary. I do not have any problem with transmitting this report to the legislature and to the governor. And I feel good having had the opportunity to sit on this task force and give input and to help shape the report. Does every sentence, does every paragraph rise to the level of my ultimate expectations as to what I would hope it would be? No, of course not. That's not the nature of these kind of processes or these kind of documents. Having participated in quite a few of these task force settings, even back to the one I'll call the mothership, the Wekiva Task Force and the Wekiva Coordinating Committee, appointed by Governor Bush in 2002 and 2003. Not everyone on the task force, including myself, walked away in total agreement with every paragraph and every phrase in the document. But the reality is that the document as a whole represented a very important product that shaped, in the case of the Wekiva Parkway, a road that has many environmental advantages. I think we've got to take a look at where we came from. We came from a situation where a bill was introduced in the legislature in 2019, which in its first form would have mandated arbitrarily the construction of 3 new turnpikes over approximately 330 miles of Florida's most rural and environmentally precious landscape. And at the end of the day, today, we have a document that says there is no consensus that those 3 new greenfield turnpikes should be built. Rather, we have a document which more or less recommends that the Department of Transportation go back to its regular order of business in planning transportation improvements for the state of Florida, that a systematic, data-driven approach based on need, the evaluation of potential toll revenues, the evaluation of financial feasibility be employed before the first hardbound decisions to put lines on a map are made. That's a very far cry from where this started out in the legislature. And I think we have to thank the cool-headed legislative leaders, I would say particularly Senator Tom Lee, who saw to it that the task force process was added and that we were all given an opportunity to shape this report toward its outcome. For, I think, the first time outside of the Wekiva Parkway, we have recommendations in this report which tie the possibility of transportation improvements to the necessity of the Department of Transportation stepping up to the plate and helping to fund environmental land acquisitions, not just land acquisition to meet the regulatory statutes through mitigation, but land acquisition to essentially as a tide that lets all boats rise, improve the preservation of the environmental heritage of the region through which those transportation improvements are made. So I think there's a lot of reason to feel good about this report. It is not everything I wished it could be. We do not have the definity, we do not have the specificity that we were able to reach in the case of the Wekiva. But on the other hand, we do not have the same set of facts with a very clearly defined route that was agreed on by consensus of the whole group, of 5 specific parcels to be acquired, determined by meets and bounds in the legislation that the group was able to reach a consensus on, 4 of which, by the way, were acquired. The 5th slipped away because the property owner decided to be an unwilling seller. But the bottom line is that even without that definition, in this broader context, at the Wekiva Parkway was like at the 5,000 foot level, nearly into the PD&E stage when the task force met. We're more like the 20,000 foot level, but nonetheless, we have injected into what DOT must do moving forward many of the same concepts and requirements at some level that were included in the Wekiva Parkway. I fear for the future of Florida, not simply because of roads through natural areas, but I fear what happens, for example, when something like US 19 is unmanaged and the potential changes that will occur by injecting more traffic onto that take place. And this task force has provided a series of steps by which DOT can move to help avoid those consequences. So I agree that this report should be submitted, and I don't think that any of us should shy away from the fact that it's a good product. Have I submitted this report to a vote of our organization's board of directors? Of course not. They entrusted me with the ability to be here and make decisions and make recommendations, and I have. And at the end of the day, I think this report is worthy of being transmitted to the governor and to the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Charles.
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent?
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I have participated in good faith as a member of this task force. I've offered, sound conservation measures, which I really appreciate, very much appreciate the ability to work with staff to develop measures that have been successfully incorporated into this task force report. We believe the task force report should be submitted to the legislature and the governor, but we do not endorse, Defenders of Wildlife does not endorse development of any MCORS projects. I will say because of, on the issue of consensus, because obviously there is not a uniform consensus statement, I recommend that we follow the model of the Southwest Central Florida Task Force and simply agree to transmit it to the legislature and the governor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kent.
Thank you, Kent.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you very much. I want to start where many others have and thank you, Mr. Secretary, your entire team, the consultants, to get us through this process. And it was quite remarkable when your note taker system timed out after 12 hours. I think that is a significant moment today, just to show how much work has been done. I also want to give one of the Gregs a shout out. Sorry, not either one of you, for the best quote of the day, embrace our awkward pauses. So that is good as well. I really do think you all guided us very well, and there is a lot of good information in this report, good guidance for future projects. I also want to thank those citizens, and especially the various groups from Tall Timbers, Thousand Friends, Tax Watch, and others who did a lot of work. I'm really glad the Secretary mentioned them today as well. We need citizens, whether they support, don't support, or simply have comments, to be engaged with these process. And I welcome that. And I think we got some good analysis and good discussion out of that. And to my task force members, it's been an honor working with you all. I just wish we could have seen each other some in the last 6 months. And yes, I think we all feel that way, Mr. Secretary. To the discussion about consent or simply agree to submit the report, and I was going to ask what happened. I didn't actually watch all of the Southwest meeting yesterday, but I think Kent just got to that they agreed to submit the report versus perhaps a consensus decision. I just want to recognize that we've got a very diverse and very large task force. There's a lot of members who represent agencies and others whom we haven't heard from as much, and I'm not calling them out because of that, but they have a very unique role compared to someone like me. I'm an elected commissioner. I'm very used to speaking on boards like this and digging in, and I don't have to take my decision back to any board, to CRTPA or anyone else. They appoint me and I get to take my vote as it will, on this particular day. For those who are appointed or represent different organizations, some, like Charles, may not have to take this decision back to a board. Perhaps others do have to do that. And I respect the roles and responsibilities of appointees who represent a board. So because I don't know all of those different dynamics from the Nature Conservancy or Thousand Friends or whomever it might be, I think we should accept that concern that particularly Janice and Thomas, you both, I'll just signal you out since you both voiced that concern. I respect that, need to kind of carry this back to your board and get a decision. I did hear Thomas say perhaps he can relay his decision, the board's decision, tomorrow. So I look to you both, and Mr. Secretary, perhaps for some direction here. Is it possible for us to have consensus by Friday? I'm not sure if that's desirable or even possible. This is a sunshine board, so I'm not sure if you can give members more time. I could anticipate you want a decision today. So if the best we can get is agree to submit the report to the governor and legislature, that may be where we are right now. But I can certainly get there. I did, though, I want to acknowledge this. I should have said that up front for you, sir. I certainly can consent to the report. But even I had a red line. If we hadn't gotten the language in asking the legislature to consider changes to the statute, I'm not sure I would feel as comfortable with the consensus approach. So I want to just mention that because we all maybe had one issue or another that we were watching. We only received the amendments on Saturday, so it's not like we were able to digest this for a long time in advance, nor did we know what the result of today's meeting was going to be. So I'm kind of splitting the difference here. I agree with a lot of what has been said, but I'm pushing back on everybody a little bit. I think we've all worked very hard. We're all very tired. and we should respect that we each have a different role and bring something different to the table. So I think everyone's worked very hard on this. For me, I'll consent, but I would like to know if our best option is just to simply agree. Maybe that's how we move forward this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And as I stated with Michelle's question, I'd like to compile all those so we can put together an aggregate response, hopefully.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we've got a few more hands raised. I'll go to Ken Armstrong. Ken?
I think we should call it consensus on the submission of a thorough, complete, thoughtful report. I think Janet and Thomas, I think, said that the report is worthy of submission. And so, I mean, we have pointedly in here said that we did not reach consensus on whether there was a need for the toll road. So it seems to me that that is the point at which any organization can say, well, we didn't reach agreement on that, which is, I think, accurate. But it feels to me as though we should say that there is consensus that this report is an excellent product and is worthy of submission to the governor and the legislature as written. And then that's it. And I'm willing to make that a motion if you want to, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Ken.
Yeah, let's just take your statement as it is, and appreciate the compliments and your support all throughout this process. Thank you, Ken.
All right, I'd like to go to Chris Stahl with DEP. Chris, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just have a quick, I'm trying to keep this as quick as possible. Are you guys going to ask us for our position on consensus, like what you guys have been talking about all along? Do we support it? Do we, there was like 4 levels or something you guys have been talking about at almost every meeting. Is that coming, or what? What's the mechanism? That's all I'm looking for, because I think that might clear up a few questions if you're going to be asking for that in about 10 minutes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, Michelle Hopkins. Michelle, you're self-muted, it says.
Okay. I just went back through some of the statutory language on establishing the task force, and if I'm reading it correctly, I think we were to utilize an inclusive consensus building mechanism for each of these groups, and then I think there is a requirement to submit a final report, but I'm not sure that I'm reading that it has to be a report that has consensus on all of the issues in it, but that it was a report that was built through an inclusive consensus building process. That's all I want to add to that.
Yes, that is correct, Michelle. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's been part of the whole process, has been the consensus building process. That's the steps that we've worked through 13 meetings, and the whole process throughout. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, there are no other hands that are raised at this time, so I'll defer back to you.
I'll start with the last question first. So, Chris, we sort of saw what happened with the 4 levels of consensus that we had been talking about throughout the entire, since we introduced it to the task force members some number of task forces ago, and saw that where that went. And like others have stated, basically Southwest last night ended up we're in the position of where we're at today. with the fact that we've used a consensus building process, like Michelle, thank you for answering your own question, but I think you nailed it in your quick re-review of the statute, where you're going through the part of the consensus building process that we have initiated from day one. Every task force meeting that we have attended, that has been the case, and I can't think of a time when we have pushed back until we got with some of the issues that Thomas had brought up today, and we tried our best. We made multiple iterations of that. So in my mind, yes, that is a consensus building process, even to the point where, and as Charles and others have stated, that no, we don't agree with every word. And some of the Citrus County commissioners will tell you, we don't agree with every word that's in there. I think that that could be a consensus of everybody that's part of this task force, and that, working towards that and that collaborative for so many weeks, so many months, till we get to a point where all we're asking you, do you have is there a reason why, a great concern that you have after we work with each of us, developing this detailed report that some of us dislike, some of us don't like. Then we get into concerns where people, they disagree with the program, but they think that the playbook is well written. That's what I'm asking for. Can I take the playbook and submit it to the governor and legislature? I don't think that when you're agreeing to say that you agree that we have developed certain aspects, quantifiable issues, products, if you will, items associated with Suncoast. So does that initiate any additional questions?
If anyone has any comments, concerns, questions, just raise your hand. We'll call on you. Pegeen Hanrahan. Pegeen, you're self-muted.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry, I've kind of been jumping between phone and computer, and not everything works quite right. I want to really recognize the professionalism and the quality of the work that FDOT and all of the task force members have put forward here. And as I read the report over the weekend to try to prepare for the meeting, I mean, my honest reaction was, well, there's something for everyone in here, in that, you could read it as there's a whole lot more work to do to know whether or not a major roadway facility should be built, which, frankly, as someone who sat on a local MPO for 12 years, in my own view, is exactly how planning for roadways in a state this complex should take place. I mean, I recognize that this is, it's multi-jurisdictional, it's extremely complex, and so on and so forth. But, from my own view, there's not a whole lot that one might object to about the report. And in fact, I'll be completely honest, it's probably more reflective of what I would have personally wanted as a skeptic and critic of putting a new toll road through some of the most undeveloped parts of Florida. I think it's better than I expected it to be, quite frankly. And I think it is a credit really to everyone involved, because everyone had to bend a little bit to get there. All of that having been said, I think it's fair, and Commissioner Dozier made these comments, and I'd like to echo them. Some people who are serving on the task force are serving to represent their own interests or their interests of the community that they've been elected to speak for, and they are 100% free to do so and to follow their own best judgment. Others are, serving on behalf of a nonprofit or an agency, or in my case, an elected official who I have not had the opportunity to speak with Commissioner Freed about this. I did speak to her staff, sent a copy of the report. They reviewed it and said they'd like my comments back. As I said earlier today, I work in elections, and this is like the busiest time of year for me. And I've got 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a husband doing civil engineering in the next room over. I mean, we're just all coming at this from a different place in our lives. And, between Sunday and today or whenever we got these, I haven't been able to dedicate the time I'd like to. All of that having been said, I think this is a good quality product. I admire the work that both the professional staff and the volunteers and the other representatives have done here. I fall down that I honestly suspect that if one were to work through the process of deciding whether or not this road justified itself, and in fact, all of the baubles that we've hung off this Christmas tree as well, quite frankly, I don't think that they likely will make financial sense. I mean, there are huge demands on the transportation system in this state, and there are huge demands on every other system in this state. For me, it doesn't rise to a level of spending this kind of money and resources on it, and I believe that's reflective of Commissioner Freed's viewpoint as well. I have not discussed it with her in recent times, but I have no problem submitting the report. I think, again, from my own viewpoint, the process and the procedures and the tools and techniques that have been used here are top notch. I mean, I am proud of the quality of the work that y'all have done, and I am comfortable that if the same quality of work is carried forward into the future decision making on these corridors, then hopefully we will be very well served. So I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Commissioner Mark Hatch from Dixie County. Commissioner Hatch.
Yes, I'll be just a minute. I won't be long. I'd like to number one thank Greg Evans and you, Greg, and the other Greg we had today. We've really come a long ways in a little over a year. We started this journey out in Tampa. We was given a pretty unique situation to kind of craft something that we all want to see going on in our counties and the people we represent. Y'all really covered a lot of bases on this, and I think honestly nobody's going to be 100% happy with the way everything is worded, but for the most part I never heard nobody say no, we're not going to do that. We've been very bendable. DOT's been bendable. I think the task force has been very bendable, and we've got a real good product right here. And I'd really like to see us go ahead and submit this and see what the next step is. I mean, we spent a year and a half, almost a year and a half on this thing, and we've been talking about it for several years now. I've heard this for at least 2 years about this going on, and what is our next step? You know, we're probably another good year out from that, and or maybe a good year and a half out. So I think honestly we've all put the very best foot forward we could possibly put forward and got a real good playbook, as Greg said a while ago, and let's submit this thing and see what the next step is, and then we can go back and tell our people that we represent, you know, this is where we're at, this is what's going on. And as of right now, I mean, as far as a projected path, we're looking, I'm gonna say a year before we know where this may fall into a no build, who knows. So let's submit this thing and see where it goes, and I thank everybody for their hard work and everybody's determination to come to a consensus on this, and I'm glad to be a part of the meeting. Thank y'all for y'all professionalism, and thank the board for their professionalism, and I appreciate it, and thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatch. Mr. Chairman, there are no other hands that are raised at this time.
All right, so we appreciate all your comments, and at this time, I agree with the task force members that there's been a lot of thoughtful work here. And as the chair, I now consider the task force for the Suncoast corridor to be complete, and we have fulfilled the charge of the legislator. We are ready to submit. Wow, what a journey, y'all. Thank you very much. So now, if there's anybody else that would like to make any closing comments, just raise your virtual hand, and I'll ask Greg to call on you. So be mindful of folks' time too, that it's getting a little later.
All right, Commissioner Betsy Barfield.
Thank you very much. Just my comment is I want to say that this is a very powerful document, task force members, and I offer to the Florida Department of Transportation to contemplate incorporating these guiding principles into all of the projects in the state of Florida. I want to parse it down into 3 main points, the guiding principles, and these are very high level. The 3 points are sensible economic development, protection of our environment, and supportive infrastructure projects. This document embodies those words, and I challenge Florida Department of Transportation partners to give this document statewide legs. I believe this is the future in a way we should build our roads and corridor transportations. It's an excellent guidance, and I'm very proud of what everybody has done. Thank you for allowing me to serve. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you.
All right. We have Janet Bowman from Nature Conservancy. Janet. It says you're self-muted, Janet. There you are.
I wanted to thank the secretary and all the staff, which I think you all have been fabulous, and I really appreciate it. And fellow task force members, I mean, I've enjoyed getting to know you and really appreciate your expertise. And before the pandemic, I really enjoyed getting to visit your communities. I think the Nature Coast is just a fabulous place and very important for protection. And you know, the Nature Conservancy really wants to work on getting the sort of legislative framework that will allow you all to implement the processes that are in the report, which are very thoughtful. So I just wanted to finish with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you.
All right. Chris Wynn. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long day. I want to start out by saying we've all been to a lot of virtual meetings over the last few months, and I can honestly say this is one of the first meetings that I've actually worked through while putting my kids to bed at night, you know. But I did want to say thank you to the legislature and Secretary Tebow for allowing Fish and Wildlife Commission to be a part of this process. And I really appreciate the opportunity. I've learned a lot from the fellow task force members, the public, and all the awesome staff, the DOT, as well as the facilitators. We really appreciate all your efforts in, you know, developing this final report, which we feel gives a significant focus on our precious fish and wildlife resources. We are dedicated to working with DOT and our partners to ensure a balanced approach in the future. And I'll end by saying that we do accept the final report, you know, with the understanding that we're going to continue to work with DOT as if future projects do move forward. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chris. And might I say it's a pleasure living in the same neighborhood with you, buddy. Sure is. And I see your family out walking with the new dog every now and then. So say hello to them as well.
All right. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say again how much I appreciate the ability to work with DOT staff and consultants to overcome some very trying issues, to figure out some language that we could live with, I'll say. So, and also want to, you know, thank the other task force members. I know that we always didn't see eye to eye on everything, but I appreciate everybody's flexibility and ability to work with one another as best they could. I'd like to also thank the members of the public that took their time to speak, to travel. You know, we had folks that spoke at nearly every single meeting with very well prepared remarks, very thoughtful remarks that were timed down to the second. They took a lot of time, and I do appreciate their contributions to this process, because it did help inform me, and actually it helped with the language that got into the report. So I just wanted to thank those unsung heroes of this process, and Defenders of Wildlife and myself, we look very much forward to being involved in the future, and look forward for continuing opportunities to make Florida a great place to live and to protect our natural heritage. Thank you.
Hey, Ken, thank you, buddy. And I actually referred you at late in the meeting one time recently as a Kent Defender. So to keep up the advertisement. It's working good, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any more hands, but I would like to call on a few people just to see if you have any closing comments, any closing remarks as we're wrapping up the task force meeting. Diane Head. Diane, do you have anything you'd like to add? Okay, Diane, we'll maybe come back to you. Okay. All right. Anyone else want to volunteer? Mr. Chairman, I don't see any other hands.
So give her one more call. Anybody that like to make any final comments? Don't want to twist anybody's arm, but we sure would like to hear from you one more time. It's been a great pleasure working with you. So think about that. If we need to come back to you, we will do that as well. So we've got some folks here that I'd like for us to hear from. First, recap a few next steps. First, today's presentation and task force meeting number 9. The recording will be posted on the website. Second, the team will submit the final report to governor and legislator on behalf of the task force by November 15th. The final report will be posted on our website, floridamcorps.com. If you have any additional questions, comments, please reach out to Ryan Asmus. Now I'd like to reach out to the state of Florida Chief Planner, Ms. Wei Wei. Any final comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a large task force with members representing diverse backgrounds. Within the past 15 months, we've all learned a lot about each other's perspectives and what is most important to each task force member and your organization. At the end of the day, literally, we can all agree that we want what's the best for the state of Florida. I've gotten to know task force members of the public, and industry leaders, FDOT production team members that would help us to implement the task force recommendations in future phases. The relationships established through this process will serve us well in planning and developing a multimodal, multi-use 21st century transportation system for our great state. We're very excited about opportunities to collaborate with partners, just to name a few, new ways to advance conservation goals, enhance partnerships with local governments and regional organizations, including MPOs, and opportunities to bring about the many benefits of transportation investments. A friendly reminder here, the Sunshine Law is still in effect until November 15th. And thank you for your passion and your hard work for our wonderful state. And back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Wei Wei. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Now I want to say, take just a minute and make a personal thank you to the state's chief engineer, Will Watts. I tell you what, he's the backbone of this entire effort, this journey that we have been on. Without his leadership and guidance and just sheer determination, I don't think we would have been able to get here today. So with that, Will, would you please give us a few comment remarks, sir?
Thank you, Chairman, for a few more days. Thank you. You've done a great job too. The whole team has done a great job. So I did want to send a sincere thank you for everybody's hard work, not only today, because today's been extremely long, but very impactful. So it's been an incredible journey for the past 15 months. We've all learned a lot and improved a lot of professional relationships and gained it even more. So I want to thank you all for the guidance you provided to us, DOT, and more so your fellow Floridians to prepare for the future. The action plan outlined in your report serves as a blueprint for FDOT's planning phase. Your guiding principles and instructions will guide the department's decision-making every step of the way. Looking ahead, I want to recognize the importance of the needs evaluation and taking an early look at the financial analysis at the project level. We've heard you. This will allow us to estimate all project costs and allow us to fund source any projects moving forward. We will build on the recommendations of the task force and use the best available data to conduct a robust evaluation of potential corridor needs. Following PD&E, which Jason will be quite involved with, you've heard a lot from him today, and I thank him for all his input and guidance to the team. We'll evaluate the economic feasibility of the corridor at 30% design phase, accounting for FDOT's financial contribution toward additional corridor elements related to enhancement and multi-use opportunities. We talked a lot about broadband throughout the process. You know, this last legislature, statutorily, we have a $5 million allocated toward broadband in 2023. And we'll be working with the Department of Economic Opportunity, somebody's mic's on, to support their statewide broadband strategic plan while implementing the FDOT broadband program. The intent is to prioritize areas designated as rural areas of opportunity and focus on enhancing middle mile, last mile, as opposed to backbone or trunk line. We're also looking towards early phases of MCORs. I think everybody would be in agreement if we could advance not only conservation lands, but broadband. As we move into planning and PD&E, public engagement continues to be a priority and a focus for the department. We will continue engaging our local and regional partners as well as the public. I want to thank everyone who has provided input throughout the year, including the public, on this task force process, and we've all learned a lot. So thank you again, and I'd like to turn it back to the chair. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Will. And I want to just take just a quick moment to thank our co-chair, Jason Peters, from out in the Panhandle. Jason is a true mentor, worked behind in the background with staff with his 30 years experience with the department. Jason, thank you, and thank you for being here today. And for sake of time, I'll just speak on your behalf if you don't mind, buddy. But thank you for being here today. Appreciate all your help. And I'm exhausted, so I'm going to ad-lib my closing remarks, and I see everybody go berserk. But I want to just thank you for this entire task force, for this journey, this hard work, the dedication, the separation, the time that you were away from home or either working at home with family by the side. How we have transformed from being, side by side, elbow to elbow at the folding tables to working through this great technology in this new virtual world. It tells us that, there's things that are right around the corner for this corridor and the future of Florida, and things that we can use and innovate and bring to the table with this new projects that we're looking forward to. I want to say that we're going to continue to working with our communities, our stakeholders, our local governments, and our state agency partners to make a success where it is deemed necessary, where it can move forward based on the task force report. As I said a while ago, it's the playbook. It's what we're going to follow to move this thing forward. And I would be remiss if I didn't take just a minute and say thank you to this entire staff. A lot of people in this room that have worked countless hours, evenings and weekends, to get us to a point where we're able to send a completed report to the governor and legislature. So with that, thank you and good night, and may God bless you.